Brian, we might want to do this quick, brother.
Good morning, Sherry. How are you doing?
Hey, good morning. I just think we should probably go
Yep.
for it
Well, we have the
because,
thing. I heard you. Yeah, I wanted to get
yes.
this list in front of me. So, yeah, Twitter Space has been crazy this morning and last night. So, yeah, let me go through or do you want to go through the list of events, or you want me to?
No, you can go ahead and get started and,
Excellent.
I'll just throw
Yeah,
in my 2 cents.
today at 10, in just about 45 minutes, is day two, start of the $1,000 Mystery Millions. And then also starting is day one of the $600 No Limit Deep Stack Tournament. And then at 1 o'clock is the $1,500 7 card stud day three. We'll go ahead and go through the updates in a minute, but I just want to read through the times of everything, and then Sherry, you can jump in and we can go through like how many people left and all that kind of stuff. I just want to get the times out there just in case we have problems. So 1 o'clock is the $1,500 7 card stud day three, and then also the $10,000 dealer's choice day two. Uh, and then at 2 o'clock, the $5,000 no limit hold'em 8-handed freeze out, and that's on day one. And then 3:30 is an online event. We'll skip that, and then at 4, we're going to have the probably the big event that's going to be. I would imagine they're going to be putting on Poker Go is the day 3 of the 25K no limit heads up. Um,
Right. And let's make note that there's no
yeah,
cancellations today. So everything that was on the schedule originally is on for today. Nothing's been canceled. And those tournaments that Brian just read over are all
right.
bracelet events. And of course, there's non-bracelet events, such as the 1 p.m. 250 deep stack, the 3 p.m. 240 mega, for 2000 in casino chips, the 4 p.m. 400 deep stack, the and at the same, oh, I'm sorry, 400 deep stack for 1100. Wait a minute, I'm so confused. I'm sorry, 4 p.m. there is a
Deep stack.
$400
Yeah.
deep stack and an $1,100 7 card stud satellite.
Yes.
At 8 p.m. a $200 deep stack, and at 10 p.m. a 130 mega for 1,000 in casino
Yeah,
chips.
and I'll go ahead and pin this. I don't think I did it yet. If I did it twice, then it's worth doing it twice. Kev Math um, um, posts every day. Kev Math Vegas posts out the times. We want to make sure, to me, Sherry, those are the official times. Like, so they're coming
Right,
from him.
of
I
course.
trust him.
And speaking of Kevin Matz, I want to insert here. I know you brought up the other day that we should nominate him to get put into the Hall of Fame, and I agree with that. But the other thing is Brian McCon, I think is or Mycon. I'm not sure you
Yeah,
spell say his last
yeah,
name.
Micon.
Did a tweet yesterday, a small video of him and Kevin Mathers together. And what he suggests, and I think we should all do this because I think it's a great suggestion, is when you, and Brian said $100, but honestly, any amount of dollars I think is going to be well received. He suggests that the first time you see Kevin at the WSOP this summer, hand him $100 bill as a tip for all the great work he does on our behalf. So if you can't do $100, a $20 bill, or if you want to give him 10 $100 bills. But I think that is a great suggestion by Brian to tip Kevin Mathers when you see him for all the hard work he does on our behalf.
And then the other thing is join his subscription to his Twitter for a couple bucks a month too. I think
Right,
that's a nice thing too. He's such a humble guy, Um, he came into the poker community. Um, I guess Bluff Magazine was probably paying him as a journalist or whatever,
right,
but there was a time where I don't think he was getting paid, and he was still coming out to the series, and he was the guy that all of us started going to for all the information about what was going on. So the
right.
WSOP hired him, but nobody knows what that financial arrangement is, and it doesn't even matter because that when you hear Micon say, go hand him $100, surely Micon realizes that he's gotten at least $100 in value from Kev Math, over the years,
100%.
and certainly even within a year. Um, so yeah, definitely, I support anything pro help Kev Math go towards the end of the series. Sometimes he'll post that he's going to play a deep stack. I always try to get in on that action, and um, definitely try to help out in any way, because I really respect somebody that puts themselves out there and they're there for the poker community, um, not because they want something out of us, just because they love
100%.
the community. So
Support it. And yes. And
if
I'm going
there's
to
anything
also,
if there's anything I've seen over the last week, Sherry, it's been really just like the family atmosphere of just everybody, and how everybody really supports each other, and things like that. So what were you going to say, Sherry?
and that's awesome. And, those moments are the most special ones, right? But I also wanted to read a pro tip that Kevin posted yesterday, which was hashtag pro tip. When you purchase a seat for the WSOP for a WSOP event, and it includes the word late on the ticket, ignore the table number, as there are no tables in the 800s.
Right.
It means you go to the late registration table, either at Horseshoe or Paris, to receive your new seat assignment. And that's really important to to
Yeah,
know.
and when he says Horseshoe or Paris, it'll tell you which
Right,
one you need to go to.
right,
So basically, the thing there is, if you see a weird table number, they purposely make it like 800 when there's only like 400 or so in
right,
that section. You know, the sections in the 400, and then all of a sudden that you're looking at 800. Um, that's your first clue, but or probably second clue. The first clue is it says late. So if anytime it says late on there, that's not really your table. The reason they do that is they have to assign you to within the system. The system won't accept the registration without a table and seat number. So, all this software they don't go back and redo
right,
very often,
right.
because it's very difficult to get gaming software approved is the problem. So, a lot of testing required, Sherry.
I'm sure. Oh, I'm sure.
So,
And
good
it's very
morning.
costly. I mean, it is
Yeah,
what it is, right?
yeah. Good morning, Veronica. We're just
Hey,
giving the update
Veronica.
today. That is day 2 of the event number 3, the Mystery Millions. As we all know, our defending champion Matt Glantz. That's kind of a little bit of a joke, Sherry.
I know.
Right? Like, he won more money than the winner, right? So.
He's the
Um,
defending champion of the envelope pull.
Yeah, so he's headed into day 2. We're
Oh,
gonna see if his
I love
strategy
it.
works out again. Like, how crazy would that? Like, if he somehow wins it again, we gotta
There
have.
will be an
Yeah,
investigation. Poppy will come out of his
yeah, we got.
55th retirement so that we can get the lowdown.
Well, forget Poppy. We got Veronica here. She'll be on it. She's the first one. No, I'm
100%.
just kidding. I love everybody, but no shade, only sunshine, right?
Veronica, if you'd like to join us, please request, because I'm worried that Spaces is not real reliable right now. So I think it'll be better. Same thing. Anyone else too, Eric. If you guys request to speak, just because you know what it was last night.
Yeah, and if it's not, if you're requesting and we're not seeing it, everything's weird. Like today,
Yeah.
there's been a lot of problems. So Chino Ream, a lot of big players left in the field. The actual chip leader is Ronan Nally with 2.82 million in chips. Like, how do you get to 2.8
Whoop,
million
whoop.
in the first day? That's crazy. It's hard to get to a million chips in a WSOP event, honestly. Like, I think I've only had that happen a couple times.
Well, hopefully
Uh,
he'll share his secrets, because Lady Luck was on his side.
for sure. Chino Ream still in the field with 1.6 million, and along with, like I said, defending champion Matt Glantz, Alex Livingston, Daniel Weinman, Maria Konikova. I always get her name mixed up. Ludovic Gaelic, and Corey Aldemir.
Well, and
Oh
I'm going
wait,
to tell you. Oh,
wait, one other very important, the guy I'm rooting for, Ryan LaPlante. I always mess up his name. He's like a super close friend of mine, and I never
awesome.
can say his name correctly. But he's a guy, we go way back to his first days at the WSOP.
And
Somehow, Sherry, this guy runs deep in every event I ever go deep in. It's almost like he goes deep in every event or something. But
good for
somehow
him.
somehow he always gets deeper than me in any event that I get deep in. So I don't know.
Are you
He's
his lucky charm? You might be his lucky charm.
it might be so.
Might be his
Uh,
lucky charm. But I wanted to add to that there was 18,188 entries, and in the top 100 of those moving on to today, there are two women out of in the top 100. Deborah Hinton with 1.6 million in chips is at she has the 47th largest stack, and I'm going to mess up this lady's last name just because I'm horrible with names. She's sitting at 75th in chip stack sizes, and her first name is Lisa, and I'm just going to spell her last name as XIE, and she has 1.4 million in chips. So good luck to those two ladies in the top 100.
yes, for sure. And then last night, event number 4, the Tournament of Champions, wrapped up with Ronnie Day conquering the field and winning the gold bracelet, and along with, probably less important, $200,000 in cash. Um, let's see. Brett Gregory finished second for 120,000. Patrick White 87,000, and Barry Schultz in seventh with 26,000. And it looks like in that event, Sherry, the top 9 cashed. There was a total of, let's see, 741 players that came into it, and pretty cool, $1 million guarantee free roll for the people that did that. Hey, it shows here his winning hand was Jack 5. Isn't that the same hand that the guy keeps winning the? Oh wait, no, that's not that. That's something else. So anyway,
You
um,
answered your own question.
yeah, I answered my own question.
I love it.
I think it. Okay, so I wasn't going to go there, but
I
it,
love
it
it.
was it was really close to Jack 4, so that's, I think, what caught my attention on that.
No worries. No worries at all. And
Uh,
going into that 7 card stud day two, first of all, I need to mention and give a little shout out to Alan Kessler, who booked his 100th WSOP win by cashing that tournament yesterday. So congrats to him.
and
And
and say that
nine,
again. Which tournament was he in? The 1500?
yeah, stud event.
Yeah, stud. Yeah, okay.
Right. And 9 folks are moving on to day two. Um, and I'm going to tell you, am I reading this right? Sorry, y'all. and Nick Schumann's number 2 in chip stacks. John Monette is number 1. And our pal Sean Deeb's number 7 in chip stacks. So that should be a fun one to watch the ending of.
Yeah, killers left. Nick Schulman's in there too in second
Yeah.
place. So just going to be a pretty. Oh wait, do I see Sean Deeb in there still?
What did I say? Didn't I say Sean Deeb
I
is
don't
in
know.
7th place? Yeah,
Yeah,
in
yeah,
chip
you
stacks.
got it. I didn't take my ADD pills this
Oh
morning.
no, that's okay. And like you, I'm trying to read notes and move on to the next thing, and so I may not have said it, but I think I did.
Yeah. The 25. What do you want to do next? Let's go through in your order. I don't want to
Oh,
mess it
I
up.
don't care.
The big event today is the $25,000 whole heads up championship. Can Doug Polk come back and win this thing again? There's 4 players left, and man, you got to like his chances there. Chance Kuhn, Chris
Brewer.
Brewer, Doug Polk, and Sean Winter are left, and I would imagine that's scheduled to wrap up today. They just have to, play two matches. So
Right. And that starts at 4 p.m. and it's going to be streaming on Poker Go at 5 p.m. So Doug plays Chris Brewer the first round, and then Chance plays Sean the first round. So of today, not the first round of the tournament, but of starting today.
yeah, and then event number 7, the $1,500 limit hold'em event. Vadim Schultz wins that event and taking down $146,835 along with the gold bracelet. And he defeated, oh my gosh, this guy's got a long name. Rose, man, Veronica, like I feel your guys' pain trying to do these commentaries. I don't know how you do it. You must have like a sheet in front of you. Okay, I'm going to do my best. His name is Rostislav Sabishenko. I think that might be
And
close.
what's his first name?
Rost.
Okay, that's what we'll go by.
Rost
Ross.
is, yeah, there you go, Rost. And then Kerry Walsh was in third for 63,000, and our friend David ODB Baker. I made a joke about that last night. You got David ODB and the other one, and I can't remember. I think it was David ODB was complaining he wasn't getting coverage, so he was saying how he wasn't known, and I said everybody knows David Bakes Baker, so I don't know. I'm sure he's heard that shtick before. You ever have somebody at the poker table that tells the same joke that you've heard a million times at the poker table?
Yes, and I try not to roll my eyes because, it's
Because it's just
typically a newbie.
unkind.
Well, and it's, typically a newbie or somebody's just trying to have fun. So I'm trying not to dash on that dream there. So I try to just,
Yeah,
I try to control my eye rolls.
I really appreciate you doing that for me, Sherry.
I do, because you've heard it a million times and you really, really want to eye roll and go, yeah, Doobie, no.
Yeah,
But I try not to because you know what? I don't want to rain on someone else's parade. That's not nice.
yeah. So the dealer's choice event coming up today, we're going to be on day 2. And day 2 of the dealer's choice event starts at 1 o'clock. And this is a field of killers left. Leading the way in the dealer's choice event, John Hennigan, I remember going back to 2003, they were talking about him like he was a legend. Maybe 2003, 2004. I remember, I think he's on one of those episodes like where Alexis Powers back in the day was
Right.
trying to bluff people. This
Right.
guy that was drinking too much, but at least he was like the fun guy. But I heard he actually passed away a few years ago. Anyway, John Hennigan is leading the way in that event with 309,000 in chips. Marco Johnson just behind him in second. David Bach, back in the field a bit. Ray Henson, Patrick Leonard, Brian Rast is in there, and my man David Bakes Baker. Isn't that funny?
Good luck to them and everybody that's
Yeah,
still in it to win it.
yeah, and also obviously many other players throughout the field. Like I just skipped over a couple that are remaining: Daniel Negreanu, Eric Seidel, and Phil Hellmuth. Uh,
Oh,
and then
those guys? They're still in it? Oh,
and then
man.
and then sadly, Adam Friedman won't be capturing this title for the fourth time, and then obviously some others as well. Dan Zach, the WSOP Player of the Year, defending WSOP Player of the Year, 2016 champion Jean Gaspard has been knocked out, and so that will pick up today. Again, I said 1 o'clock, right?
Yeah.
And then event number 11 um, begins today at 10 o'clock, and that's just half an hour. I expect a really big field for this. This is isn't this the deep stack
It
$600
is.
$600 no limit hold'em deep stack? Um, Listen, this is maybe one of the best values of the summer to get in there if you like to play deep stack.
30,000 in starting stack, 2-day event.
This is the event, Sherry, that my grandma definitely would have played. And
Oh,
here's why. My grandma loved to play blackjack, but really she just liked to play cards. And she would always say, if they would just let me give them my $100 and play for an hour or two, I would be perfectly happy. She like
oh,
like her thing was she just wanted to play. Grandma just wanted to play some cards. So
I love it.
the sweetest lady ever, and I think she was perfect, honestly. Like I don't think
Sounds like it.
if you bought her some Olive Garden soup, she was,
Did
just
she
fine.
like the chicken? Did she like the chicken gnocchi soup? Is that the
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
and the pasta visual, she was just all over all of that. So
Sounds
that
like my
was her
kind of
thing.
woman.
Yeah, yeah, just the sweetest lady, and they lived in Vegas for years, and so I think that's, I was just destined to be around card games somehow. So, yeah. So that gets kicked off here pretty shortly in about a half an hour. As we've been saying all week, leave early to get there because it's going to take a lot of time to fight through the traffic if you drive all the way there. Probably a better idea if you're sitting in a bunch of traffic is to park somewhere where there's a monorail spot and hop on the monorail and go over there. That'll get you there a lot quicker. The monorails come every 11 minutes. They're
And a lot less frustration.
a lot less frustration. And then that leads me to the second thing I can't say enough is on these days where there's a ton of people, today won't be as bad as yesterday, but it'll still be, really busy in there. There's a lot of restarts and stuff like that where you won't be having to fight the lines for those people, but just having all those people around is, a challenge, I'm sure. But as you get into the tournament and you're waiting in these long lines, just try to find some patience before you get to the table because you don't want to carry that frustration into your play and
100%.
just
And
have a problem. Yeah, go ahead, Sherry.
I'm going to go over my daily announcement because I'm a pretend photographer. I just do it for the fun of it. And so when we're talking about taking pictures, I'm the one that's going to remind you to take some pictures while you're at the WSOP, not only of yourself with your friends, but important pictures to take. When you arrive in that parking lot or that parking garage, take a picture of your parking space number so you know where your car is parked. The other picture to take is a picture of your entry ticket. And when you get your entry ticket out of the machine, make sure you get 3 copies of it. Another picture to take would be of your your chip stack at the beginning of a break. So when you're getting ready to leave the table, take a picture of your stack so that if they're coloring up while you're gone on break, you can make sure it was done right and you have proof of how many chips you left.
That
Another thing, when you go on break, take a picture of table number, not the dealer, because dealers change, but the table number, so you know what table you left. Um, and I added one today, thanks to Kevin Mathers, of course. Um, Take a picture of your day two slip. So you make it to day two, you got to go back and go to sleep and, drive back over. You may have left it on the nightstand.
Yes, please.
So take a
Yes.
picture of your day two slip so you have proof of where you should be. So those are my photo tips of the day.
And if you're rushing over something and you've forgotten to do that, like jump on here and we'll look through the table numbers and try to find where your table number is for you. You definitely have
Right.
to want to have your ID there. Um, if you do forget, which hopefully you took Sherry's advice and you have your slip, at least a picture of it. But if you forget all that, and you get to your table, well, either way, right? Like if you have the photo and you get to your table, um, your name is going to be in the bag already, right? So you have
Right.
the copy.
Right.
So
And you
just
can,
make sure.
the way I look at it is the dealer can call the floor over and they can figure it out from there. But at least I'm where I'm supposed to be at the time I'm supposed to be there, right?
The other thing too, even more than all of that stuff, you can't, if you don't have your ID, it's going to be a big mess. So
Yeah.
make sure
Yeah.
to have your ID. I was telling them at the table the other day, I remember a few years back, one of the previous players of the year had forgotten his ID, and he actually happened to be seated like right below his banner, and he's like
Oh,
pointing up to the banner.
that's
I mean,
amazing.
like that is totally the advantage of winning player. Well,
That's
I'm sorry,
amazing.
that is totally the advantage of buying player of the year. So,
Right.
so that benefit comes along with it. The other thing too, when you're mentioning like parking and stuff like that, to parking and then taking a picture of your buy-in ticket. There's two things with parking, right? Like before you head out to the parking garage, look at that, like and put your phone away, because um, I haven't heard of things at Paris going sideways, but there's certainly plenty of stories out there of casinos around the country. There being shenanigans happening in the parking garage. Be aware of what's around you as you walk out there. Those parking garages seem to be better monitored than other places, but I never waste any time in that
Right.
area if I am parking. And valet parking, whatever it costs, every time I self park, like I sit there and think, this is not worth it. Like I feel like it's, especially at your local casinos, like walking out to some dark parking lot, like
Well, and I'm going to
don't do
just
that.
remind everybody there's no shame in asking for an escort to your car. If you feel a little nervous or you have more cash on you than you like, to be carrying around, there is no shame in asking for an escort to your vehicle. Being a female, we worry about that all the time. I very rarely do I not park at valet when I go to a casino, just because at 3 in the morning, when I'm done at the poker table, I don't want to walk into a parking garage by myself. So very rarely will I not park at a valet when it's offered.
Yes.
As a matter of fact, during the pandemic, when I was still traveling around to play poker, you didn't have valets, and I was like, okay, I don't like this because I don't, poker players, we leave the, card room at all hours of the day and night, and I didn't like having to go into a parking garage at 3 or 4 in the morning by myself. I mean,
Yeah, and I've literally, like, I've had the experience where I went to cash out. I felt like I was kind of being watched. If you get that kind of feeling, no shame in, like, taking a check, or
yes,
depositing the money into a TBIC account or whatever. And another good point is, especially these big events, as the money bubble bursts, if you're fortunately or unfortunately a min cashier, and there's these huge lines. Just remember, you don't have to. All you need to do is, before you leave the tournament area, get your slip. They'll give you the card and put you into the computer. Don't leave until they put you in the computer. But you don't have to run right over to collect right then and wait in some huge line. You can collect at any time. Like
Right on.
if you show up there at you know late in the early morning hours to like even 7-8 o'clock a.m. Chance, well, actually, even let's say this, the payout line, before 10 a.m. to like midnight to 10 a.m., it's going to be pretty low. Like the line, they're going to be kind of kicking
Right.
back, waiting for you to come. So better to do that than to sit there and wait in some huge line, especially like the main event gets like that. And honestly, like if you're fortunate enough to cash in the main event, going and sitting in line with a bunch of people telling their bad beat stories is not what you want to do,
You're such a diva,
Like
Brian.
seriously, yeah, go get yourself a drink, have a good time, fire off some
Oh,
blackjack
you're
or whatever you got to
so
do.
funny.
But
Oh,
but had I had that to do over again, Sherry, this is kind of
I
like a
love it.
sick roundabout way to like brag about cashing in the main.
Right.
Uh, if I had it to do over, I would have not gone and collected the money. I did something even more dumb. I took the money with me. I hopped in the Uber, and and then I'm talking to the Uber guy about how I just cashed in the main
Yeah,
event.
never tell the Uber.
Yeah.
If they ask you if you won, the answer is no.
No,
I have left
I
the
lost
casino broke.
everything. I have
Let me tell
nothing.
you a story that will warm your heart.
By the way, I don't carry money. Like since that experience, and it wasn't like he was going to steal money or anything like that.
Right,
But
right,
I just do not carry cash. And
right. Let
so
me tell you a little story from last year, and I'm not gonna name drop because even though I know that the somebody that was with them already made all this public, I just don't think it's right to name drop anyway.
don't
But
talk about Phil Hellmuth like this.
no, 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 no. So a friend of mine, an acquaintance of mine, being a huge tournament back in December for like 3/4 of a mil. So a really good friend of mine is part of his posse. So what do? There is like 4 or 5 guys and 2 women go up to the cage and get 3/4 of a million
Gosh,
in cash. And they're
wow,
stuffing it into each of the girls' purses.
wow. Oh my gosh,
And because the girls were the only ones that had, like, nobody had a backpack. The girls had their pocketbooks, right? So,
yeah.
and like a plastic garbage bag. Okay. And it is incredible. I mean, yeah, yeah.
I
Anyway,
I
so
do not advise that.
yeah, I don't advise that either. They make a mad dash, because they're nervous. So my friend is telling me, she's like, so we stuff all these bricks because they're not even
Yeah,
blocks, they're
yeah,
bricks,
yeah. They're definitely bricks.
and so she's like, we're stuffing these bricks of 50K into our pocketbooks. Do you know how heavy that is?
Oh
She goes,
yeah.
then we get a plastic bag and we're putting them in the plastic bag. And then we're all like, we've got to run because word is going to get out. Like people are seeing us do this. And so then they like are running through the casino to go
Oh
catch a
geez.
cab or whatever. They get outside to the taxi line, and the person that won it, I think, tipped like there was a long line. They went to the front of the line and gave the guy, I don't know, 500 or $1,000 and said, we got to cut line, and we just got to go. So they get in the next 2 taxis, and they're on the phone with each other saying, let's make sure we're not getting followed. I mean, this is like, are you kidding me right now? She called me the next day to tell me the story. I was dying. I was like, why? Like, why not like get a check? Why not do a wire transfer? Why? I mean, Why not come back later with an appropriate sized duffel bag to put it in? I don't even know, but I don't know. I don't recommend that theory.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think the good thing is that as the years have gone on, I've seen less cash flying around, so
Hell yes.
it's nicer to do that. It's smarter to not be carrying a bunch of cash on you and that
Well,
kind of
I
thing.
mean, even if you were going to do something like that, which we absolutely don't recommend, I mean, why not just come the next day with some, armed, you know,
Yeah, hire
yeah,
security detail.
yes, or have the
Yeah,
casino
yeah.
provide it for
If
you,
I'm
or
picking up 750K in cash, I'm probably going to arrive in an armored truck.
yeah, I just think there's so many other ways to do it, which is much
They can
safer.
wire, first off, they can wire that to your bank account. They
Yes,
can give you a check. They can do
you could take,
anything,
yeah, yeah,
anything but that. Do not
yeah.
take cash. Another thing is like, that's, I don't know, like, I don't think it, I mean, there's been cases, this is something we should talk about, Sherry, now that you brought that up. There's laws that allow police officers to seize
Oh, confiscate. You
cash.
better believe it.
So you can almost be guaranteed if they took that and hopped in a car and drove across country and got pulled over in such
No,
and such Oklahoma,
100%.
like they're gonna seize that cash, and the police make it very hard to get that money back,
And I'm going to
and
tell
a
you,
lot of
I
times
know
they
a
just
group
keep
of
it.
poker players that traveled the circuit together, and that's exactly what happened to them.
Yeah,
They were all very successful grinders traveling together, and they got pulled over, and their money was seized. Tens of thousands of dollars was
yeah,
seized, and it
and
took it.
and two, the reason that they're seizing it, the law is supposed to be because you can't prove where the money came from.
Right,
And the thing about that is, there was a guy that got pulled over, and he literally like was able to show them bank statements and all of that stuff. Actually, I guess his deal is he didn't really have a bank account, but he was able to show the check stubs going through the bank and all of this
right.
stuff, and show that it was legitimate cash. But that didn't even matter. It took him a long time. I don't even know if he ever got the money back. And the that deal was very sad. I don't think he was going to do a poker tournament or anything. I think he needed that money to be able to,
To
like,
live.
it was almost like he was rescuing his son or daughter, going and picking them up and bringing them
Oh.
somewhere or something. It was a real super
Well,
sad
I can
story.
tell you that the grinders, it took them a while, but they got the money back because they were able to get the printouts from the tournaments that they were winning money in.
Yeah, you
And
have to literally sue to get the money. It's
yeah,
not
I
like
mean, it was a,
it's a prove your innocence kind of
yeah,
thing. It's just
it's,
absurd. So don't try not to carry a lot of cash for that reason as well. But it's just not smart.
it's just not safe,
I
folks.
mean,
It's
back
it,
in the day, I remember sitting at Bellagio one time. I was, within my first year of playing poker, probably, and I'm sitting there. It was right just before a WPT championship, and this guy walks in with two $50,000 bricks, one in each hand. He sets them on the table and he walks off to the restroom. And I was like, where on earth does that happen? So I'm glad that kind of thing doesn't really go on as often anymore. Especially that thing was where, back then they didn't have the poker room built. And so
right,
this was literally like in the middle of the casino. Um, and he just set him down and walked off to the restroom. I was like, wow.
crazy.
Now they did have a security guard standing by the table, so whatever. But happy that they don't do those kind of things anymore.
Right.
And it is a good thing to mention to you know not carry a lot of cash, not just because you're worried about getting robbed. The robber might be the police. So
Amen, brother. And you
it's
know what
called
I wanted?
it. By the way, if you're doubting this kind of thing or you haven't heard of it, it's called civil asset forfeiture,
Yep.
and it's legally should be illegal. Like
Yep.
like the police become, they legally rob you of your money. You
Yeah,
know.
they definitely are pushing the limits. They're definitely pushing the limits, and they find a way to do it with using that law when
Yeah.
it comes to a poker player carrying a large piece of cash. So don't be fooled. You know what I wanted to bring up?
Yeah.
Just because I think it's something fun that everybody can do. Ebony Kennedy is doing what she's calling the Booty Blitz. And she is on a daily basis hiding a card protector. And every day she's releasing a Twitter post,
Oh, that's fun.
and you have to find the card marker. And if you do, you're going to get 1% of whatever she wins that day in a tournament or
Wow.
that
Cool.
tournament. So if she's playing, say, I don't know one of the, say, the $600, what were we talking about, deep stack today? If you
Yes.
find, and she's playing it, and you find, she's going to give you a clue on a video, and you find that card marker via that clue and take it to her, then you're going to win 1% of her winnings from that tournament. So kind of fun. It's called Booty Blitz. So check out Ebony Kennedy's Twitter.
Tweeter.
Twitter.
Good morning, Veronica. How are you doing?
Good
Hey.
morning, Sherry. Good morning, software. I just have a question for you guys. Are you guys planning on doing this every morning during the series? Because I am loving this. I feel like I'm getting a news update, except the news is just World Series of Poker stuff. I love this.
So it's funny because last year I was sitting with Kev Math and it was like 10 a.m. And, the poker news people hadn't started for the day. He's getting barraged with questions and there's just, I was saying like there was a complete lack of kind of coverage in the morning. So I said I was going to do this and then didn't really know what the format was going to be. Abby and I, my daughter, we've been talking. I was saying you could do the research and all that, because everything happens late at night, and then there's no kind of like update. There's not a lot of updates as you get into the day. So I didn't know what format it was going to be. It turned out like Twitter Spaces kind of came along, and I figured this would be a good place to do it.
Well, and if you remember, Veronica, well, you may not have been in that space, but thank you for the kind words. If you, a few weeks ago, I was actually telling Eden to do this, that this is something he should do every day. And, he didn't take the advice. And when I went up and I
That
was
is shocking.
yeah, when I was boots on the ground in Cherokee, I had, a good friend of mine come up to me and say, you have to do some kind of day-to-day coverage on Twitter Spaces when the WSOP starts. And so I had actually talked to Donna about it, and we both are busy. And then Brian came along, and it's kind of been like a meeting of the minds that we're like, yeah, let's just do it every day. And whatever happens, happens. And if we can't for some reason, we can't. But that's our goal. And thank you for the kind words.
Yeah, go ahead, Brian.
Can I make a suggestion, if I may? And like, obviously, this is just as a person who would tune in every morning just to hear. If you do this on a regular basis, I would say just call it the same thing, start it at the same time,
Hmm.
and World Series of Poker update day, whatever. And then I would suggest, because not everyone's going to get up this early, right? We got some people who are just going to roll in at like 1 p.m. for a tournament. I would
That
suggest having like the first 15, 20 minutes be just straight updates of everything that's been going
Yep.
on, whatever you want to say, because you guys are doing a great job with that. And then after that, let the conversations continue so that people who want to listen to the recorded, sound know that the first 15, 20 minutes is going to be updates, so they can just listen to that. And they
Right.
can stay listening later on if they want, but at least they'll get their news right in the beginning. And then whatever the conversation turns into. That's all.
Yeah,
Agreed.
it has to be that way too, because just, and Sherry and I were talking a little bit before the show, is that you know the time of the show has to be kind of right. We feel like 9 o'clock is the good time frame. It's not too early. If it's a little later, then events have already started, but we're right in that window where people are rushing to the Rio. Oh my goodness, rushing to the tournament.
I miss the Rio right now, to be
Oh
honest.
my gosh, yeah. Well, with the traffic, they probably maybe should have gone back for this year. I don't know, but yeah. So it's in that window. I'm getting ready to head over there. And I have this kind of question or whatever. So yeah, that quick update, and then obviously, if anybody has anything where I didn't see the tables posted. Do you know what table I'm at or something like that? Hopefully. We can find the table structure and all that, those
and help them.
spreadsheets,
Yep.
and find them in there and let them know where to head. The other thing too is making sure that our information is right. So that's why I'm just going to post KevMath's daily update too as we read through it, so that we can that's to me KevMath is obviously the official source. So as they move things around and stuff like that, we know we aren't giving somebody the wrong time or something like that. But one last thing is, again, a reminder, cannot say it enough, especially if you're just coming into town. It takes a long time to get over there. Usually, like I don't know, I've been going over there around 1 or 2, maybe earlier in the morning. It's easier. Certainly, when I went at 1 o'clock, it was a little easier to get there than when I went at 4 o'clock. It was just unbelievable. They're resurfacing the roads around the World Series for the Formula One race coming up. And so literally like every um, every side of the World Series is kind of surrounded with road construction. So I can't say it enough. Park somewhere where, if you're having trouble getting in and you're hopefully not running a little late, but if you are running a little late, try to find, MGM Grand or on the south
Harris.
side, or what did you say, Sherry?
Harris.
Or Harrah's on the north side, I think it is, right? Um, to be able to park there and take the monorail over will be much faster. I literally, to get from New York to Paris took me over an hour the other day. So you don't want to be you on day 2 of an event. So if you can stay now I'm going to call it Bally's, right? You can stay at the Shoehorn, as Abby would say. That's a good plan. You can just go upstairs. If you can't stay there, try to stay somewhere with a monorail stop.
Yeah, I was just about to say, go park at a monorail location, pay for whatever, $10 for parking. I don't know how much it is. I remember back in the day when you could park for free at every hotel, but
Yeah,
Right.
yeah,
go get on a hotel. I don't know if it's like, I'm gonna look up to see how far the monorail goes now, but I think like Sahara, or on the other end, like Luxor or Excalibur, and then take the monorail. Otherwise, you're gonna fucking want to gouge your eyeballs
just
out in that
gouge you
traffic.
out the whole thing.
100%.
Yeah, the other thing too is if you're diamond and that sort of thing, you can get free parking. So pay attention to that. It would be interesting. I should look up. I think that parking for me the other day at MGM was $24. So that's kind of stiff. And then it was $6 each way for the monorail. So
They're literally just gouging us at this point.
yeah,
It just feels like every single thing we do is gouged, and like everything's overpriced, and it's getting to a point where the experience is not even like fun half the time. Like there are times where I'm like, do I really want to go to the series and just like overpay for every single thing I do?
yeah. No, I totally get that. Like last year, that's one of the things I kept giving Jack crap about. I walk up to him and say, um, you know, really, Jack? Like you got to, I'm playing thousands of dollars in Vig, and you're gonna, I need to pay. You just need that extra $20 from me. Like, come on. Like I feel like if you're buying into a World Series event, you should probably get free parking for the.
Yeah, I mean, we used to get parking at Rio. It wasn't that bad to get to the Rio. As much as I hate Legionnaire's disease, I almost would rather risk it at this point.
For free parking.
Yeah, my
Well, not
friend.
just free parking, but like
Ugh.
just it's off the strip, right? So you could easily
Yep.
pull into the Rio, and the parking lot's massive. You get robbed a bit here and there, but
Yeah,
whatever.
goes with the
And then
territory.
Doable.
yeah, it just is just shitty. That cafe at the Rio was shitty though. It was open for like 2 hours a day, and half the time it wasn't even open. So,
Oh
but
yeah.
the food choices, I just don't feel they do a good job with. I don't know. I'm becoming a disgruntled old like crusty woman who isn't happy with anything anymore. I just don't want to pay $8 for a bag of chips. I don't want to pay $30 for a salad with like 2 ounces of chicken in it, you know?
Yeah,
Agree.
you want them to value your business and have some perks for doing that. Like it totally makes sense. Like the thing is, Veronica, with the food is because I've been thinking about it. I don't know if there's a solution. The problem is that these big big places, they have the banquet, right? Because this is a thing where it's in the convention center, so it falls under the convention center staff, and then you've got to go with their their vendor, right? Their food services,
Yeah,
and so
they're unionized food service.
you end up in this situation. Literally, it's crazy. Like I've done trade shows where we have a booth, and I was like, hey, what would it cost us to have whatever, a keg in there, or actually one time I was like, can we bring our own this? And they're like, no, you have to get that from us. Well, how much is it? It's like completely ridiculous price. um,
Do you know what
so
else I did this year? One issue, if some of you have not gone to Vegas yet and you're planning on going, is power for your phone, finding an outlet. So this year, I actually bought myself this like heavy duty, like ridiculous power. It's like a power block almost.
yeah.
You could plug in multiple outlets. Like it's supposed to be good. I get blackouts occasionally in San Jose. So I bought this thing. I thought it would be good for more than just the series. But this year I'm not even gonna just bring a purse. I'm bringing a backpack and I'm keeping my own power with me because the like your phone starts to die, you can't charge your phone, you can't get to a bathroom, you fucking have to pay $200 for a salad. So I'm just bringing my own power. Just keep in mind, like if you have a power source, like get something that's like can charge your phone more than just like 50% after, like after your phone starts dying. So
I'm going to give a
it's
recommendation for one of those that I bought. I don't know if you have the same one, but it's called Power Ad, and it has two USBs plus a phone um, charger
Yep.
input.
Mine, the one I have, also has a 110 outlet on it. So
yeah,
Nice.
so
that's kind of nice.
mine's called Novo, and
No,
it's a power station, and it's got like 30,000. I don't know.
Yeah,
It
nice.
can charge your phone like 7 times.
yeah,
It's got an outlet. It's got USB. It's got a even like a AC DC, but I don't know. It's just it can charge my phone for like 4 days. So
Awesome. That's a good
yeah.
hit.
and that's the thing that people just forget. And the last thing you want to do, if you forget all that, don't feed those guys in the hallway. I mean, I thought we were going to get rid of them from the
They're
It's
Rio, and then
crazy.
the
Well,
guys,
anyone
they
who
don't.
doesn't have Twitter is still buying those chargers.
Yeah,
100%.
yeah, and then I'm sitting there, right? I walk, you go by the guy like the first day of the series, he offers you his deal, and you're like, no thanks, my friend, have a great day. And by the end of the series, you're like, F off, buddy. It's like, you just,
That's
and
because
he
they would
tilts you.
stand in front of you, wave stuff in your face. It was annoying.
My daughter got scammed the other day, I think, over there, Veronica. Let me ask you what you think. So they have this little VR game down there downstairs, and she's walking, and she's like the sweetest kid. People think she's naive, but she's really not not that naive, but this time I think she was. So she texts me. She says, down there at the VR game, the guy said that he'd give me his employee discount. He was this cute guy and he was giving her attention. And so guess how much this VR game was? You got to guess. It was like 5 minutes long on an employee discount. Anybody got to guess?
$50.
Well, she didn't get ripped off that bad. It was $30. Do you think that's like a discount? I literally want to go over there and find out how much the real price is. Because I think she got scammed down there. I don't know.
I think
Well,
she paid
How
the
long was the
exact
game?
price.
$30. How many
it
minutes
was
was
like
she playing?
5 minutes. She said.
Yeah, that's a fucking ripoff.
Yeah.
$30, I would think like a 20-minute game or something.
Right.
Yeah, right. Like at least 20 minutes, I would think. So anyway, she came by the next day, and the guy was offering the deal to somebody else, some other girl.
I think Poker Pro Eric has had his hand up for a while.
Sorry. Go ahead. Thanks for seeing that, Veronica. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say in relation to the traffic they're having, obviously it's because of we know it's the F1 paving and such and other shit, but there's only one real monorail in Las Vegas. So you mentioned Sahara and the Hilton up north. That's a good place maybe to park, but the Excalibur and Luxor one, that's not part of the monorail system. It only ends at the Excalibur, so you have to walk from the rest of the way.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
I didn't know
it only
that.
goes like 3 hotels. So
the one on the west side of the
it's
strip
fake.
Is not what you want.
No, it doesn't go anywhere. Also, I heard you mention New York, New York. I mean, that's like a 12-minute walk, bro, to the Bally's Paris if you're walking fast.
Is that crazy?
Can we stop telling stories about a 1-hour Uber rides when you could have hopped out and walked 12 minutes?
Well, I'm kind of lazy.
It's hot.
I understand,
so
Sherry, but
hot.
there's no monorail. It's a 12-minute walk, and this guy's taking a 1-hour Uber. So yeah, my suggestion would be if anyone listens to this, if you're like poor Veronica, because Veronica said I think she's staying in a house with Sasha and a few other guys and Mikey and such, and it's like I don't know where you're at, but you're gonna have to drive in every day, right?
I'm gonna go to the Win and play cash every day. That's what I'm gonna do.
Okay, so that's not a big deal. But
also Sasha has a Porsche now. I was trying to tell you yesterday, but
no, I was saying a few years ago when I saw him 2 years ago. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
so I want to say the Bally's Paris does have an actual monorail stop, so that's good. The Wynn does not, but yeah, if you want to take the monorail from anywhere, let's say on the east side, Brian, then you can actually get directly to Bally's.
Yeah, and the monorail runs behind the hotels on the east side, so
right.
Typically, actually, I think all of the places.
If you do get on one Excalibur, it will not get you anywhere where you need to go.
It'll only take you over to the Aria.
No, actually, it will not get you to Aria. Actually.
Oh, it doesn't connect to that
but
one?
There's two. Yeah. So MGM has a monorail for the city center, which goes Bellagio, Aria, and then Monte Carlo, I believe. But there's a separate one that goes Excalibur, Luxor, Mandalay Bay. That's just for those 3 hotels. So
sorry, Eric, can you tell us again which hotels have the real monorail?
Okay, it starts as far north as like Sahara and the Hilton, way up north on the east side. And it goes all the way down to the MGM Grand on the south side. So it's probably like 5 miles, maybe 6 miles. But then it stops it stops at Bally's, which is great. It stops at Flamingo, Caesars, and and then it stops like the convention center. So there's only like 6, 7 stops.
I'm probably going to park at Sahara then.
Yeah, because the Wynn, you'd have to walk about a mile from the Wynn to get to the to a stop. It's pretty far away because the Wynn is so new. Unfortunately, they never built a station there.
No, I'm just saying if I go to the series, I'll park at Sahara. But if I want to play at the Wynn, I'll just go park there.
Yeah, it's the same price for the monorail regardless of where you go. So you might as well get as far away from the traffic as possible, and that'd be Sahara.
Is it a 24-hour ticket, Eric? Do you know?
Yeah, they have one way, or you can buy a 24-hour.
Yeah, well, because like some train tickets, guys, like a real train ticket, it depends how far you go. It's like more expensive, but I would just park as far away as possible from the strip, like that'd be Sahara or the Hilton, and then you could, and the stop's right at Bally's, so you'd be it's probably like a 3-minute walk from the station to the World Series. That close.
Is it a 24-hour monorail?
Yeah, the ticket's 24 hours.
Yes. Yes.
No, not the ticket. I mean, does it run 24
That
hours?
I don't know anymore. I think it does actually end at some point, guys. That is a worry.
But it's super late.
Wait, I have it on my hold on, I posted it.
Oh, you
Let
did?
me go look. Yeah. I did about a week ago.
It comes like every 8 minutes, but I don't know if it stops at some point, like it stops coming.
11 minutes, Eric. 11.
And I thought it was 24/7, but let's double check.
Well, at one point they did go back. Here's the hours. Monday 7 a.m. to midnight. Tuesday 7 a.m. to 2 a.m. And then that's the
the answer is 2 a.m. every day except weekends is 3 a.m.
3 a.m.
So you got to get on the monorail way before 3 a.m. then hopefully.
But the stops. Yeah, it goes to the Sahara between MGM and Sahara. Stops at Horseshoe, Paris, Caesar's Palace, Flamingo, Harrah's, Link, and what is that? Boingo?
That's not a real thing.
That?
Well, I would say that the key is this is a conversation that we would never have like 6 months ago. That wouldn't really matter. But now with this traffic that everyone's talking about, I feel like the monorail is like more important than ever.
So yeah, that's the convention center stop is there, and then the Westgate, which is
it's right next. Is that right by Sahara?
Yeah, is the Westgate the Hilton?
That's correct. That's the Hilton.
Okay, and then Sahara has a stop too.
But I think this is actually usable. And again, it's just a short walk from the Valley Station. It's probably a 3 to 4 minute walk from the train actually to the poker room. Pretty close.
Yeah, if you know where the food court is there, Veronica, at the Horseshoe, the food court down there, it comes out near there.
The Horseshoe?
Yes.
At Bally's.
Yeah. Oh no, I have no idea.
You know Esbaro, Johnny Rockets, Nathan's Hot Dogs.
I don't think.
Okay, so what Brian was talking about the VR, when you go down the escalator, there's those creepy guys trying to sell you on VR, and if you keep walking, you get to the you get to Esbaro, Nathan's Hot Dogs, Johnny Rockets, and then right behind that 4 minute walk is the train station. So you're only outdoors for like 4 minutes maybe.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Pretty accessible, quick.
Yeah, so that I think is definitely that beats walking. That is one thing that I always tell people about Vegas. A lot of times you come outside of a hotel and you're like, oh, it's the next hotel is, or it's like 2 hotels over, no big deal. And it's like, people don't realize it's like, 115 out and, it's really like a mile away or so.
Yeah, Vegas is definitely an optical illusion because the buildings and hotels are so big. Yeah. That it makes it look like it's just, quarter block down, down. Well, it's really 5 miles away.
All right, I got breaking news. I want everyone to go check out our friend Nick Vertucci. Veronica is tweeting at somebody. I don't want to say who, but it's there's a Twitter battle going on with Nick Vertucci and someone.
Oh Lord!
Well, what's new, right?
One of Sherry's best friends.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get off because I gotta run an errand. But thank you so much for letting me be a speaker, and thanks for the updates, guys. Appreciate it. You guys are great.
Thank you.
Software. Let's get to that. What do you think? Are you reading the tweets?
I actually have the guy blocked.
Oh, you have Nick Vertucci blocked.
No, not Nick.
Oh, okay. You can read Nick Vertucci's tweet.
It's funny. Like when I first heard Nick, I was like, "What? Who is this knucklehead?" And then he really I gained a lot of respect for him. He came on and confronts he confronts
stuff.
Confront is maybe the wrong
he confronted me.
word.
I got in trouble because I said what you just said. I was like, who is this guy? Why is he so famous? He's not even a real poker player. He's like a showrunner. And then he came onto my show and got angry at me that I said, why?
He is a showrunner. He is a poker player.
I know. I know what he is, guys. He's not a poker player.
So funny. No, I'm not talking about that. Are you talking about the tweet from last night?
No. Right now, breaking news right now.
Oh, I don't see it.
Well, go to.
It's not showing.
It's like right now. Yeah, no apology loves it. He's loving the tweet. It's a mutiny.
Oh no.
I don't see it.
Well, maybe you blocked him then, Sherry.
No, I don't have him blocked.
I mean, my thing is, like a
But it may be because of spaces that it's not reloading all the new stuff. You know what I mean?
Okay,
Because
make love not war. You want me to post? He said I should. He said I should post it on top of the thing. I don't know if you want me to or
why
not.
don't you just read it to us?
Final.
Just read it to us.
You're officially out of your mind. That was a total joke to have fun, not anything else. Now that I know how you feel, I will no longer acknowledge you. I've done nothing but support you in your spaces in the past.
Oh wow, we're going in.
Well, because somebody,
We going
Brian
in.
can't read it, but somebody called him. He
yeah.
says, "Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, Nick, quote, stumbling and bumbling Vertucci." Yeah.
Wow,
Yeah.
Hello,
wow,
pot.
that's so
Hello, pot.
rude.
Stumbling and bumbling. Yikes. Not my
Oh
Oh
words.
my
Yeah.
goodness.
I didn't see that coming.
oh oh
And
well.
and the thing is, it's like, oh, that's where I'm not seeing it. Yeah. So, yeah, like my thing is, I don't want to be the middle of the crosshairs of the anger
Crazy.
and the reasons for why this person's life isn't turning out the way they desire. I wish him the best, and I hope it doesn't turn out the way that I think it's going to. But it's very important, I don't want to drag it on every day and talk about his nonsense, but if you're going to give to somebody um, compassion, and you're going to hope that they're going to turn it around, that starts with them. And I can rip on Eden all day long or anybody else, but honestly, like in the poker community, I think there's a problem with people either trying to build somebody up too much or tear people down, and really not focusing on themselves. Like, honestly, if I want to talk about Eden's alcohol problem, I obviously have a problem with putting too much food in my mouth. So, like, I want to come out and be accountable to all of you guys and say the first thing is like, I don't need $1 million to lose weight. Like, I'm going to do that on my own,
For you.
and turn that like negative of like, hey, why can't this guy quit alcohol, to say, well, wait a second, look at myself and say, what thing have I been avoiding confronting in my own life to change, or what things that I could do to, make a positive impact in my life, right?
Good.
Like, when you really dive into things, and I've had a lot of conversations this week, it's been kind of crazy. Like, I'm not typically the person that like talks to people about their problems and stuff like that. Like, that's generally not me. But people have real issues, and that stuff that's going on with Eden is, there's a history there. I think we all know that. And while I'm not going to give him compassion in the form of any kind of, you know attention, direct attention,
Engagement.
or trying to help him work what did we say earlier, trying to help him understand his problems. Like, like, it doesn't mean I don't have compassion for whatever in his life has caused him to get to this point. And to hope that he does turn it around, but I'm not optimistic. So, you
Well,
know
very well said. And if it's okay with you, I'm going to pivot this conversation and let you off the hook a little bit.
there you go.
But your compassion is, is shining through those last statements, and we appreciate you for it.
Well,
Uh, you,
don't build me up, Sherry. Don't build me up. Don't tear me down. Just be there, right?
I That's right. I'm going to get in the moment and say at the Orleans today at
Yes.
11 a.m., there's a $200 no limit Sunday special with a 50K guarantee. At 4 p.m., there is a $120 buy in no limit 1K bankroll builder with a 5K guarantee. And at 7 p.m., there's a $200 buy in super stack with a 20K guarantee no limit tournament. So that's what's going on at the Orleans today.
Do you know, Sherry, is that $200 50K guarantee, is that a weekly thing or is that part of like the summer thing? Do you know?
Um, okay, so the paper I'm looking at that I printed is the Orleans Summer Open, May 29th through July 9th. So I guess that's their summer series.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, and just I every time we bring up the guarantees with them, I specifically remember last year them not meeting a guarantee. So a guarantee is in quotes, and they on that tournament, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong. Someone, I never want to be wrong about it. Um, I remember them not meeting the guarantee and then deciding to change the terms. So while I understand that, I don't support it. If you're going to put a guarantee out there, you need to be prepared to live up to that. So
Honor it, and I totally agree. But I also would say on the flip side of that, that they met all their other guarantees last summer. So yeah,
yes,
there was one, but we have to give them credit for meeting the others. But
that
definitely
is true. Yeah.
buyer
Well,
beware,
hold on.
buyer
Did
beware.
they meet the others or did they get to the others? If that makes sense.
Well, either way, they were paid.
Yeah, yeah, they were paid. I think it was the last one was a bigger guarantee. It was a multi-flight thing, and they didn't get there. And I took some crap probably from different. Well, I don't know. They different industry people like didn't like. Kind of wanted explained right that side of things and how they end up in a position internally where you know they're getting from their higher ups that they're not going to do it. I just it's shocking to me that you can put some, to me they put out the word guarantee, that to me is a legal thing. And
Well, it's not a recommendation; it's a guarantee. You know?
Right,
100%.
right. And so you know you you should have to live by that. Exactly. I think if you're going to put it out there as a guarantee.
That old what do they say about truth in advertising, right? That's what you advertised all the way to the moment people bought in. Uh,
Yeah, and my thing too
guess
is
what?
as much as I wanted to be sympathetic to what they were saying, and their internal like situation with it, my thing is just don't call it a guarantee, call it a 50K target or something like that, because that's what it is, and then
100%.
Well, I
make
always
it
argue.
clear to
So here in
people what you're.
California, the laws that you're in Southern California, but it's still the state has different laws than Nevada. I don't know what Nevada has, but there's one
Yeah,
casino here in downtown Sac, and they've had some pretty hefty guarantees that they put, and they always put at the bottom in the fine print. They put like it's like asterisk based on number of entries. So if that's the deal legally, that to put that, why not just put $1 million guarantee at like a small card room, or $10 million guarantee, and then just put based on number of
yeah,
entries?
$100 million
And then
guarantee.
say,
Yeah,
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 again, legally
exactly.
they have to say based on number of entries. So I don't understand why card
Right.
rooms would even just not do that, make it really exciting.
Well, at least they're saying it, because a lot of times I think it's buried somewhere in their rules or whatever, and that's just not right.
Yeah,
Like,
I think California card rooms are different because they're not actual casinos. They don't have slots. They don't have blackjack. Oh, they have blackjack, but the blackjack's not the casino run. I think that the laws are different here. They can actually guarantee whatever and then back out of it legally, like, to protect the card
yeah,
rooms. But I did want to say Black Cat just DM'd me. What would you say, Black Cat? He says, he goes, since your last update, Nick versus Eden Rocks is heating up. Breaking story.
All right, Eric, go check it out.
I'll go
Report
report
back,
back.
brother. Come
breaking
on.
stories. Okay, so let me go through to the day today, just for those of you that are just joining. The bracelet event schedule starting off just about a half hour ago is day 2 of the Mystery Millions. So if you're on day 2 and you are not there yet, you better get flying over there. The also just started a half an hour ago at 10 a.m. The 600 no limit deep stack. I think this is one of the, for people that are on a budget this year, this is definitely one that is a good event to hit up. because you're going to get a lot of chips and a lot of play at a low buy-in. So definitely a good one to hit up there.
I have a question directly on that, actually.
Yeah, go
So
ahead.
I am staying at the Horseshoe, so I'm not going to be going. Sorry, I know I just had cereal.
Oh,
Are you
I
okay?
am.
are you still
I might not
alive,
make it to the World
Eric?
Series in time. Okay. Anyway, so I'm staying at the Horseshoe. I'm not going to be going to Orleans. I don't know why. Why would people go to the Orleans when there's daily deep stacks at the Rio? Like, what? Isn't the prize pools much bigger at the Rio?
You
But
you will
sorry,
be
not the Rio, the Horseshoe.
surprised.
Horseshoe.
You will be surprised how many people just love the Orleans, and the Orleans does a lot of
No,
mixed
I
games.
do.
So
I go
your
there. I
mixed
play Omaha.
players
I
love
play
that.
the 816
There
and
you
such
go.
deal.
That's
Yeah.
why.
So
And people just love that
yeah.
Orleans. They just do.
Okay, the tournaments wise, the poker room's not as big. It's pretty big, but not huge. And I feel
Right.
like if you're going to play these daily tournaments, like $200, $300, is there a reason should I leave the Horseshoe like at all?
well,
The fields will be smaller.
the
Smaller.
reason is the reason, Eric, which again, I'm a guy that you'll probably always find me in the 1 p.m. deep stack if I'm not
Yeah,
in an event. The reason is that likely they know that there's that reality, so they need to do something to get you over there. So they do that by having a better
a fake
structure
guarantee or something.
and
Yeah.
things like that.
Well, like for
And
example,
sometimes
our friend
some of
Jeremy
these
Becker.
tournaments have.
Jeremy Becker won't be at the Win apparently because he's playing the Horseshoe tournaments as backers, but like he's been crushing those things. Like, should I go to the Win and try my luck over there? I don't know. I mean, is that
Well, if he's not going to be
well? That's a
there,
good.
you
That
definitely
wasn't the
want
point,
to
but yeah, good point
go.
Yeah.
actually.
I'm
I
just
got a
kidding.
question.
Yeah.
Brian, Eric, you said you play over at the Orleans. Does the Orleans have a shuttle to the strip? Because their parking is free, and if they have a shuttle to the strip, that would be a good play too, people.
Yeah, I don't think they do. I've driven. They have a underground covered parking garage I park in. I've been over there a few times, but I've never
Okay.
played. I've only played one tournament there. But again, during the series, I know other casinos have tournaments. Like Brian was saying, they try to entice you. But I feel
Right.
like the Rio. I keep saying the name Rio, the Horseshoe. Well, because they used to call them Rio dailies or something like that. But the Horseshoe has those
Yeah.
Yep.
$200 and $300 dailies, and the winners get thousands of dollars. And the fields are so much bigger. I feel like than the Wynn or Orleans. I don't know if it's worth it to go elsewhere.
Well, but some people want to go elsewhere because the fields are smaller. I have friends that don't like to play fields that
True.
are
Like
over two or three.
here's the thing. I'm not rich, but I'm not poor. What I do want to do is win some money, and for
I
small,
don't
we have because
disagree.
yesterday was the $10,000 dealer's choice bracelet event. I don't know what the field size was, but it was very small. But the $10,000 buy-in, it's going to be a nice prize pool. But if I'm not going to go down the street play a $200 tournament with only 60 people, that's no fun.
I
Wait,
totally
which,
agree. I'm just giving you reasons that I
Oh,
hear.
okay.
which by the way,
Boots on the ground.
that 10K dealer's choice, my tag team partner Dutch Boyd's still in it.
Wait,
Nice.
how many people left?
Going into
How many
day
left?
2. Let me see here. 10K dealer's choice. Let me pull it up here. I'm almost there. There is 114 players left. I'm sorry, 114 players started, 58 players left. So
Oh,
about half the field.
yeah.
John, but that's the one earlier I was talking about, Eric. There are killers in that field. John Hennigan has the lead, and Marco Johnson is in second. David Bach in third. Ray Henson in sixth. Patrick Leonard. Brian Rast is in ninth. David Baker is in 10th. So
Tough field.
it is definitely a stacked field. I mean, as you obviously expect, you're not going to probably get a lot of brand new players that are
Right.
going to do the 10K dealer's choice. But Scott Severs left, Kerry Katz, Mike I can never say his name, Gorodinsky, Robert Mizrachi, who busted my Kings a couple years ago. I have
He's such a
forgotten.
sweetheart.
I always take note of that, Sherry, that kind of thing, so that later on I can kind of pay the guy back.
Right. I hear you.
Paul Volpe Is it Volpe or Volpe?
This
I hear people say both. Mike Wattell, Frank Casella, Scott Bowman, Matthew Woodward, John Racner, my buddy Dutch Boyd in 27th, and the guy that just won a I can't remember what event he won, but Chad Evsleg. We talked about him winning a bracelet
Yep.
yesterday. So
Yep.
he went straight from that to this,
Good
and
for him.
now he's on day 2. Andrew Roybal, Andrew Roble, Anthony Zeno, James Obst, our buddy Ari Engel still in there with 84,000. He lost a pot. Uh, um, well, he's down 32,000 from the last update. I shouldn't say it that way. Keith Lear, let's see, going back through Jeff Madsen still in the field. Negreanu's still in the field.
Speaking of Negreanu, have you
Yeah,
been watching his vlog? Him sleeping in the in the broom closet, so to speak. They have arranged for him to have not a hotel room, but like a little. It may have been some type of closet.
yeah.
And they've put a blow up bed in there and a little refrigerator and microwave and his snacks and so on. And I think his rule of thumb right now is if he has to start play at 10 o'clock, he's spending the night on the blow up bed. If
Oh
he
my goodness.
if it's a later start, then he's going home to his house. Just because of the traffic and the logistics of going back and forth, he can get more sleep if he stays there, of course. So
You'd think a hotel would have like a rollaway, or maybe he
well,
could get.
and I think I'm not sure it wasn't his choice that like they just gave him the room and he put in there, what he wanted or whatever. But he
Yeah,
did on this latest vlog say that the Paris offered him a hotel room, that he didn't need to sleep in the. But
that,
he said, I don't know if I'm going to take them up on it. But it's funny because the first night that he did it, like there's no running water in the room, there's no shower. So the next day he was telling whoever he was playing next to, I'm sorry, I haven't, taken a shower today, which is
but
kind of comical.
so here's my thing, Sherry. So you know, like when I played the main event in the past,
Right.
here's my problem: is I feel like it's bad luck to book my hotel ahead of time,
Oh, you're
right?
so
Like
funny.
I'm just like, but
Superstitious.
then I'm sitting there at the end of the night trying to figure out where I'm going to sleep.
And see,
I
I'm
don't.
just the opposite. I'm like, the tournament ends on Sunday. I'm booking through Monday because my vision is I'm still going to be here on Sunday. And if I don't believe in that vision enough to book the hotel room until then what am I doing here?
Yeah, I think it's just one year. Like I was doing well in the main event, and I'm like, I'm gonna book for tomorrow, and I was out with him the next hour.
Oh,
I'm like,
God.
oh,
Jinxed it.
the worst year, Sherry, was you bust out of the main. It's no joke. Like they said, the worst day of the year. You feel like just ugh. And so I go back. We had a house back then. I go out to the pool and I hop on a raft without even getting any kind of like sunscreen on or anything.
Uh-oh.
I fall asleep for an hour on
Uh-oh.
this raft, which I do not recommend. Um, and then I wake up just completely fried. So
Of
now I'm
course
like,
you did. Of
yeah, I'm like
course
bummed
you
and
did.
I'm completely sunburned. I was like total. It was like so miserable. Just the worst of things. So, I want to get back to the. Let me pull it up here. The events for today. Let me go back to my
Okay,
profile.
so we started out at 10 with the mystery
Yep,
millions, day two.
yep.
And the 600 no limit deep stack started at 10. Go ahead.
Yeah, and then at 1 o'clock, the $1,500 7 card stud is going to be day 3 on that. So you're going to want to start heading that way at some point here. Not too long, but pretty soon.
Also at 1 o'clock is the $10,000 dealer's choice day 2.
Yep. And then the 5K no limit 8-handed freeze out day 1 is at 2 o'clock. And then the main kind of event today is day 3 of the heads up no limit. They're down to the final the final 4 players in that. So that should wrap up later today, and that starts at 4 o'clock. With Doug Polk still in the field, I think that's who I'm rooting for. What about you, Sherry?
Yeah, I can't agree more. I just, he's just a master of it, right? So you have to say that he's the favorite for sure, but all 4 of those men are definitely capable.
And that 25K, so let's see here. The payouts, let's just see what the payouts are at this point. So the final 4 are guaranteed 192,000, with a second place prize of 313,000 and top prize of 507,000. So Sherry, do you know if that 507,000 will help Doug there recover from the hustler?
Um,
I can't remember. Maybe Eric can
I think he was
let us
down
know.
a little under 2 mil,
Yeah.
if my memory serves me correctly. So, it'll put a band-aid on it anyway. I just need to make a little service announcement. I'm not sure if Eric, Poker Pro Eric just went down as a listener or if Spaces is acting crazy. And I had approved Matt for a speaker, and I was trying to approve S. Williams. And so I don't know if Spaces is flaking out again. So if you want to join us, go ahead and request again. But just know that we're not trying to ignore you or whatever. I think there's still some problems with Spaces. So thank you.
Yeah, it definitely has been bugging out. So
S. Williams, what you got, bud?
Yeah, just regarding Doug. So I think he lost a little over 900K on stream, a little over 1.2 mil total because he lost the hand off stream. So in reality, he had 25% of his action, so he's down around like 300K. So yeah,
okay.
he'd be netting money if he books this. Or
This
maybe
sounds
not.
like the
Depends on how
stat.
much he sold, actually. I bet he probably sold around 25% to his buddies.
Yeah, and this reminds me, Sean, right?
Yep.
This reminds me of the first one of the actually probably the second main event that I played. I was at this table with this guy. We called him Brazil, and throughout the day you get to know all these people. So by the second day, one of the other guys I see him, I'm like, "So how'd it go last night?" Because this guy Brazil that we called him, he was going to get him a room at Caesars, and he's like, "Oh my gosh, man! I went out with that guy Brazil. And we went over there to the baccarat table, and he says, let's just put it this way: Brazil has to final table the main event to break even from
Oh,
last
God.
night." It's like, holy crap! That is one heck of a
Ooh,
bad evening.
that's a hell of a visual.
Yeah. So the matchup I was rooting for. I don't know if you guys were rooting for this. I actually really like that guy Landon Tice. I think he takes
Yeah,
a lot of heat, and he's the young guy that's passionate. And I think the hate that people show or whatever nonsense that they want to troll him, even if it isn't hate, I got to root for that guy. I wanted to see him and Doug Polk head to head for the bracelet, and then I don't know who I would root for to win that thing, but that's who I was rooting for. What about you?
yeah. I have to agree with you.
Yeah,
I have to
that
agree with you.
and I think that
100%.
was a matchup that the stream would have liked to see too. Heads up is just such a different game. It's such a momentum game, and obviously, you have momentum in the cards coming, and then you also have momentum in in just making good or bad decisions. So definitely
Right.
a lot of that sways things. Donna, if you want to come up, I want to hear about how the tournament went or is going. I'm not sure where you guys are at these on that thing, and we've been having tech problems. So if
Bear with us.
yeah,
We're
so
not ignoring you. We're trying, and some of it's working, some of it isn't. But Donna, please request. For some reason, it seems like it's working when people request. Let's hope, fingers crossed. She's connecting. Hopefully, it's going to work.
there she is. Maybe I think
Hi.
so.
There she is.
Donna. So you're doing the let me get it right. The European Open National Championship thingy with Marcel Loos. Is that right?
Yeah, I'm helping Sylvia out. I'm a wing woman, basically. Um, Today was postponed because of the train strikes. So
Uh,
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
it's all right. We've got his first one out of the bag. Um, Big learning curve, but we got the social media that we wanted. We got the experience that we wanted. And like with anything, it starts small and then it builds up.
Right on, sister.
You know what amazes me, Donna? I was thinking about this the other day, just like at the World Series and these big tournaments. Just the logistics of, the start times and the breaks, and you're expecting this many people for this event, and this event's coming back for day two, but this event's got to have a final table, and then you need to have staffing and tables and, all of that free. And then you've got to save room for rebuys. And it's like, man, the matrix that these people must have to put together of things, it's amazing that these things, run as well as they do.
Yeah. I mean, it's free as well. Um, we'd like anybody to come. It's free to play. It's even if you're a non-poker player, we want you there. We will teach you how to play poker. We will teach you how to deal.
I would say, especially if you're someone that doesn't like, I want to be in that event, Donna.
Right?
That's great. Maybe next year I should bring Abby out there. Abby and I, I've been trying to get through, like, this is the small blind, this is the big blind, and then you call, and she's like, "What do you mean call?" Right? Like,
You
okay,
Yeah.
so
need to
call
go
me
online and
six.
play free poker.
Yeah, she needs to get on there and see the cycle of things. I took her to play
Yeah.
some video poker the other night, just so she could see the different hands and things like that. And I really want to get her in the ladies event, but like, I'm not um, I'm not I don't think I have enough time to teach her, to have her have even any kind of
Well, let
chance.
me give you a little hint. I would not throw her into the Shark Tank of the WSOP ladies event,
Yeah,
but if she got on a free poker site where she could play free poker, just so she gets the rhythm of the game,
I
and
think that's good.
when is it her turn? When is it?
Yeah,
All that stuff. By practicing that, plus she can recognize hands that are the board, and get used to recognizing hands. And then I would recommend her to play one of the ladies' events that are going to be at South Point. Should be about the best buy-in prices for a newbie, and it's going to be
that's a
run
great idea.
by Lupe Soto's group Lips. And I'll be
Yeah.
posting stuff about it, and I already have. But
When is that? Do you know, like,
that'll be
general?
during Ladies Week, which is the last week of
Oh,
June,
let's
which would
do
give
it.
her, yeah, would give her 3 weeks of practice online. And
Yes.
yeah, so that's what I would
Are you
recommend.
going to go to that, Sherry?
You know what? I don't know yet, but we can talk about it. I mean, I would go if she was going, just to, walk her through the process. I would do
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, that'd be fun. Yeah, like, I'm definitely gonna. I think that's a good idea. It can't be. What's the buy-in? Let me see. Where is it?
You know what? I don't have it in front of me, but I can get it. If Josh, why don't you talk to us, and we'll
Yeah,
be
Josh.
I
How you
listen.
doing,
so
I
my
only
friend?
have a little bit. It's my anniversary today.
Oh,
happy
Thank,
anniversary.
Happy anniversary,
thank you,
Josh.
thank you so much. Listen, I'm just reporting that Eden Rocks again has offended Nick Vertucci for no reason. Nick made a joke yesterday. We have now had Nick post on the Twitter line that he is officially done with Eden. So now Veronica's out, Nick's out again. This has become
Crazy.
absolute similar pattern over and over. And Nick's joke was funny. He actually gave Eden props, calling him the space king and all that, and making fun of people for not uh, having the ability. Because I guess one of the day before, nobody was doing nothing and it didn't go off. And Eden, like he always does, took offense to it and went after Nick. So I haven't
Yeah.
caught that. It's going on in real time right now, and it's a shame. I mean, this guy, and I'm not using this as a political thing, a statement. I'm just
Right.
real. This guy falls on his face more than Joe Biden. Seriously.
That's Josh. Josh,
But
I
but
love you
Josh,
so much.
according to him, he was joking, right? He
But
was joking. He
listen,
says.
he says he used it saying, I was joking like Nick and V, he calls Veronica V, how they joke. So, listen, the guy, I can't. I told him this yesterday on his space. I said, dude, you got to keep doing them like this. I don't know why he gets sucked in. I just don't get it. I honestly don't get it.
Yeah.
He thinks there's a crew of Twitter. He thinks we're all in this ruse to take him down. I swear to God, I've never seen somebody more paranoid in their life of anything. I
hey,
swear.
hey, Josh. Josh, I don't think you were here, so I just want to repeat what I was saying yesterday. Um, I don't think that it's a stretch to say that Eden has an alcohol problem. And what I hear in him is somebody. If I don't know if you were on, but you remember Sean gave him the cigarette bet
Yes.
and stuff like
Yes.
that. And so I asked Eden a very purposeful question that was really like, um, you know, to see where he was at, whether this was really a problem with him. My question was this, Josh, and mind you, the community that we're sitting in, and I'm asking this
Right.
question, and I'll just ask you the question: how much would it cost for you to quit drinking for a year? What number would fly out of what popped to your mind? Just what number would pop to your mind when I said that?
For
For
pop
me,
Yeah.
a lot more than
For not
Eden.
you, just not you, just in general, random person. What number would you expect would come out of their mouth in this community?
In the poker community, a
Yeah,
100 grand.
really? Yeah. Well, that's actually
That's
lower than I
fair.
Look, but
said.
you're
And
saying
and
me.
and
If you're saying me, you said just poker community. Me, it'd be about 1.5 mil for me to.
well, and that's true, right? And here's the number I came to. I came to a number of $1 million,
Yeah,
and here's
yeah,
why: because he knows damn well that Bill Perkins offered Sean $1 million,
right.
right? So for me, when Eden wasn't able to give me a number, that means that stopping drinking isn't even worth a
Well, and
million
I
dollars to him.
thought when you asked the question in my mind, I was thinking he would say a number like 100 grand. I'm in your price range all day. Million and a half would be something like that. And yeah, without giving a response at all, says where he's really at. You know,
Yeah, and so to me, life has to get worse than $1 million costs for that to be a wake up call. So when people want to call him and ask him to do something, I think I'm going to convince him it's not happening, like, because it doesn't happen until you want to. And what I wanted to change the conversation to is not Eden, but like, it's easy for me to sit back and say, man, this guy's got an alcohol problem, why doesn't he just quit drinking? But like, reality, like, I go to the restaurant and I order way too much food and I'm almost 300 pounds. And so instead of focusing on like what Eden should do, because I can't control that, I can control what I'm going to
right?
do. And by the way, if anybody wants to give me $1 million, I'll take it. But like, I'll do it for free, right? Like, I'm going to lose weight. I'm going to get back to where I was before COVID. and that's
So
that's the positive.
COVID. What was the weight pre-COVID for you?
Yeah, I was almost 200 pounds. I've gained 100
You gained
pounds.
100
Yeah.
pounds in 4 years and 3 years.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I feel so bad for people. There's a lot of people that it literally hit them like that, dude. Seriously.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's like, you know, what things can I focus on in my life to drive things forward? What things do I want to accomplish? What things have been holding me back from, whatever I want to do? And Eric hinted on it, right? Like I was talking about how I waited from the New York. It took me an hour to get in the Uber from New York to Bally's, right? Or the Horseshoe. Um, and Eric said, "Dude, that's a 12-minute walk, right?" But like, for a fat guy, that's like a 12-minute walk, So yeah, I'm gonna change that
Well,
about myself. I'm
look,
not gonna.
and the thing that I think needs and Pro Eric and Sherry, things that need to, and by the way, Eric sent me some DMs on the side that I wasn't privy to had happened because I don't make spaces every night. I got a company I'm running.
Yeah,
There's things I'm doing, and what I
you have a
see
life.
that needs to start happening in this arena is people like yourselves need to come together and do these spaces, because when there's just one space going on and it's the one, the alternative space, if you
Yeah,
will, then
yeah,
that's everybody's tuning into that. And I think it's unfortunate because somebody who has gotten so much assistance from prevalent people is getting a voice and continuously shooting himself in the foot, where you
yeah,
guys who are here for what the purity of this space offers, to not have the stuff that we see in our everyday lives of just wanting reality show television brought to light
right,
every day on a space. Now, is there certain people like Matt Berkey loves it? Good. I'm glad Berkey loves it. There's a lot of us that don't like it, that want to talk about fun stuff. And yeah, we can needle each other, not thinking there's a hidden agenda. The boogeyman's going to come out and take my space away.
right,
You know,
right.
and that's what I want to. I told my wife, I says, look, I promise you, I'm getting on for 5 minutes. Our anniversary, we're gonna have brunch. I promise you. But I have to address these things because listen, I was with Nick Vertucci yesterday. His daughter, beautiful daughter, graduated yesterday, high school, and I don't know if you guys saw. I posted Nick made me an unbelievable painting of he and I
Love
at the
it.
poker table together. He wanted me to come down and pick it up, and I did, and it was just really awesome day. And we were talking about the possibilities if that man didn't have that and yes, I do agree. It's the drinking. You are 100% on, because even if you're doing a space when you're not drunk and you're drunk the night before, you carry that next day. Everybody knows alcohol. We've all gotten drunk here before. I don't think anybody hasn't.
Yeah.
And you wear it the next day. And you take that angst and that just edginess into the next day.
Well, there's people that are functioning alcoholics and there's people that aren't, and the problem is that again, that negative price is going to have to exceed $1 million. And for me personally, like, it's not about the mutiny or anything like that. It's about, I don't want to be around when that price is
Yeah.
paid, because
Yeah.
the things around it are going to be really destructive. And and that's just like the reality. I rather focus on saying, the last time I lost weight was the exact same thing. I was saying, why does this guy that's an alcoholic, he's destroying his whole family, destroying his whole life? Like, what kind of guy is
You're
that? And
using
I'm like,
that as a positive in your life to make a positive change.
yes,
I think that's brilliant.
yeah.
I think it's brilliant.
So
It's awesome.
instead of saying like, oh my, looking down on this guy, I all of a sudden said to myself, well, wait a second, like, I'm the same guy, just with a different thing. Like, and maybe
Do you guys
not
understand?
me.
And
I'm
I
not
don't mean to
abusive.
beat this horse. Nick Vertucci runs businesses and has the #1 poker show in the world. I run businesses. I have multiple businesses that I'm
Right.
running. This man thinks and I'm telling you, it came out of his mouth to me directly, that Nick and I have a group of people who have these
Yeah.
accounts and we're coming after him.
Yeah.
Is he
Oh
fucking
my God.
insane? Like,
Paranoia
I
much.
mean, it's
Yeah.
you have to understand, like, to think that somebody thinks like we would even stoop to that level to have the time to do something like that. It's just mind-boggling. It's the weirdest thing in the world. So that's why I believe, and I went on yesterday. I didn't know everything. I even asked in my opening line, what did I miss anything? I haven't been on Spaces for 4 days. And he goes, well, why would you say that? I says, because you're the type of guy that a lot could have happened in one day.
A lot of could have
Did I
happened. Yeah.
miss it?
And that's the thing is like, I, I think a lot of the attraction is for, the train wreck and that kind of thing. And I just don't want to be on the train. It's not a mutiny. It's not anything. Hey, if that's your thing, you want to tune into that. Like, I'm not discouraging anybody from doing whatever. It's just for myself, I want to put more positive things in my mind. Certainly poker's enough of a grind sometimes, and really that's the case too. Like, when poker becomes a grind, I'm done with it. I'm back to my business as well, Josh.
Right. And you know what? I see some hands raised.
Yeah.
So let's get Sean Williams in here. Sean?
Hey, sorry, my password clicked on. I just had to change it. But yeah, I mean, listen, nobody's essentially really judging Eden. We know he's got issues. We all have issues in life. I think the major problem here is that he's gotten advice from very reputable, very successful people throughout the poker community, and I've tried to give it to him too. And he doesn't want to listen to anybody. So there's no changing it, right? And just the toxicity of his spaces and the way he talks to people, especially what he did to Sherry, I just don't approve of, and I'm not for it. And there's plenty other people that can take his spot. That's all.
Sherry, I finally heard it. It was sent to me DM wise because I've never heard it. I heard of it
Right.
and I finally heard it and I am disgusted for you. Like,
Well,
seriously,
thank you. I appreciate that.
You
You
don't
know,
deserve that. You've been a number one supporter. You've taken shit and came back and went back on his show more than one time. And the fact that somebody can speak to any human being in that tone and that way is just utterly disgusting to me. It
well,
is.
I appreciate that. And, like Brian said, I can't have that in my life. I wasted 3 weeks trying to support this person that I did not know before that, just because I thought that he needed a chance and needed that support. But I can't waste any more of my time and effort to be treated in that way. No, it's not happening.
Yeah, you're not having it.
Nope, not having it.
Hey, Josh, the
Not
other thing
having
that
it.
I wanted to mention, because you seem like this kind of guy, is a lot of people, society has beaten this like toxic masculinity thing to a point where, we don't have enough men in this society that are willing to stand up and be a man and be the good parts of the toxic masculinity side. I guess so. You have this person come along that wants to do that kind of thing, and I can't reiterate enough like that people should say something. And if you're uncomfortable, or certainly if you feel that the person's dangerous, um, go and get a floor man if you're in a poker tournament. That's their job. Whether or not the female is complaining or saying anything, sometimes when they're not saying anything is the person that you need to speak up for the most.
Yeah, I
Somebody
agree.
talks shit to Veronica, she's gonna throw it at you, but even in that case, Veronica doesn't have to be alone in that. Like, first off, like, I've literally looked across the table at a guy and said, dude, you're 100% out of line, like 100%.
Yeah.
And not let that stuff slide by. And just because you hear, it's like Veronica probably deals with this a lot, right? Like, and I don't want to talk about, I'm not saying anything bad about Veronica. She jokes with people, and then I'm sure people joke with her back, go over the line, and stuff like that.
But listen, she can handle it, like she had said. But then
Yeah,
there's other times where Eden has came at her personally too hard, and or somebody on the show has, and Eden's like, you could take it, suck it up. You know what? You can't. People have feelings, and listen. We all know each day you feel differently when you wake up
right.
as a human, and you try to manage your best every day. And Veronica, is as a strong-willed, strong woman, strong-minded woman. She also doesn't want to get bullied and just berated all day long.
Right.
She has feelings about that. And to me, I my problem is we are okaying people talking down, being a certain way, and he has for a person that says it's open, you could say whatever you want. He has a very um, communistic way he runs his space. He can say anything he wants. You can't say anything to him.
Yes. Yes.
100%.
Yep. That's 100%. And you're not gonna change anything by trying to give him advice anymore. The advice has been tried, and your advice has to be worth more than $1 million.
No,
So
my advice is to do what you guys are doing. You
yeah.
guys, the bottom line is, it's unfortunate, that somebody doesn't heed the advice, but you just do another space. You bring all the people together, and I guarantee you, when it's not my anniversary and you guys are doing this, and I say to Nick, hey Nick, if you're available, hop on this space, and then Veronica and all that, and then if you build it, they will come.
Well,
You
that's
know,
cool because like I really want to do this rock opera thing, and no, I'm just kidding.
yeah, of course, of course.
I mean, that's the thing.
Listen to me,
Like,
guys. I love music. I love plays. I love poker. The last thing I fucking want when I'm playing a hand is a symphony behind me playing fucking music. I'm just
Or how
telling you
about the
now.
mariachi band?
not happening. We're not having it.
We're not having it.
That's what I want is a mariachi band when I got to make a fucking when Wesley goes all in for $1.5 million. I need a fucking mariachi band
Oh, God.
like that Ben Stiller movie where they keep popping up. I don't know it. That's all I need.
I love you, Josh, so much.
Crazy guys. We got
Oh,
hands up. We got hands up, by the way.
Yeah, let's go.
Donna's next. Miss Donna, you're next, honey. What you got for us?
Well, I had to do with the Eden Cox, and I just went proper cooking. And I mean, I went proper cooking. I just let everything rip. And then Eden says to me, Donny, you do know that it's not my account. But what I said was what I was feeling at the time, no matter whether it was for Eden or this Eden Cox.
Yeah, same thing.
Well, he's
Yeah.
lucky he's hiding behind the Eden Cox. I said that to him yesterday. I said, you seem to, this guy coming out of nowhere is very fortuitous for you because you're basically now can just hide behind. Yeah, well, he said that. I didn't say that.
Yeah, and I don't. I mean, Eden's gonna do his thing. Like I whatever. Like I'm. My thing is I don't want to be around for the
The
whatever.
implosion. Yes.
Yeah,
The
like
rock bottom.
go do your thing. You know, I'm more than happy that it's successful or whatever, but I'm not going to be the blame for whatever goes wrong in his life. Like
Just
that's
short the stock, guys. Just short the stock.
yeah, yeah. So
How
I
about
Sherry,
mean,
how about we give Todd a chance to
yeah,
speak?
go ahead, Todd. Sorry about that.
Hey, what's up, everybody?
Hey,
Hey,
Todd.
Todd.
Hey, Josh. Congratulations on your anniversary with you and your beautiful wife. You're definitely married up, buddy. So, congrats on that.
I married up. Yeah, she happened to hear that. Thanks, buddy. That's going to cost me extra money today. I appreciate that.
um, I was going to also say welcome to the mutiny, but that's just a joke too. So, also,
No,
just joking, just a joke. And Brian, if you want some more extra push and motivation, you should talk to a guy named. There's this guy named TJ Jerkowitz that could probably help you out in that area
Yeah,
also.
I saw him. I actually want to connect with him. Yeah, he's.
Yeah, seems like
I liked that his plans seem more balanced. You know, I was doing low carb before and I lost a lot of weight, but you know, is that a long term thing? As far as like living your life low carb, totally low carb like that. I'm sure his things are kind of low carb, but I
He
know.
posted it. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah,
He posted a tweet today. You should go look at it. He goes, if you want to lose weight, eat at a calorie deficit, low carb, and walk more. He goes, if you want
yeah,
to lose fat, eat a higher protein content diet, and then do the same other steps. And they said, if you want to get in the best shape of your life, eat a high protein content, at a calorie deficit, walk more, and do some, even just like wristbands or what do you call it? Those,
Resistance.
yeah, resistance bands. Exactly.
yeah,
Thanks, Todd.
yeah. And
um,
I think that's what I want to do, more of like a holistic kind of diet and, you know, some exercise. I don't think that you need to get crazy with the exercise, but I want to do both.
yeah, you can get it there, man. Just keep that motivation. And last thing I wanted to say is I've worked in law enforcement for 18 years now. So when it comes to addiction and things of that sort, alcohol, drug, whatever it may be, you can't help somebody if they don't want the help. They have to want it themselves. Otherwise, it's not going to be able to happen. But anyway, Josh, have a good time tonight, and I'll let somebody else talk.
Thank you, Paisan.
What's your
Appreciate you.
plan?
Thank you.
What's your plans tonight, Josh? What do you guys? What's the
You know, we're gonna go. We do everything, not just her and I. We do everything as a family. So we're gonna go see the Sebastian Maniscalco movie about my father. I think it's called, or something like that. That just came out, and then we're gonna go have some dinner. You know, and
No.
keep it very low key. You know, the five of us, and that's how we like it. You know, so I'm hearing good things about it, even though it's hard. You know, De Niro is a it used to be an icon to me. He's just a punk with some of the things that he says, but I really have come to know Sebastian, and he's a really good guy. So we want to support him. So we're hearing it's a great movie. It's a tearjerker with a lot of laughter as well. So can't wait to see it.
Josh, I got a quick question for you, and happy 24th anniversary, man. That's incredible.
Thank you.
Um, oh, sorry. No, sorry. The guy at the restaurant was talking to me. Sitting at a bar watching some TV. Great, beautiful weather with a friend. But Josh, I got a random question. So, and it's been boggling my mind. So, obviously, that Air movie came out, right, about Michael Jordan like signing with Nike and all that stuff. And then a month later, it was on Amazon for free. I've never seen that in my life. And then like The Covenant came out a little bit later, and then that went on Amazon, and you pay $20 to watch it. But there must have been some sort of deal for them to put that on there free, no?
Well, there are deals in place. So there's many different deals that go on, whether it's Netflix, Amazon, studios doing it to where they'll give a theatrical release for a certain amount of time period to see, to see how it floats. And if it comes out, and does like a Transformers or something like that would do, they'll keep it longer. If not, they already have a streaming that's ready to go to follow up the theatrical release. So generally, that's how those things go down. Because look, the reality is the whole COVID nightmare had scared a lot of people in certain states. Certain states did good, like Texas and Arizona, you know,
Georgia.
Georgia, Florida. I mean, you get where I'm going with that. Certain states are still doing great box office, and some are not. So, but unfortunately, California is a big place, and people are still very timid to go to box office. So they'll do hey, let's put it a couple of weeks and see how it does, and if not, we'll just pull it. And because folks now are paying 19.99 to sit home and watch it rather than going to the theater, which sucks. Because I'll tell you, man, being taking people out of doing things with other people is really, really disgusting. I mean, if some folks had their brains in the right place, they would realize that the whole world is pushing towards having both mom and dad be at work So the kids are exposed to whatever pad or tablet or phone that they could be locked in. And then I'm sorry to say it, you can call me a conspiracy theorist, but then programming gets involved. Hence the word program. People don't realize, it's so funny to me. People don't realize, and I'm segueing back to the diet stuff. People don't realize how words mean stuff. Like, for example, we're not supposed to eat like we do all day. We're supposed to fast a lot. Hence the word breakfast. It's break fast. So you're supposed to, we're built to only. We're built to only eat a certain amount per day and basically then fast the rest because our body does what it does. And if you keep food and keep the body working, you're breaking it down. So the whole thing was you should be fasting minimum 12 hours, if not 14 to 15 hours a day. I do 16. And when you break your fast, then you eat at a certain time, and then it gives your body the rest to do the rest of the job. Break fast. A lot of people don't know that. They're like, oh, breakfast. They're just used to saying it.
Yeah.
Right on.
So I just gave you two answers, S. William. I gave two answers, one for you and one for
Hey,
Brian.
one thing I could tell you: if Josh Macciello is in a space, there is no dead air, baby. This guy can roll for hours. I love it.
Thank you, buddy.
But we got Barry with a hand up. What's up,
Yeah, I
Barry?
just wanted to say, I think those 12-year-olds from the Smash Bros might have been onto something. And also, I've been running charity poker tournaments in New York for probably almost 20 years. And there was this little boutique firm called Pali, P-A-L-I Capital. And they were famous for having the Rockettes and the Cirque du Soleil and music acts. The Beatles impersonators were there one year. And one year there was this 50 table tournament and it was chaos. And all of a sudden I hear this music coming like from one side, and I go walk over and there's this guy playing the piano and he was fucking amazing. And I'm saying, I can't believe how good this guy is. And like a week later, he won like 15 Grammys. It was John Legend. So this is nothing new.
Barry, thank God you didn't finish that with "It was eating
Oh,
rocks." I swear, I thought you were going there for a
We
second.
were all holding our breath.
listen, maybe, I don't know. This is where he got it from or something, but I don't even think he's ever played poker before. Like, I don't know where he came from or what he's trying to do, but just doesn't, it's very triggering. It doesn't make sense to me. Brian, I'll send you an article I got about that.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, thank you for those comments, Barry. Go ahead, Legion. Ben.
Let's go.
Hey, what's up, everyone? I actually came for the hopes and dreams. It's question hopes and dreams, so I'm here for the hopes and dreams. No, I just want to say what's up. I hope everyone that's in Vegas is running well. I hope everyone that's in LA is becoming the next king of LA. I'm just chilling at home right now. I'm playing a little bit on GG today. Hopefully, do something positive. Maybe win a seat or win my way to Vegas myself. I saw there's a great tournament over at the Wynn today that everyone seems to be ignoring. It's like an $1,100, 1.5 million guaranteed at the Wynn today, and no one seems to be talking about that. But that sounds like quite the tournament. And yeah, I'm
Because
just
they're going
chilling.
to sneak over when nobody's looking and have that tournament to themselves.
Yeah, well, hey, that looks like the tournament to play. There's the 600, I know.
So the win tournament today is an $1,100 buy-in. Starts here in about 45 minutes. 30,000 in chips, 40-minute levels. Late registration is going to be open for nine levels. Should be around 7:30, and day one flights should play down to about 11%. There's a $1.5 million guarantee though on that.
Yeah, it's a beauty, right? Like that looks like an awesome tournament. That looks like the one to play today. Well, everyone's over trying to win a $600 buy-in, 8 million people tournament over at WSOP. But
there you go. Nothing wrong with that.
No, yeah, like
the other one that Kevmouth posted too is the Venetian. If you're a PLO 8 or better player, and that's at 110. It's an $800 buy-in. 25,000 in chips, 30-minute levels. Late registration on that's open till about 6:40, and that has a $60,000 guarantee. So
Yeah, it's one of those things during WSOP. If you keep your eyes out, there's so many good series going on in Vegas at the same time that you can really get into some really good quality, high value tournaments outside of the series if you look for them. So
Absolutely.
yeah.
And we've been
So
trying to plug them.
Hi, guys. I'm going to go enjoy my beautiful bride. You guys have a blessed Sunday.
Thanks,
If you're playing in
Josh.
tournaments, I hope you all win a fucking bracelet each. I swear. Wish you guys the best.
I
Kill it on
wish.
GG, Legion. I always love your. By the way, shout out Legion. Everybody knows he's always giving updates on everything going on poker. Everybody should retweet, follow, do whatever. The man's a beast.
hang on a second, Josh. This is the WSOP Day 6 alternate. No, go ahead.
That's so funny.
Let
You
me
are the
just cut
best.
you off.
I love it. And you know what? You still did it better. You still did it better, even as a mock. You did it better
We're
than
not
he did.
having
Hey,
it. We're
happy
not having
We're
it.
anniversary,
not.
bro. You go have an
Thank you,
awesome
guys. You
day.
guys have a blessed day, man.
Much love,
Appreciate you guys.
Josh. Much
Thank you,
love.
guys. Thank you.
Thank
Much
you.
love back. Bye-bye.
All the positivity, my friend.
I know
Barry,
that's right.
you have a
Yeah, I just
question?
wanted to add, like the speaker before, about the alcoholism. I mean, I'm 60 years old. I survived the 80s crack epidemic. I got sober in 88,
Wow.
found poker in 1990. And I guess you could say I switched addictions, but I never looked back. So to make excuses, he's drunk and this and that, fuck all that noise. He's got to get sober, and that's the end of that story.
Yeah, nobody's going to do it for him, and that's the reality. Like, and I should say, I don't know. To me, he seems like he's got a drinking problem. Let's just legally clarify my statement,
Well,
right? But I don't know. I think I could probably defend it in
yeah,
court if I
absolutely.
needed
There's definitely a drinking problem there.
to. So anyway,
He's
Donna.
admitted to it, Brian. You're good, buddy.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Donna.
I've told him not to burn bridges, and burning bridges is what he's doing.
Well, and that's what Veronica at one point in the conversation, when this all got kind of lit on fire the other night, she eventually came to the thing of saying, so what's happened with all of your co-hosts except for Eric, and or not all of your co-hosts except for Coco, right? Like,
Mm.
And that's the reality. You can't really reason. You're not going to reason your way out of it. How you doing, Nick?
Hey,
I
Nick.
mean, Marcel Lusk turned around and said to me,
Hey, how are you?
the reason why I like you is because you are genuine. You are you. You do not put on a front. Now, to me, that means a lot coming from Marcel.
Now, I got to ask you something about Marcel. The other day when he came on, I didn't go to fangirl, did I?
No, you didn't. Marcel's just another person.
I kept it cool. Like most people, it's like, oh, cool, whatever,
You did
No,
well.
But Marcel Lusk is
Marcel Lusk is just another person. He's an OG.
he's
He,
just
he
down
is
to earth.
so lovely, but he doesn't shut up. Once he starts chatting, that's it. He's usually there for about half an hour. That's the reason why I couldn't get him on so quickly, because he was chatting to other people. So when I saw him run over to the desk to do something, I went, right, now's my chance to grab him. I'm going to grab him and say, Marcel, somebody wants to talk to you.
Yeah, that was perfect.
I just put a phone at him.
I love that. Donna, just shut up for a minute. Nick's up here. He's a VIP. I'm
Screw you, software.
I'm totally kidding.
I love Donna. She's like the real life Mrs. Doubtfire.
Yes.
Love it.
Oh.
Brian, if you need to move me down to make room for Nick's biceps,
I
you
love
can move me
you.
down.
Okay, thanks. How are you doing this morning, Nick?
Hey, I'm okay, man. I just, I guess I'm on Eden's hit list today. I don't know.
Yeah,
Better you than me.
Yeah, that's what I've been saying. Like people have been like, "Hey, good job," or this. I'm like, no. I'll stay out of it. Thank you. Like,
Way to take the bullets for the team, Nick. Good job.
Yeah, well, they
Yeah.
were unexpected bullets. It's funny because, I put a post up the day Twitter wasn't working and when no one could get on Spaces, and I think I said something to the effect of, Eden Rocks is out there, yelling this is the alternative space, hello, hello, because he's on every day 24/7. It would affect him the most, and it
Right.
really was just it was.
It was a joke. I
Yeah,
read
it
it.
was a joke, really just acknowledging him more than anything. He should have actually been happy about it because he's kind of was starting to be known as just the Twitter space guy, and I meant it in fun. And, he snapped and got nasty and said whatever he said and then referenced Veronica, something they must have beefed about that I wasn't even part of. And, it's, to be honest with you, if we're all being honest, it's kind of sad. Um, you know, Obviously you guys are referencing his drinking problem. I'm sure that's the case. I'm sure there's some kind of bipolar thing going on. I don't know if I'm going to offend the whole bipolar community by saying that, but there's some kind of manic up and down, whatever that is. I'm not a psychologist or a psychiatrist, but there's something, and I think it's sad because, you see moments of clarity from him where he's actually bearable and does a good job. In the last week, there was a few shows where, I felt there was some stretches where he did that. And, I've given Eden a lot of passes on maybe his defensiveness and his lack of ability to take any kind of like advice. But, for me, and it's not even vindictive at all. I'm personally going to stay out of his spaces. I'm not going to be, I'm not going to be talked to like that for no reason. And he's apparently making his mission to really trying to get rid of everyone that's actually supported him, and everyone's kind of bouncing. So I actually feel kind of two different emotions. One is like, fuck it. Like, no, he's like Eden Rocks is like, that's it for me. I'm not going to, he probably won't even pay attention to him anymore. And the second part is I actually feel bad because I think it's the only thing he has that, makes him feel kind of like worthy, and he's really kind of enjoyed this. So it's kind of sad seeing him build it up and tear it apart, even though it's kind of really nothing.
Yeah, and the problem is there's just no like logical conversation that you can have to help him get there. He has to decide on his own. Before you join, and I don't want to beat this to death, Nick, but I was asking um, Josh before you. Um, Sean Deeb gave him the $5,000 deal for quitting
Mm-hmm.
smoking, which was cool. And I asked him a question after that, and it was very purposeful. And I thought he would come to a very specific answer. And that question was, how much would it cost you to stop drinking for a
Mm-hmm.
year? And I prefaced a year because that's the exact same time frame that Sean Deeb's bet
Mm-hmm.
is. And I would think, like any one of us would say, geez, $1 million, right? Like that's the going rate. Maybe BP will hear it and give me $1 million for quitting drinking,
Mm-hmm.
right? But his answer was very interesting. It was a no answer. There was no price to quit
Yeah.
drinking. And to me, that means that at least $1 million in negative has to come to him before he's going to hit bottom. And that's just not a reality that I want to be around. And that's not to knock Eden. I said earlier, like, it's easy to say this guy, why doesn't he just quit drinking? Well, I'm sitting here eating too much. I'm almost 300 pounds. I've gained 100 pounds over the last 3 years. Um, and so I'm going to focus on that instead. I'm going to focus on trying to do the things for myself. And you didn't get to where you are by focusing on Eden Rocks,
No,
like,
Eden Rocks is
you're too
Eden
busy.
Rocks is just a little bit of side entertainment when I got a few minutes extra just to hear what people are talking about. Um and I kind of
And your tendency, Nick, like is probably like everyone that's gotten to somewhere, right? Somebody helped you along the way. So you see Eden and I see
yeah.
Eden and everybody else, and we want to help. We want to help him, but you can't help somebody that doesn't
Well,
want
listen,
help.
and this
And
is not a drag when I say it, but you know, I see a guy that lives with his dad that has an alcohol problem that, you know, the one thing that made him feel good was probably coming on here and being the host. And so
That's the sad
every time
part.
I got a chance,
Yeah.
I would come on and just, you know, be around and help him out and try to give him advice. And like, honestly, if I'm being completely honest, it kind of makes me feel bad that someone's in that position, because I don't know, it'd be a tough position to be in your 40s. And so, yeah, but like, what can you do at some point when someone's just like today just blasted me probably because he's drunk or whatever, and I'm not even really that offended because I don't care. And I hate to see him as whatever he has, whatever this is. I mean, this is nothing. I've told him before, like, you can jump on and push a button and you have a space. Like, it's really not, it's really not that like impressive,
Yeah.
but it was cool to him. And so that's why everyone was kind of like letting him have the platform and supporting it and kind of leaning into it. And, you know, he could be entertaining too when he snaps and stuff. So I'm not going to lie to you. It was a bit of entertainment for me to
Yeah.
see him like do that. But I think it's a little bit off the rails now with him, and like, whatever. This is such a nothing burger topic that the only reason I'm even discussing it is because it happened today, and like, I don't even care, to be honest with you. But I'm gonna stay away from him because I got enough of my own problems.
Well, I
Yeah.
But
have to
Nick,
let you
not
know.
only did it, not only did it happen today, but he was directing it at you, which I find funny because you've been one of his biggest supporters. Yeah, you've educated him and tried to give him advice and threw a couple needles here and there. But at the end of the day, you've been a huge supporter. You've mentioned him on your podcast, I believe.
Yeah,
People have mentioned him on HDL. And I'll say this on record because I know it's recorded. I think there is some sort of crazy paranoia issue and deep insecurities that are making him act the way he
of
is.
course.
Um, you know, and we've all tried to give him advice. I tried to give him advice. He was the only person that had my phone number on Twitter other than now Veronica. And you know, we were trying to help the guy, and as were you and many others, including Brian and Sherry. And he just burns every
Yeah.
friggin' bridge, and it's just like Brian alluded to earlier, like, you can't help someone that doesn't want help. And if the paranoia is that deep, it's like, and then you add the alcohol on top, it's like you're not going to get through to
No,
somebody, you
that's the
know.
sad part, is that there really is nothing any of you guys could do.
Yeah. There's nothing you're gonna say that's gonna
No.
change if you're not willing. If it's not worth $1 million, you think
Right?
some random guy like me on Twitter is gonna change the thinking there? Like, that's, you're just kind of wasting your breath. And I just want to say, like, I come at it from still a place of love and compassion, and realizing, if anything this week has been about for me, I've ran into a lot of people that, they have real problems that they're carrying around every day. And that sometimes causes them to act in different ways. It doesn't mean that I'm ever going to accept somebody, stepping over the line. For me, Nick, I don't know if you had heard the segment that he did with Sherry. I heard it. I wrestled with it for like a day or so, to try to figure out what to say or not say or whatever. And finally, I just decided I'm just going to like say it and just be done with it, because I've just never been the person that sits there with the elephant in the room and not talk about it.
Mhm.
But that doesn't mean that I have any hatred for Eden. And
Hold on, Brian. I
yeah.
was the first to defend Sherry. What are you
Oh,
talking about, dude?
okay.
What are you
Okay.
talking about?
Okay. Well, I lit the match at a good time, because Veronica was in there, and it really, the conversation, I felt accomplished what it needed to, for myself, just to like say, hey, you know, Nick, like, honestly, like, I keep saying this, like, you're one of the guys that is still a masculine guy in this world. And I think that there aren't enough people, there's been this thing sold to everybody, the toxic masculinity and all this stuff. And, as a male, we have a responsibility to speak up. And it's kind of funny, in that conversation, I was thinking about it afterwards. Eden, I'm the one that like really lit the match, and Veronica's the one that Eden wanted to like yell at probably the most, you know. So, you know, again, like this kind of stuff happens at the poker table when things are said that are inappropriate, even if you know a female doesn't say that it's appropriate. You know, even if you think that it's somebody, you know, like Veronica that makes a lot of jokes or whatever, if you think somebody stepped over the line, say something, because that person, you have no idea what their history is. And that's the other thing that I was going to say, Nick. A lot of people up to me lately with just, you know, in other words, you don't know what people are carrying, like from Eden's situation. Like nobody knows how he got to where he
Yeah.
is. And there's compassion for that, but I also don't have to live life with him. And if he doesn't want help, then, you know, then I have nothing to give, you know? So that's the reality. I was sitting at a tournament the other day, and the guy to my right, he says, you know, looks totally like normal and whatever. And he says something about like, yeah, I won't be here in the next 3 to 8 years. And I'm thinking, what kind of attitude is that? And this guy goes, why not? You look pretty healthy. And the guy goes, well, I have stage 4 cancer, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just like, you know, wow. Like, you know, here we are, like walking around, and in the poker community, we always want to build somebody up or tear somebody down. And the reality is what it should be is people that want to do something different, want to like, you know, want help in their life or whatever. Like, you know, like I keep coming back. You know, yesterday it kills me. I see KL's tweet about not making it to the WSOP this year, and you know, I can just feel like the pain in that for him. You know, like that's not, you know, maybe stage 4 cancer, but you know, everybody's got their thing that they're
And
dealing
it all
with.
matters, right? It all
You know,
matters. And I
yeah,
think we need to get to some hands.
yeah.
Donna,
Go ahead.
what you got for us, Donna?
The things that Eden is having thrown at him and given to him, I know a hell of a lot of people that would give their right arm
Right on, sister.
to have the amount of support, the amount of people coming out and saying, oh, well, you can stay at Bellagio for whatever, how many weeks? And it just totally boggles my mind that somebody like that is like umming and ahhing about it. And the way he's carrying off about it, yeah, he has got a problem. It sounds like my ex-partner.
Yeah, I hear
But
you.
Yeah, to your point, Donna.
I'd,
I mean, I
I'd
think
say,
Eden is. I think Eden is
Delanto,
kind of like an anomaly, right? Like he has had the support of so many people, and he just thinks there's this conspiracy theory against him, and people have given him so many chances. That doesn't happen that often, right?
Not in the
And to your
world of
point, like
poker.
yeah, and to your point, he's got an excellent opportunity. And I heard him on one space. I honestly think he's scared to leave his dad, and he's probably just in his routine and maybe a recluse now, but very entertaining on spaces. Like, there's a lot going on there.
I don't
I
know.
think
Hey,
he is scared to go. I think he really is scared to go.
and it could be. You could be absolutely 100% right. I see Legion Ben. What you got for
Yeah.
us?
Oh, hey, I just wanted you guys to know TJ put up a giveaway for a seat, WSOP seat. And I posted the link in the comments here if you guys want to enter. It's just a retweet thing. Sign up for his newsletter. TJ's awesome anyway, so it's worth signing up. But yeah, he's got a giveaway going. I thought you guys might be interested in that.
Awesome. Thank you for that. Poker Pro Eric, what you got, bud?
Oh, I just wanted to give a different kind of take on this that not everyone knows. Maybe I know Nick wasn't there day one, let's call it. And without talking about a specific person that you guys have been, I'm not here to talk about him. I want to talk about why it was called the alternative space. And at one point it was actually called the alternative poker space. And it was based on, because a month ago, there was quite a few controversies in the poker world. None of them related to Hustler, by the way, Nick. It was, Doug Polk was in some hot water and some other things were happening. And in the same week time period, I know Doug Polk hosted a big Twitter Spaces that had over several thousand people, and Sean Deeb had a public beef with like Viffer and Jungle Man, and I think there was 3. Even Will Jaffe. Will Jaffe's been running Spaces, and people wanted a place where they like I'm not trying to be somebody, but I just want a place I can talk. And Eden likes to talk, so that's okay. That's good for him. But people wanted to have a place where they could talk poker and bullshit and shoot the shit. And we had decided like, hey, let's do this offshoot space where like we can talk a few times a week or maybe every day. And the alternative space was basically the alternative to the Doug Polks, the alternative to the Sean Deeves, the alternative where there was not a dictator, there was not a famous poker player. I do play poker a lot, but I've never won a bracelet. I'm not in the $1 million game. I'm not a big name, but I have a place to talk with people and meet people like Sherry and Brian and else. And it was supposed to be an alternative. There was not supposed to be a dictator. So for
But then there was a
whether it was
mutiny.
me, to become a star, a rock star, was never the fucking goal. That was the problem. It was never supposed to be a one-man thing, whether it was me or not, or him. It was supposed to be the alternative. And that, more than anything, that's what pisses me off, is it became an offshoot of what we hated in the first place. That was the point, was to not have a dictator run the spaces. And unfortunately, I'm happy we anyone can press a button, and Brian, I'm supporting you here, but for it to become something that was literally not supposed to be is what bothers me the most. Thanks, Brian.
Well, and part of that initial, why to do an alternative space was some of the names you mentioned that were hosting spaces were not allowing everyone to speak.
Yeah, no,
they were
Doug
only.
Polk specifically said when Doug was
Yep,
doing his big one for like
yep.
2 hours, 3 hours, he said, hey, I'm only going to pull up people I know or I see, I
Yep.
recognize the name. He would not pull up anyone else besides people he
Right.
liked. That was
And
it.
so
Yeah.
part of the thought process was, we're going to let everybody talk because they're not. And we don't want to be like them. We want to be able to let everybody talk, right? And so that was part of it too. And
no booting, no banning. That was the idea from the beginning, at least. Yeah,
right.
It was supposed to be an alternative poker space to talk poker, and we could talk to people like Nick Vertucci, who runs a room, talk to Sean McCormick, who runs a room.
Right.
It's nice. It's nice to talk to people that work in poker, but also people that play poker.
Well,
right.
it also has to be a safe place for them to talk too. I think sometimes like the conversations get to be like kind of crazy and stuff like that. To have somebody that's like an industry professional, involved.
Yeah, but they choose to be here. That's the thing too. I call my fellow freedom of speech guy. If they don't like what's being said, they can unclick and leave the room though. That's how they can do it.
Now I'm going to call on NS5 because he's been raising his hand and then taking it down, raising it, taking it down. NS5, do you have something you'd like to say?
Yeah, I lost my train of thought because I was going to ask a question time back and everybody was jumping on to different topics here. Question for Nick, if Nick's around. I'm not sure if he's there, but
I think we may have lost him.
You know what? That's fine. But all I'm saying is, I personally think, okay, Eric, I agree with you at some point, but I think Eden's got a gift. He's got a talent, but he's just throwing it away.
I supported him from day one to be the quote unquote leader. I wanted him to be a character. I didn't
Okay,
want
but
to
let me talk. Let me finish talking, please. All I'm saying is the only way this guy's going to get help if he meets with some guys like Nick or guys that he probably looks up to, like some sort of like an intervention. If they really, if he really he needs the help. We all know that. I said, and I think the only way he's going to realize that is they all tell him straight up.
They have been telling him, and he just, when somebody tells him that you would think in your eyes a VIP tells him, he ignores it, or it takes it as an insult,
or he attacks them. Yeah,
or he attacks them. And until he's willing to accept the help, those words are falling on deaf ears. And quite honestly, I don't know about other people, but me, for instance, I wasted 3 weeks trying to help the man. I'm over it. If he don't want to help himself, that's not my problem.
Yeah.
Sherry, can I interject here quickly, just to Nav's point?
Yep.
Yeah, go ahead.
Here's the reality, right, guys? If the viewers are coming, like, he's not going to change, right? he had a monopoly. Like when you're talking about the shows he had, they were monopolized. Like when Poker Pro Eric had a show and Keating happened to be on and Poker Boss happened to be on, it was the biggest show. Like it's who you have. And to your point earlier, Eden does have talent. I told him that he has incredible talent, but he's botching a great opportunity. He's burning bridges. So honestly, I think the only way, despite how hard-headed he is, the only way to get him out of that is to just boycott him, essentially. That's my opinion.
Yeah,
Well,
it's not going to be easy to boycott him because there's going to be trollers. There's going to be a lot of people that want him to self-destruct. And the whole point of
Do
it
you
is,
hold on, not to interrupt, but I have to. Do you think if someone fires up and that's his thing, he had consistency, he was on, this is his life, this is his dream, right? But he already admitted this is a dream to get back to whatever the fuck it is, rock operas. But if you had someone consistent like Brian, for example, firing up spaces against him, he would not get the VIPs based on what he's done.
No, Brian is not leading the mutiny. like
I know we're not here for
Aye,
that.
aye,
We're here to
Captain.
do
yeah.
WSOP reporting.
No, I'm not talking
I
about
will.
mutiny. I'm just making an example. Like if someone else, like Veronica, led a space every other day,
Yeah.
and he led one, like they're gonna go to Veronica's space.
I
That's
think
all I'm
it's
saying.
important. Everybody can do whatever they want to do.
Exactly.
We fire up a space here or there. You know that's cool. I want to be really clear. Like my goal is to, focus on my own problems as far as whatever it
We
is,
don't want to hear about your
and
fucking
and
problems, Brian. All right.
and yeah, and then the other thing too is certainly willing to help in any way that I possibly can with anybody else that wants help. But like wasting time on somebody that doesn't want help, that is, actively, attacking you for offering it is just not something I want to do. One thing is like I'm just curious, like if there's anybody that knows anything about what's going on at the MGM this week, like at the MGM properties, if there's any tournaments over there,
Well,
or
I know
are
somebody
they
who might know
doing
what's going on at
anything?
MGM Properties that's in the audience.
Well, we're not going to
Yes, so
call
do
him out.
I.
We're not going to call him out, but he can
I'll
press
call him
that
out. Okay,
button.
Mike McDermott, come on stage. Mike McDermott, tell us
Mike
what's going on.
McDermott, yeah.
And
I'll
let me
read you
tell
a
you,
story.
I might have to rotate some people out. So if I remove you as a speaker, don't be offended. We just are making space, okay?
Thanks, Eden.
Thanks, Ethan.
No, Eden would just boot you and block you. So
Get out.
there you go.
Yeah. NS5, you had another comment?
yeah, I was going to say, has anyone, Eric, have you met him in person? Or has anyone met him in person? Has Nick met him in person?
Well, the one thing Eden can be happy about, again, I'm not trying to trash on him, but I think it's funny that he now has something in common with his hero, Garrett Alstein. They are both now banned from Hustler Casino. How about that?
And why is he banned? What happened between him and Nick? I'm like so behind in here. What happened?
Just go read all the
Yeah,
tweets
he
from
got a Twitter
today.
war this morning,
You just
but
got to go read all the tweets.
again, I'm not. I think it's important that we maybe not focus on him so much.
Yeah, I think we should move on.
I'm just talking in general that it's nice to have a poker space that's not Doug Polk that only wants to talk to his friends. I can talk to people like you and meet new friends, and that's what's important to me is that we need a space that everyone can have a voice and not get shouted down. Brian is the host, but Brian is not trying to be a rock star. He's not trying to be the meta king. He's just trying to be one of us. That's all.
It could become a big thing, and I could like fly on private jets and
But is your mom and dad going to buy you the airline ticket?
yeah, I don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah. Hoosiers,
Who's your ball?
you have a question or comment, or
Go ahead.
just
Blue ball.
click the mic in the lower left corner there if you see it. Hopefully you're
Eric's
still there.
best
We've been
Poker
having all
Pro.
kinds of problems with Twitter. If no one's heard, there was some issues last night that led to all kinds of stuff. So if you are clicking and not getting up here or something, don't take offense to it. And if you get kicked out or something, I didn't do anything. So anyway,
Yeah, unless you're being a jerk, then you got
unless you're
kicked
being
out
a
on
jerk,
purpose.
then you're gonna get run, Eric. Oh, he did get run. How did that happen?
I didn't run him.
Good morning, Mr. McCormick. How are you doing? Do you guys have anything going on at any MGM property? do you guys do poker over there?
Yeah, I think.
Hi, Sean.
Good morning, Donna. Good morning, Brian.
Hey.
Good morning, Sherry. Good morning, everybody. First thing, I just want to touch on something Poker Pro Eric talked about. Poker Pro Eric, I am probably one of the biggest 1A guys you'll ever meet. So I am a big freedom of speech guy, and I will never suppress anybody's right to free speech. However, that being said, if you want to get more industry people and more high level people, the spaces can't be gotcha moments. I understand the public wants to know certain things. However, putting us in a almost, inquirer type of setting, or literally like a gotcha moment, like it's cool for the likes, but it won't be cool for the longevity of getting the people you want in these shows. So I'm all for asking me like deep questions about MGM and stuff like that, as long as it doesn't have to do with like any personal things or anything like that. I'll ride with it.
Okay.
But let me touch on what's
I'm
going
going to
on
start.
on MG. Oh,
Okay,
go ahead,
go
Sherry.
Be
ahead.
careful. Wait. Let him make sure
Yep,
that
go ahead.
No,
is that your only criteria?
yeah, I mean, it's within reason. I always tell people, industry people, we're humans too, and don't try to attack us personally in any way. And we're usually
Yeah.
pretty like you guys know me. I'm one of the more open operators. I talk
Yeah.
to you guys all the time, so I'm not fearful of answering questions because I generally try to do things the right way. So I don't really get concerned with questions about operations and stuff. But you could run into people if you're going to ask them like behind the scenes questions and stuff like that. Might be a question you might want to ask them offline, maybe not in spaces like this.
Yeah.
Just be cognizant of that. But let's pivot real quick to the fun stuff. What's going on at MGM Properties this week?
Yes.
So today we have an awesome event at MGM Grand. We have a triple stud event. We have an $800 mystery bounty event over at Aria. Bellagio's just rocking with cash games. That's all we're doing there pretty much all summer. Be on the lookout. We might do some type of like satellites for a BetMGM event or there and some other things. And speaking of BetMGM, we have the BetMGM Championship that starts June 9th at the end of this week. And it will be the only other game in town that I know of for a tournament that will be live streamed on Poker Go. So pretty cool. The only other
Nice.
game outside of obviously the big one over at Horseshoe. They're doing a fantastic job. And the numbers have been great. So poker's just great in town all around. But yeah, if anybody has any MGM questions or Bellagio,
I
yeah,
do.
fire away, Sherry, of course.
I do. How are you, pal? You doing okay, first of all?
Oh, I'm doing great. Health's great.
Okay, good.
I'm actually
Good.
down 40 pounds in about 9 months. So I've gotten my health
Nice.
right. And this is the time of year that I'm feeling it. Like being down 40 pounds, I can move around town a little bit easier, get my exercises in, got my water in, got my jug right here. And yeah,
Good for
life's
you.
been good. Life's been good.
Good job. Now, my question for you, and it's not a gotcha moment, but I told them the other day I would be the one that would be asking you some questions because we're all curious, right? But of course, I don't want any specifics. I just have general questions about the situation that we can maybe just get some insight about how it works, so to speak. So the other day there was a player who had their box. They went to their box at the Bellagio, and when it was eventually opened with a drill, I think it was empty. Now, I don't want any specifics about that. My question to you is about the process of getting a box, the type of cost that's involved. Are there cameras through all the processes of accessing your box? Are there cameras when you're putting stuff in? The cameras can see what you're putting in or taking out. So we just kind of had general questions about those kinds of things. Could you answer any of those?
Sure. Obviously, I can't talk about something that's ongoing, and I
Right.
will never talk about a specific player or anything.
Right.
Obviously, we do our due diligence with any type of investigation and work with any and all regulatory processes. So beyond that, our safety deposit boxes are free. We give them out to, generally, we have like criteria for players, and it's usually based on amount of time played, not always the limit played. So I've turned down 10, 20 no limit players
Right.
who I know have a lot of cash on them, and I've accepted a 2-5 player who plays 1,500 hours a year, because that's more than like a regular job. You know what I mean? Like
Right.
we have
Right.
criteria for that. And of course, the boxes there's regulatory things we have to go through just to have them, compliance things we have to go just to have them, and they are under surveillance at all times. But I am going to just leave it at that
No,
again
that's
because it's
perfect.
such a hot topic
No,
right
no,
now.
no, no. That's absolutely perfect. And that's exactly what I told them that I would ask. And the parameters I even said that I was going to keep it within. So there were just those general questions when people were questioning the situation that I promised that I would ask. And I appreciate you letting us get that information firsthand.
Of course.
So tell me what tournament do you have in the ARIA series tomorrow?
Tomorrow at our you got to make me do homework here.
Oh, no.
I wish I had all of them memorized. I do
All
not.
right.
I'm not that good.
All right, I'll
Gotcha.
tell you. I'll tell you
Yeah,
what
yeah.
it is. It's the 800 No Limit Mystery Bounty. I'm just trying to get a plug in for you. It's no, that's today. Sorry. Monday
Oh,
is the 600 No Limit at 11 a.m. Um,
Beautiful. And I don't know if you guys have
75K
seen, but
guarantee.
those new trophies are amazing.
They're
I love
beautiful.
them. They're they're obviously a like an ode to the card wall there. So it's kind of cool. Arya's obviously got that special artwork that's one of a kind.
Yeah, no, the trophies are amazing. You guys always have nice trophies for sure. And I look forward to seeing them in person, taking one home.
now an really important question, Sean. Did you get the Strawberry Julius back there at Bellagio yet?
I have not been able to complete that one just yet. I
Sherry,
think it's a
Sherry's
property wide thing though. I don't believe it's a poker thing. I believe they don't just do it anymore on property.
so Sherry's making me focus on that one before I try to get you to bring back the Fontana Lounge for turn. That seems like a little
Hey,
more.
hey, Brian, hate to interrupt, but I know Josh Aria is, going, like, trying to get healthier and is on a diet or a meal plan change. Maybe, I know you're trying, obviously, that's a big thing on your plate.
Yeah.
Maybe you want to hear from him about it,
Oh,
but.
Well, and I told Brian he was being so demanding that he needed to wait until the drink was brought back before he started
Actually,
hitting you up.
what I need to do is get Josh to film me eating some chicken wings so I can get $1 million out of this thing. You know,
I love it.
I
I
think
actually,
I was
Brian,
explaining
I
to
actually
somebody.
feel
Yeah, go ahead.
I feel bad losing all this weight. Obviously, everybody in the poker community is just willing to throw money around at people to lose weight. I should have set up a bet. Where's Doug Polk? Who does all these bets? You know,
Bill
Bill
Perk.
Bill,
Perkins.
Bill
Perkins, of
Perkins.
course. I got to get to Perkins. I should have, I got to show him some old photos from 8 months ago and kind of oversell it. But no, I love that. That is so special in our community that people just want to do that, go out of their way to say, hey, you know what? Even if they're taking the worst of it, they're willing to take the worst of it for someone else to get better in their life, whether it be weight or health or anything, man, quitting cigarettes, quitting drugs or whatever it is. It's very cool to see that people rally around other people and champion them in a very special way.
100%.
And that's the thing that the poker community should be about, just helping each other, and those who want help, giving them all the help that you can, and figuring out that, like, KL last night, I was thinking about him every time I see his tweets about, like, I'm not coming, and people keep asking him. It's like a dagger every time I feel it. Hey, KL, are you coming out? And do you know KL, Sean?
Very well.
Okay. So, he's a very likable guy, and they've got all these problems. And I'm even sitting here last night, I'm thinking, I could grab my mom's toy hauler, have my brother drive it out there, put his hospital bed in the back. I'm asking my mom, is there like air conditioning in the toy hauler area of your thing? Like, put that hospital bed back there, haul it out to Vegas, get him in the tag team. I don't know, like something like, like, that's what the community is about, like trying to help people, or it should be about, like, this whole, like, even on the other end of that, like building somebody up way too much or tearing them down, obviously is like, just, we need more positivity. And that's why, like, I was saying this morning about losing weight. If people have problems or whatever, you want to talk about it, like, I'm not going to send you checks or anything like that, but I'm certainly willing to, be there for people or whatever. I was at a table the other day. I was saying earlier, Sean, before you joined, and the guy to my right says, he said something, and then he says, "Well, of course, I'm not going to be around. I'm only going to be like here for three to four or 5 more years, at most." And somebody's like, "Why? You look pretty healthy." And he's like, "Well, I have stage 4 cancer, and so like." There's a lot of people carrying around different things that you don't know what they're dealing with, or you don't know how they got there, and being there for people is the main thing. So I think
Let me just insert here that if somebody would like to come up and become a speaker and ask Sean or anyone else some questions, or if you have some comments, we'd love it. Please press that request button on the bottom left. And quite honestly, we would prefer if you did it that way, because Twitter Spaces has been acting up for the last 24 hours. And for some reason, when you request, we're more successful in bringing you up than if we invite you at this moment. So, and go ahead, Lou Ball,
now,
what you got?
yeah, I don't think he's there. Sean, what time does that bounty? It's an $800 bounty today. What time does that start again?
That's 11 a.m.
Okay.
Guys,
Yeah.
stop needling Sean. You guys already have the information. That's fucked up.
No, I didn't
We
have
want
it in
him
front of
to.
me.
We want him
It really wasn't a
The guy,
needle.
the guy's spinning 40 plates, guys. Come
Oh,
on, I
come
ain't
on,
having it. Just
come on.
relax, relax. I ain't having it.
You're gonna get run here, buddy. You're ambushing people.
Wait, let's say it the right way.
Wait,
We're
did
going
he
to
really
block
get
you. We're going
ran?
to block you. We're going to block you.
He's gonna get ran. I don't know. I think he did get ran. Oh my gosh.
You're
Yeah,
not gonna
that's
block
not
me. You're
good.
just gonna
There it
run
is.
me. You're just gonna
Oh my.
run me.
Hey,
Oh my
don't push
gosh.
the limit, brother. Don't underestimate the finger button, the button finger, the finger button.
Guys, you don't know who I got in my DM, so careful, right?
Yep.
Look, ask me if I care.
You're not in DMs. I know, Sean. You're not in people's DMs. Yeah. So anyway, on what you were saying though, Sean, I did ask a tournament director at a nearby property called the Horseshoe and Paris about whether he would want to come on a space or so. He's like, heck no, I'm not coming on no spaces. So anyway, I tried to tell him it'd be a safe place. We'd throw a warm blanket over him and he could cuddle there on the couch or whatever, but he was not having it.
He was not having it.
So anyway, I just brought somebody up. Who did I just
You brought me up, dumbass.
Donna. Oh
yeah. Josh Arya was just in here. I don't know if you must have heard his name, because he was in here right after we talked about his meal plan. But he left. But I wanted to ask this question for Sean McCormick. Unfortunately, I'm flying into Las Vegas tomorrow, so I'm not going to be able to play. That's not. I want to play a mystery bounty. That's not a million people. That would have been fun. My question is, does the Aria Poker Room have like an official Twitter? And are they up? Do you know if they're updating like the tournaments they have, or where I can find specific to Aria tournaments?
The best people to follow, yes, it's at Aria Poker.
Okay.
Is the main account, and that is definitely updated daily. Obviously, following Paul Campbell is going to be your best resource
Tournament
for
director. Yeah, okay. Aria.
anything tournament related at Aria. And then their director of poker ops, his name is Ryan Kirk. His at is ROK300.
ROK300. See if that comes up.
And they post Campbell and the Aria Twitter is very updated all the time, very current.
Okay, well, because I'm looking at the last post was made June 3rd. What's today? June 4th. So I guess not bad. Okay, I guess it was a horse event. I guess I'm trying to look for like update, like morning, like hey, come on over. There's a tournament today, because there is so many tournaments in Las Vegas right now, and what do you call it? Series that it is hard to keep up with, kind of.
I highly recommend following Kev Math Vegas account. Kev Math has 2 accounts.
Oh, he does.
And that second account, Kev Math Vegas,
find that.
promotes. He literally puts it on his page what order he promotes in. I think he promotes to like Golden Nugget first, then like
Yep.
Venetian, and then
Okay,
Aria,
I
and then
just
MGM
follow. See,
Grand.
I
I
didn't
don't
know
know
there
his
was
order,
two
but
accounts. Thank you. I just follow the other one.
Yeah.
yeah, that's super informative, and he does that just graciously. So anytime I see that dude, I try to like get him lunch or something or whatever I can do. That dude is
Sean,
he does.
we're trying to get him in the Poker Hall of Fame, at least
as
the
a nominee, you
nomination.
won't get in, but a nominee. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
and I'm going to tell you that
Yeah.
yesterday, Brian McCon did
Mycon.
a
Same thing.
Yeah.
Mycon, thank you, did a video on Twitter where he actually gave Kevin Mathers $100 tip and suggested that the first time you see Kevin at the WSOP this summer, that you should tip him, and in appreciation for all the work he does on our behalf. And some of it's a thankless job, and he's doing it 24/7. It seems.
He is
Yeah, but
definitely
all the
one of the.
staff's working hard. Like, for example, Alan Kessler just tweeted, he posted his picture. He just sat down in today's $600 deep stack sherry. And he said, kudos to all the staff here. Yesterday, there was over 8,000 entries.
Whoa.
And today, there's 5,000 restarting, plus this new event. Like, the staff has done an amazing job at the, not the MGM, of course, but they've done a great job in all these poker rooms because the amount of people right now, Sean, is ridiculous in town, right? It's got to be crazy.
Hey, Sean,
This
Alan,
isn't
wait,
even the
did you
main
say that
event.
was did you say that was Alan Kessler made those comments about the
Alan
staff?
Kessler just said kudos to all the staff running a seamless poker tournament. Yeah, it's pretty amazing.
And where was this? This was an MGM property
No.
or
He
somewhere?
just sat down
I'm
at the
I'm just kidding.
$600 tournament. He's giving them kudos because they had 8,000 yesterday for the Mystery Millions, 5,000 returned, plus they're running a $600 bracelet event today. Like weekends at the Horseshoe and the Bally's are ridiculous, which is why I would love to go to Aria and play some tournaments. We talked about earlier. Remember an hour ago, I said, what else is there in the lower price range around town that I would love to play with, have a good structure? I think Aria has always been one of those places.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm just teasing, by the way, Sean. But
Oh, you're fine. It's really funny actually. I will be the first person ever to say kudos to the WSOP and the job they do there, because I would collapse into myself like a dying sun if I had to run that joint. I
oh yeah.
don't even know how they do it.
Well, Sean,
It
did
is
you
it
see
is
some of
a
those pictures
massive,
yesterday of the
massive
hallways
undertaking.
during the break?
I mean, it's incredible. It's like it doesn't make
I don't know
sense
how
to
they
me.
do it. Yeah.
Well,
It's
and what
But
a lot of people don't talk. I was talking with them one time about the fact that that's a difficult place to do that event. Let's just say, with the history and stuff like that. So, they definitely they have a lot of different logistics going on there. It's just unbelievable to think about having so many tournaments and things going on, and you've got day 2 coming in and day 3, and you got a final table that
Dailies.
needs to be here, and then you got dailies all the way across, and it's
Yeah,
just like
I'm going to be play. I talked to you guys.
what
I'm
is
going
that?
to play some of those dailies, but thank you, Sean. I just followed Aria Poker on Twitter and KevMath Vegas on Twitter, so I got 2 new follows that are going to help me out this summer. Thank you.
Nice. And just to answer your like lower buy-in range, Aria is going to be like 600 to 800. It's like I said earlier, we have our $3,500, $2 million guaranteed championship at the end of this week. And then MGM Grand is going to be your 200 to 400 and sometimes even a little bit higher. Obviously, their main event is like 1,700. That's later this month. And both schedules really complement players to have a lot of
How
different
many
choices
tables do they
between
have at
mixed
MGM
games
right
and
now?
hold'em.
Do they expand the poker room at all for more tables?
They did. I believe it's 33.
Yeah, because I know that it barely goes into the casino usually, so they must have added a few, hopefully.
And you guys had a nice event there last year for the MGM Poker Series. Are you guys? Is it pretty similar?
Yeah, it's the numbers have actually started out even better than last year. And like I said, we're real hopeful to continue to create that level of buy-in and that level of player engagement at MGM Grand, not just this year, but continuing forward. It's been really great to see. There's definitely enough appetite for tournament poker in Vegas for all of us. It's great.
Yeah, I think that's important too. I was saying to somebody the other day, they were complaining about some things and whatever, and I said, look, the reality is, if you're not happy, there's things going on all over town. Go to somewhere where you're, you that where they're reeling you in, like there's things that have, I think that's been good for the World Series too, like that, they realize there's other places to go play. So, so they've got to, fit in within the
Yeah,
mold
but
too,
the
to
MGM
go
has so many
off.
great properties now. Like Sean, actually, because I'm flying tomorrow morning to Las Vegas for a few weeks, and I saw on last night was Ocean's 11 was on TV, so I watched Ocean's 11, and I realized, holy shit, this is like an advertisement for MGM properties. It was all at the MGM Grand with the fight, and then the vault was at the Bellagio, and I guess you said the corporate offices are all at the Bellagio too, correct?
They're all
Oh,
around, but
okay.
there's some there at Bellagio. But yeah, now that we saw, unfortunately, something that's changed since Ocean 11, we sold the Mirage. So the tunnels underground that
Oh,
connect to
okay.
Gage, we had to close that tunnel.
Yeah,
We had to close,
that's
and if you believe there were tunnels under Vegas that connected these cages, I have some beachfront property in like
Well,
Arizona to sell
okay,
you
that
as
was
well.
one question I had. So Benedict, who's played by Andy Garcia, he went with Julia Roberts over to the big boxing fight, which is MGM Grand, and went through a tunnel back to Bellagio. That doesn't exist, right? Or does it?
does it
I
exist?
mean, I'm not going to talk about what does and doesn't exist, but no, we don't have carts under the tunnels of Las
Yeah, because if
Vegas
you,
moving
cause you
things
remember, so
around.
he showed up to George Clooney was getting like beaten up in a back room in the tunnels down below, and then he walked through a tunnel and showed up magically at the boxing match at the MGM Grand down the street. I'm like, I don't know if this is a thing. Who knows?
This is what I tell you guys, and I always say this to my friends: never let the truth get in the way of a good
Good
story.
movie. Yeah.
Well, I can appreciate that you can't comment on security matters there, and that's
Well,
certainly
is
understood.
there motion
I
sensor
wouldn't
starting to
even know, guys. That's the funny, like you would give me too much credit that I have any understanding of what happens in these places. Yeah, I'm just a poker guy. Yeah.
Um, and let me invite
All right, hold
Legion
on, Sean. Who
Ben.
was your favorite character in
I'll
Ocean's
do it.
11? Who was your favorite?
Oh
Why?
man, I think it was God. I can't remember his name. The guy, the money guy that helped them.
Oh, the
He was
older guy.
yeah, he was the dad on Friends. He was Rachel and Ross's dad, but
I
I
don't
can't
remember his
remember
name
his
either.
name in the
Yeah.
movie.
Okay. The
But
money guy.
I actually my favorite scene from him is in the second. Well, it's the beginning of the second Ocean's 12, and he's sitting there with the psychic, and then Terry Benedict's crew comes up behind him. And he's literally sitting with his psychic, and he's like, "This you couldn't see all the money I pay you," and it's such a great scene.
That's funny. If anybody knows about where these tunnels are, it's Legion. Ben,
Give us a combination, Legion Ben. Go
What's that
ahead.
password, please?
I don't know about all that. I'm still here for the hopes and dreams, but um, there was something just posted that I found really interesting, and I know the poker boss there may not want to comment because it's someone else's card room, but allegedly, if any poker tournament at the Venetian has an overlay that doesn't meet the advertised guarantee, then the dealers have to pay for it. For example, if $100,000 guarantee and only 75,000 final prize pool, then 25,000 is taken out of the Venetian poker room, the Venetian dealers' pockets for the day. Apparently, the lowest this can decrease a dealer's hourly to is $6 per hour. And this is posted by Jeff Boski saying that there's some credible sources that are
Is
saying this.
this
Does
legal
anyone know
though?
anything about
Jeez.
this?
Oh my God.
That sounds
Sounds
yeah,
believable.
insane.
I don't think Sean wants to comment for sure on that, but yeah, that's an interesting story. Hopefully it's not true. I don't know. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, I have no clue. That's the first I've heard of it, but I
Yeah,
will
this was
definitely
just
dig into it when we get off air.
yeah, this was just posted right now by Jeff's
By Boski, right?
Boski saying that he's heard from multiple reliable sources, and then someone else piped in that they heard the same thing, but no dealer would comment
Yeah,
on it.
because I feel like if you're a dealer at the Venetian, Benjamin, you're almost forced to like advertise for them. You have to like tell people, you have to tweet about it, do retweets. You have to basically do what you do and try to advertise because your job depends on it. It's ridiculous.
That's
Well,
crazy.
he included the Venetian in the tweet, so let's see if the Venetian will respond.
Well, the thing for you, Sean, is if that is true, it sounds like you're going to get some applications for dealers. I don't think I'd want to work for $6.50 an hour.
Yeah, I mean, it's I've heard things from the Venetian before about canceling guarantees and stuff like that, like non-guarantee guarantees where they they post like a guarantee and then they don't meet it and they don't like they just cancel the guarantee. I've heard that before, but I've never heard this before, and that's absolutely insane to me.
Yeah, changing the subject a little bit or shifting the subject, though, it's a question that you probably can talk about. I know you and I have talked about it before, Sean, a little bit, is that with the guarantees, I was somewhat sympathetic to your position of like, I believe it was your position of like, when we get in that with an overlay or something like that, we're in a bad position or whatever. By the way, feel free to not answer if you can't, whatever. But, you know, why not change the verbiage a little bit and call it like, a target, $1 million target or something? Like the word guarantee to me, like,
Lock
causes that,
it in.
you know? And that's not to ambush you. Feel free to stay on mute if you don't want to answer it. It's fine. We
He
can just
might
move
be
on.
he might
Is,
be
is
tied
this an
up with
ambush?
something.
Smells like an
Or
ambush.
you're okay. I won't ambush you with that, Sean. Um,
Let's go back to we were talking about your daughter playing a ladies event.
yes.
I posted in the comment section of this space the schedule of the Lips events that are going to be at South Point, the MGM, Venetian, um, and like South Point Mega Satellite. That would probably be even a good one. Or there's a $200 deep stack. And the reason why I say that is they're going to be small fields, so it's a good way to introduce her to a tournament without it being too overwhelming.
Yeah.
So I gave you that schedule, bud.
And she's probably not likely to get some dude staring her down for like 10 minutes awkwardly.
Well, and she'll need to eventually learn how to deal with that as well. But
Yeah.
for her first time, I think something away from the WSOP for her first tournament is what I would personally recommend.
Yeah, I think
And
that's right on
South
that.
Point runs a great tournament. So that's my 2 cents for what it's worth.
Yeah, I just think a ladies event is really a good idea for her. They even have the on July 2nd they have the ladies event, the $200
Right.
limit.
Right.
So and being a deep stack event, maybe I can spend some time teaching her pot control and kind of like, that kind of thing. So
Right. Right. But
uh,
really, she just needs to go online and practice some free poker so she can get the logistics, so to speak, of how the table operates. And, she can start recognizing the board and her hands. And yeah, so that's all good.
let me invite Nick.
All
I
right.
didn't
S.
see his
Williams, what you
request
got for us while he's
earlier.
working on the controls?
Yeah, so there's this guy, Casino King. Not very well known, but a super, super cool guy. He posted a YouTube video about how he quit his job as an executive at he was in a really good spot to play poker and kind of just ride that journey. And I think it's a really cool story. So I invited him to come in. So if you see Casino King, please invite
And
him
when
up,
you say
okay?
executive, you mean like in the business world, not a casino executive, right? Okay.
Correct. Correct.
Sean,
Casino King, I see you in
And
the room.
he left, you know, a full-time job where he had a lot of respect to pursue his poker dream. So I think it's a cool story. Definitely think, we should be supporting him and would love to have him come up, and he's here right now. So
what an intro, Sean. Thank you.
Hey guys, thanks for inviting me.
How you doing?
Hey.
Hello.
I'm already following you, so you're the man
I
for sure.
appreciate it. I mean, a lot of people on this, it looks like already people that kind of support or have helped me out along the way. So already appreciate all the warm welcome to the community and just everybody that's followed on either Twitter, YouTube, TikTok. It's it's pretty cool how supportive the poker world can be, even though it can be kind of negative sometimes.
Yeah, but guys, should we be worried about a cartoon avatar? What do you think?
Hey, it's the highest quality production thing I have, I think, is the profile picture. So can't let it go
Yeah,
there.
but Alan Kessler is never following you with that
I
picture.
don't know if I'll survive.
I will say I've been following and promoting Casino Kings content for a while now. Puts out some great shit. He also does some work, I believe, for poker.org as well. And yeah, really worth the follow, guys. Some great content that he's putting out. Does a great job.
Thanks. Yeah, I got to give a shout out to Poker.org. They've been amazing, and also kind of acting as a little bit of a support as I got off my full-time job. And then also Zynga Poker has been a big part of my kind of transition. They've been great, and they've kind of hired me to make some content. So both of those companies have been huge in this crazy transition the last couple of months.
I
So
think I played
what were
about
you do? What were you?
100,000 hours on Zynga Poker when I first was learning poker. It was when it was free before they ruined the site. It was way back 10 years ago, probably 12, 13 years ago. I don't even remember, but um I I still have friends today from across the world that I met playing on that free poker site, and we used to have a blast. And I probably have 100,000 hours on free poker on that site practicing. So there you go. Thank
I
you.
still get a lot of people that DM me angry about the changes they've made on the site, and I'm like, I don't have anything to do with that. I'm just making little videos. But yeah, I know that they were the OG back in the day.
Back in the day, it was the place to play, just free. It was just totally social. But then they started changing it so they could, of course, make money because they were going bankrupt. And, um, it was unfortunate that they had to go that route because for those that were enjoying it, it ruined it for us. And I've never played on it since.
Well, if
Yeah. So what's your story?
yeah. Well, again, I appreciate you guys even listening to me. But I basically in 2015, I graduated from college and got into sports media. So I thought that was kind of what my path was going to be making videos about sports. I got a job at the NFL Network in Los Angeles, moved out there, and then slowly was working my way up the ranks, and eventually was the executive producer of video at Sports Illustrated up until yesterday or Friday. So it was quite the journey moving up in the media space. But during that same time, I went out to Hollywood Park Casino when we first moved out there, and I used to just love playing blackjack, but fell in love with the game of poker and slowly was playing that more and more, just kind of in my free time. And then, when the pandemic hit, there was nothing to do. Sports had kind of stopped. There was a lull at work. So I was playing a lot of online poker and made some really good friends that enjoyed playing cards. And around that same time, that's like when TikTok was released. So uh, it was kind of crazy because that's about the same time that I went from making videos to being more management. And so I started making my own content on TikTok and becoming more of a manager at work. And the more I did that, the more I realized I loved making my own videos, and I absolutely hated everything to do with management, like from trying to make people work weekends and nights, and your operating schedules, you're dealing with HR all the time. And at both companies, I worked at Yahoo Sports and Sports Illustrated, we had layoffs, and I had to deal with that from a management side. And it was some of the worst days, of my career was, telling people that they don't have a job anymore. And I just didn't want to do that anymore. And I kind of realized that, poker's stressful. So if I need some stress in my life, poker's perfect. But kind of this last year, I've had a lot of videos go viral on TikTok. And because of that, I have had multiple brands reach out to me about making content for them. Zynga Poker, Poker.org, Ignition Casino as well. And I've realized that I could kind of fund my life through content creation, and by doing so, I've been able to vlog at various casinos. And I made a video about this, so I feel bad if I'm repeating myself, but I see Sean's on here. So MGM letting me vlog a while back before the first ban went into place was actually massive for me. I did a session at the Aria, and a lot of those videos end up going viral for me. Like a couple went like 3-4 million, and those are the biggest moments of growth for my channel. Outside of the Phil Hellmuth and Eric Person interviews. So really, this last year, I can't believe how quickly it's all taken off. But it all kind of came together at the end when I saved up a lot of that money that I was making on the side, and when played on Hustler Casino Live with Nick, and kind of ran as hot as I've ever ran before, and basically doubled my bankroll. So after that happened, I was like, all right, I have enough money saved up on the side to play poker. I'm making enough money off content. At this point, I'm just gonna cut ties with the thing that's stressing me out. That's my job, and just fully focus on content creation. So now I'm on a Twitter Space.
Yeah, and I wanted to ask you, so I think a lot of times people see content creators, they look at like a guy like Joey or whoever, and they see somebody that just like walked into it, or you have a guy that starts a Twitter Space and thinks within a few weeks they should be quitting their job, these kind of things. Like I think that the grind of creating content and all of that is just like not well understood. Like people just don't see all the work that it's like an actual job. It's not like you're just rolling in the money, and that kind of thing.
Absolutely. I mean, I was just doing my list for the week. I have like 50 videos I need to make by Wednesday for different things. But I think that's what's important. And I think you see the successful content creators is that they all love what they're doing. I think if you don't love it, it's too much work, and it's not, like you said, it is a full-time job. It takes a lot of work. You got to watch streams at night. You got to be in spaces. Like, you got to kind of know what's going on. And you also have to have a lot of humility and be able to kind of see what viewers like and want. And all of that kind of combined, you don't get that overnight, but it's definitely something that when you do get it and you kind of figure out what your lane is, it is one of the most satisfying things, is when you make a piece of content you like and people are talking about it and enjoying it. That's my favorite part of the whole thing.
I think that's key, is that you're making stuff that you like, and ultimately if other people like it, then it's real. The thing that, one year I brought a camera guy out to the World Series. We did a vlog, and I did it with that kind of mindset, but we were filming like the trailer. So the trailer was something along the lines of, I'm going out to the World Series this year. I'm going to either lose my butt or win hundreds of thousands of dollars. Like, follow me. And so like, I say that, and then, there's a certain vulnerability to that, right? Like, I'm either going to look like an ass or a hero, right? So I think that was the kind of the thing that was interesting about it. And I by no means like you was trying to make a career out of it or anything. I wanted to make content for myself, and I would say, like, people that want to do that, people like Doug Polk, who I mentioned, people, a lot of people give crap to Doug Polk, but in anything that you're trying to do, the stars of that thing, like, now people look up to you, right? You had your own path. You just said, like before, like your appreciation for Sean, and I would say the same thing is, like, Sean put a thing out there, probably, that you respond to, I respond to, welcoming us to come out and film and things like that, and that's been such a thing within casinos, of getting approvals to do that. And I think Sean was really on the forefront of that. The World Series actually had started to come around to the idea. We were actually able to get media credentials and stuff like that, but it was still a very difficult thing. So the main thing that I'm trying to say here in this long-winded way is is just anything in life that you're doing. All the people that are at the top now, they started out somewhere. And if you just ask people for help, you know, and truly want their help and want to listen to their advice, then, you know, people are going to roll out the red carpet, but all you have to do is ask. Is that your kind of experience too?
100%. I feel like as much value as you get back, you get back. You know, like if you're trying to grow a community and you're trying to grow a following, nobody just follows you for no reason. But if you take time to respond to comments, or I have a lot of people just write me DMs asking, you know, what do you record your videos on? What do you edit on? You know, how did you get permission from a casino to do this? What made you want to do it? Like if you take time to legitimately answer those questions, those people, you know, for the most part, are going to support you in a genuine way. You know, you're not bribing them you're not buying followers, you're not bribing them, but you are spending some of your time to develop relationships with those people. And I think that goes farther than really anything else in terms of building an audience. I think you hit it right on the head.
Sean.
Yeah, and for me, I mean, I thought his story was super inspiring because I've been in the same industry for 18 years. I'm very successful, but I also am divorced. I have a child, I have alimony, and like it's tough for me to just go for it, right? And I just respect Casino King. I don't know his personal situation, but like he was in a prominent role at a reputable organization, and you know, he followed his dream and he was failing at the beginning, right? Based on my perception of the YouTube video, and he changed it. He looked at the data, he looked at what sold. He didn't do the same, you know, tedious thing that other vloggers are doing. So I thought that was really cool. And then just two questions. One, what are your plans for the WSOP? You going to sell any action? And then two, which I already know the answer to, have you ever played on any streams?
Yeah. So first of all, kind of what you were talking about earlier, when I first made my first vlog, I was trying to do like how to spot a bluff in poker, and then people were just tearing me apart, being like, "You're a moron. You're talking about stuff you don't know." And a big thing about me, just in my friend group, is like I'm kind of sarcastic, and like when I like to bet on sports, and there's just a lot of like, you know, tragic stuff that happens, and a lot of easy ways to lose, and I've kind of leaned into that. So a lot of my videos that do well are the ones where it comes off like I'm going to win, and then actually it was a horrible play and I end up getting stacked or lose money. But I end up making a lot of that money back on YouTube or on TikTok because of the views. And so because of that, a lot of people, when they know I'm playing in the game, they'll want to play at the table because they know I'm playing stuff that, you know, I'm not scared to make bad moves because it's a little bit of a hedge. So sorry, that doesn't answer your questions. I'm going to go out to World Series of Poker for sure. From June 28th to July 7th. I'm going to play in the mini main event, Colossus, and then potentially the 10K Turbo Bounty tournament, because all they have here in my home state, Minnesota, is like mainly turbo tournaments. So that's just like something I'm really comfortable with. So I was thinking about taking a swing at that. But if I don't play in that, I was going to try to either play on Poker Night in America or another stream while I was out there. So still kind of filling that out in terms of the official plan, but then you know, any spare time I got, I'm going to try to make some content at the local MGM properties now that I got permission. So that's kind of my plan for that week, and then still trying to see if I'm going to play the main event. I think that it's probably a total punt if I do, but if I can, you know, find it in the bankroll or win some money early in the week, then maybe I'll roll the dice. I don't know if I'll sell any action for the tournaments because it's really important to me that if people buy action, that they can either watch it or I have a really strong feeling that I'll make the money back. So probably what I would sell action for is if I played on a live stream while I was out there. I don't know if I'll sell around WSOP because I did sell a little bit of action on the Hustler stream and people were really excited about it. And I wouldn't want to, you know, somehow have those people believe that I think I'm going to, you know, win the main event or something like that. So I'm just trying to toy around with that in a smart, responsible way.
Yeah, but you could set that precedent on the front end, and just like the people that, you know, want a little sweat, right? like that maybe you are negative EV, but just want to sweat. As long as that's clear, cut and dry, I think it'll be fun. Like I'd buy action just for the fun of it, right? Um, and also what I think is important, Casino King, that you haven't touched on. Um, we've seen some spaces recently where, people are getting offers and this and that. And like, how did you get your two biggest interviews? Can you answer me that question?
Yeah, definitely. The thing I've learned in life in general is that it's all like small steps. Everything kind of leads to the next thing. So when I was at Yahoo Sports, we hired a host, Pamela Maldonado, who used to work at Poker News back in the day. And when she was at Odd Shark and then came over to work for us, and we were trying to just get her a couple interviews to get her just comfortable on camera. And one of my friends that's an agent was like, hey, we have Phil Hellmuth coming through. Would you want to interview him? And so we had Pamela do an interview with him. I didn't meet Phil during that time, but I got his email address for that shoot. And then about a year later, when all this kind of took off, I was like, oh, I actually have Phil's email address. And so I sent him an email. I was like, hey, you don't know me, but I worked at Yahoo. You did this interview with Pam. It did well. I was like one of the editors on it. Here's what I'm doing, laid out my account. And then was like, if you have any interest, I'd love to interview you and play you heads up. I'll meet you wherever. And then he got back to me within 15 minutes and was like, yeah, for sure. Can you meet me? And I was like, yeah, like wherever you want. And he was like, well, let's do it after World Series of Poker. I'm either going to be in Minneapolis or Milwaukee. Can you make one of those work? And it's just crazy how life works out. But I live in Minneapolis. So I was like, well, I can definitely meet you there. So the nice thing is I have a bunch of production gear here. So it really worked out in my favor that I was able to bring lights and all my, tech stuff to that. And then that interview did really well. Like a couple of the clips, one of the clips got like 4 million views on TikTok, which was huge for me at the time. And so I was trying to figure out who to interview next. And I decided to send that to Eric Person and ask him, like, hey, I know that you got some beef with Phil Hellmuth. I just interviewed him to start off my series. Would you want to be the next person? No pun intended. And he got back to me right away and was like, yeah, for sure. Come out to Vegas. So kind of using that past experience to get the Hellmuth interview and then use that to get Person. And then he played a big role in getting Robbie Liu to sit down with me too. So it was definitely quite the chain of events, if that makes sense.
No, totally. So you said you played on the Hustler stream?
Yeah, I played on 420, the 10, 20, 40 game back in April, and it was kind of a last second thing. I'd been talking with Ryan a little bit, trying to get on the creator stream, and there wasn't enough room. And then he was like, "Well, you could come out and play on a Thursday," and I didn't really know what the blinds were going to be. And then he told me it was 10, 20, 40, and like just for full disclosure, the most I'd ever bought in before was $1,000 on a 2-5 game. So this was like way out of the stakes that I was comfortable playing. Yeah. So anyway, the poker gods had my back that night for sure, making sure I didn't get stacked right away. But it was a great experience, and I still have some content I'm going to be making about that in the next week or so.
I hear that's a good game ran by some nice people. And that kind of thing.
Oh yeah, I have nothing but great things to say about it. It was an experience I'll definitely remember for the rest of my life.
What's up, Mr. Vertucci?
What's up?
So are you having a good day? What's the schedule like? I know you guys have the Monday. I can't remember what it's called, but what is your schedule?
That's Pain Monday, buddy.
What is it called?
So
Talk Shit Monday.
Yeah, our schedule was Monday is Max Payne Monday. It's a 10K cap. You run it once, slow rolling, all that shit. And then on Tuesdays we have a new ante game where everybody antes $25 except the button who antes 50. On Wednesdays, the 25, 50, 100, which plays pretty big. It plays like our old Friday game. Thursday is the 10, 20, 40 with a 40 ante with a 20K cap. We put that in recently because a lot of players were getting priced out of some of the other games. And so we implemented that. And then our Friday, it looks like it's going to be settling at the 1-200 with a 500 ante. I think that's what the players want to play now.
Just to interject here quickly, I stumbled across a video of Feldman commentating at live at the bike. The video I want to say is like 5 or 6 years old, but it could have been longer. And it was like Harry versus Barry, and it was, long story short, that it was a $12,500 pot, and Feldman was out of his mind, like, oh my God, this is such a sick pot. And now look at where you guys are today, Nick. Like that's in their pre-flop.
Yeah, we talk about that sometimes. It's kind of crazy. I mean, even when Ryan dropped the $1 million game, which was everybody buying for 100,000, I played in that game, and that was like the biggest thing ever. We couldn't believe how high we were playing, and it was like, creating this new ground, and like you said, now look what's happening. Our Friday game is a 1-2-4 with a 500 ante or whatever it's going to be, and it's just kind of crazy. I mean, big pots then. If you got a $30,000 pot, you're at the edge of your seat.
Yeah, it's just amazing. I mean, 5, 6, 7 years later, like,
Yeah,
that's pre-flop action is just bananas.
yeah, it's crazy.
So
Yep.
Ari's in here. I just wanted to wish you good luck, buddy. Looks like you're still in the 10K dealer's choice, I believe. That let me see, what time does that get kicked off? Do you have that, Sherry? I thought that was 1:00. So hopefully you are still in that event and on your way there. Nick, I was going to ask, do you guys ever do cash games? Do you stream cash? I'm sorry, you do cash games. Do you ever stream tournaments?
No, we haven't yet. I mean, one of the reasons is that the Hustler doesn't have a lot of room, and so there's not a lot of room for any type of real tournaments. If they ran anything, it'd have to be a big buy-in with not a lot of people entering it. We've talked about doing some single table sit and goes, screwing around. We've also talked about doing a little heads up tournament thing where you get to the end where one person has gone through all the players, and they did that at the bike once. So we've talked about all that, but we've just been so busy doing everything else, we just haven't gotten to it.
I think like a obviously the lower buy-ins draw a lot of people, and it doesn't sound like you maybe have room for it, but my thought has always been these like multi-day one, where they're building this huge prize pool, and then by the end you have these people at the final table that bought in for a little bit of money, playing for tons of cash. That just creates a lot of nerves and that kind of thing. It's interesting to see people feel the heat. I guess you just never know what you're going to get in that kind of thing.
Yeah, man.
Like just the reaction.
Yeah.
Nick, not to put you on the spot, but is Huss allowed back?
Yeah, I mean, Huss is not. Everyone. I know it's a big thing, and everyone really enjoyed that experience, but we haven't made any statements of Huss not being there, and whatever Wes and Huss made up.
Yeah, I saw that they made up and kind of apologized to each other.
Yeah.
I think there was also like a little bit of a miscommunication, I think, as far as what Wes was trying to say. I don't think Wes understood why what he said was bad. Like I think it was a little bit of a miscommunication. I think Huss knew he could needle Wes from the beginning and was intent on doing that and cross the line a little bit, but
Yeah, I mean, as far as, again, back to the original question, I don't have anything against Huss. I don't dislike him. I like Huss. I don't think it'll go that way again if he plays. He definitely likes the table talk, so I'm sure he wouldn't be a mute if he came back. But yeah, if he wanted to play again, I mean, I think so. Um, we we haven't made any statements or even thought about it again since, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, I thought, like, honestly, like, people get too wound up of like trying to make people either the hero or the goat. It's like always like kind of thing. I just think, like I said earlier, you got to focus on the positive and that sort of thing rather than just all the negative of life.
Yeah.
Honestly, Nick, like yourself, when you first came on, I saw you. I was like, this guy is a brash jerk, and then you came on the Poker Karen show, and like we're very just like direct, like, hey, what's your problem with me? Not like rude or anything, and I don't think that you got any answers, but
No, I
but
mean, that was probably a waste of my time. Look, I don't know. I think people have a different impression of me than who I really am. If you get to meet me and know me, that's probably my fault. But that is what it is. Whatever. I am who I am, and I come across how I do, and it is what it is. And with the person you mentioned, I don't even really like mentioning the name. I just wanted to see if there was any humanity in there at all. Like if there was, because first of all, I never understood it. I still don't understand it. There's never been a beginning to that, to where there was something that happened. It just was, that person just has that kind of target for me. So whatever. And I just, like I said, wanted to see if there was any humanity there. There wasn't. He mocked me after, and I got my answer, and I'm done with that. That's irrelevant to me, all of that stuff. So,
yeah,
but yeah,
and sorry for even bringing it up, but the main point is, like, my opinion of you, definitely changed, and what I've seen of you being willing to just, whatever, whether it be that conversation or other conversations, just be willing to kind of own up to your side of things, and whatever. And everybody in every situation, maybe wishes things were a little bit different,
well,
like that.
yeah. I mean, now it's fun to kind of troll me on the apology tour thing, but the truth is, the truth is there's the beginning of this run for me with Hustler. I really didn't understand what I was getting into. I'd never been in that kind of position, and so there was some times where it was just the right thing to do. Is just to say, hey, look, man, like, I kind of blew it there, whatever. And then there's been some other things. If I'm being real honest, there has been some other things that I don't feel are that big of a deal. And I'm not like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. But
Yeah.
like, if that just helps the other person to be okay, and it just relieves a tension or a beef, I'm more than happy to be the one to say it first, or to do that, because I don't know, because it's like, none of this is really that big of a deal. So, but it's a weird place, man. That's all I could tell you, buddy.
Sherry, you're the co-host. Get your hand down and jump in here. No, I'm just
Well,
kidding.
I have to say that I felt like I was channeling my Nick a moment ago, because I was assembling a lasagna in my kitchen. But I wanted to ask you earlier, but we got sidetracked, Nick. You guys did such a phenomenal job with that that $1 million game. Um, what's the likelihood of doing it again? How often? Have you even thought that far?
Sure.
Um, whatever.
Uh, well, Ryan and I haven't talked about it in detail. We just kind of got through it now, and are trying to just get back to business and finish this documentary. But I would say there's no way it could happen more than once a year. It's too much work and commitment to do that even close to more than once a year. And I think we kind of organically picked the right time to do it, which was right before the WSOP. So I think if we were to do it again, it would probably happen around the same time as now, as it did this year. And I don't see why we won't do it again. But there's no set plans on it. It'd probably be the same time of the year if that did happen.
Well, and I think you're right. I think the time of year was perfect, and we all will be waiting for that announcement because I know I'm not alone when I say that we will look forward to it.
Yeah.
Uh,
One thing I wanted to say too, and I didn't get to hear, I didn't get, Poker Eric was saying something earlier and I had to bounce because I'm actually at the office today working, and I had some phone and Zoom appointments and stuff. So I had to bounce when it came in, but he was mentioning something to do with, gosh, you guys could refresh me, but it really was something I wanted to talk on, about these spaces and the ability for everyone to talk. And, doesn't matter who you are, what you do, where you're out in the poker world, everyone gets a chance to speak up if they raise their hand, which is cool. And I think one thing he mentioned, and again, just something in my opinion, is like, in these spaces, of course, they're for everybody. And of course, everyone should have a chance to get in here and talk and do whatever. I do believe, and it's something Eric said a minute ago about free speech. I do believe in it, but I do believe that if you want people to come on, it's just like this. It's like, if you want people to come on, it's not like someone shouldn't be able to talk, but I don't think anyone in here, especially if they're out in the public, space, and they're coming on to, engage and talk, there has to be some level of protection. Like, for example, I'm not going to mention any names that don't
yeah.
deserve it, but, I just don't think anyone should be able to get on here and go after anyone. So I think when that happens, I think that is the line for what these places should be. Because if not, those type of people, even like myself, I won't come on, right? Like, I'm not going to come on to
Right.
have someone like those other fellows to come on and do that. But to Scott's point, I don't mind coming on here and talking and discussing. And if there is a tough subject, to talk about it, to answer questions and
Well,
do that. I just think it has to be, in the right context, and
yeah,
there can't be
and
attacks in here.
I agree, but I want to also say that part of that conversation was the folks that were hosting some spaces before we started with Eden. They actually said during the broadcast that they were only going to allow their friends to speak. So if they didn't know you, they weren't going to allow you to
Well,
speak.
I
And
was
so I
gonna,
think
I
that's
was gonna,
what
yeah,
some
I
of
was
that
gonna comment on that, but I think on that particular space, you guys could tell me if I'm wrong. I think Doug Polk started that space for a purpose, and that was he was under immense fire, and I think he wanted to address the controversy and the conflict that was there with him and maybe Matt or whatever the other subject was. And I think at that point that was appropriate, because if there's someone just random out there that's going to come in, it might not have been the right time or place. I think it needed to be his peers or people that were in his circle or that were relevant to that situation. Now, with that said, if it's just your standard space that you're doing just to get on and into, to jaw, and then you were to take that stance, then of course I would be in agreements with you. Like, I think
100%.
everyone's hand is important as the next, in my opinion.
Right. And I agree with you about the Doug Polk thing, and that's for any space. If you're going there to address a specific thing, yes.
Yeah.
But I think that just starting that other space, that in the roundtable discussions about it, that was a point, and that's why it was going to be the alternative, right? Because no matter what, everybody was going to talk. But little did we know, if you didn't agree, it didn't mean you were going to get to talk. But anyway, go ahead, Poker Pro Eric.
Yeah, Nick is the only guy that calls me Poker Eric, and I love it. Nick, I didn't want to talk about that thing you brought up. I want to talk about the show about a week ago, or Spaces a week ago, and I had already DM'd you about it. It's the only DM I ever sent you. And despite whether it's important or not, as a poker player, it's important to know who's the smart people and the sharp people at the table. And if anyone listened to the spaces where Wesley and Huss were going at it pretty heavily, and a few other people chimed in, Nick Airball kind of jumped in. It got to become a fucking mess. Like, it was a bunch of millionaires like just shouting at each other and calling. And Nick Vertucci was honestly like the most level-headed, normal, reasonable person in there of the entire space. Even Doug Polk came on stage and kind of threw some gasoline on the fire. I forgot what he said, but what Nick Vertucci did, it was like so impressive. He's like, guys, you need to get over this. It's not a big deal. And he was trying to talk everyone off the ledge. and I was so impressed by what Nick Vertucci did that day. And it didn't change my mind. I was already coming around you, Nick, but like it totally made my decision that Nick truly is a really normal, level-headed guy, and his persona maybe is not what he is. You know, people see the what was it? One guy always jokes about your Barry jokes about your biceps and your sunglasses, and when you hear you speak logically and reasonable, like you're the kind of guy I would love to come to when I have a problem. So thank you for that, because you were the only guy in the whole spaces that was like being reasonable that night.
Yeah, and it was, that particular situation was so bizarre to me. First of all, thank you, I appreciate that. But like it just, yeah, like that situation just didn't need to be. I mean, look, Huss and Wesley went at it. Because it's streaming, you see that. But you being a poker player, how many times in your career have you just seen that dynamic? Like I've been at a million poker tables where two guys just have it for each other and it jaws until one of them gets kicked out or they stop. And like these guys like Nick and Ben and Wesley, like they're all part of the HCL family. Like Huss. Honestly is a good guy and like he's fine. So I just thought it was nonsense. I did get slapped for that, actually. It's funny because it impressed you, but I got slapped by it by the the one individual. PK was thinking I was trying to stop it because I was trying to stop the conversation because of the nonsense about moving money
I never
around.
thought that. I know exactly why.
Yeah, I know, I know. And it's so silly because that's just such a stretch, and I could care less what they do. It doesn't reflect me.
For those listening right now that may not know, it devolved at one point, this conversation. They were going to box for $1 million, like get in a fucking boxing ring. Like this is ridiculous.
Nah, they were never going to do that. Ben, somebody brought that up, but it's such nonsense. The other slap was, I think, respectfully on Matt's Berkey show. He was like, "Oh yeah, and Vertucci's in here trying to be the mediator," and isn't that a joke? Because he's always on the apology tour, or whatever. I just don't think he really gets me either. But that whole thing was just nonsense. Of course, it was interesting. Our viewership went up to. That's when we peaked at 58,000. So obviously that shit sells. But when you come on Twitter space and you just start, airing dirty laundry and, talking about things that you shouldn't be talking about, it's just not the right place for it. And it just, I really, I like Nick, I like Wesley, I like Ben, and I just thought it was a bad look for them. That's just my opinion. So that's why I wanted them to stop.
Well, the moment of the weekend was Tony G getting put on his bike. Honestly, it's like an iconic moment, Nick. Like seriously,
classic.
Nick
was perfect.
Just airball, and then it's airball doing it. It's just, or saying it is funny.
Priceless.
On your bike.
Priceless.
Yeah, I think that in any kind of thing like that, you're looking for like the moment, and for me that was it. And it's funny because do you see this too? Like so much of it when you're when you're doing these streams, I would imagine you're like finding those moments, and so often it kind of does. It's not about like so and so had ace king and this person made this bet or this and that. It's about those kind of things instead.
Are you saying the moments where it's more drama than it is poker?
Yeah, I don't know that it's more like the story. It could be drama, but sometimes it's funny, sometimes it's sometimes it's sad, sometimes it's whatever, like it sometimes somebody being put under a lot of pressure, or those kind of things,
Well, that's really what streaming poker is all about. I mean, in my opinion, my humble opinion, that there's two forms that you can look at, and it's very simple. If you want to run a standard Poker Go show, it's going to have some good table talk, and it's great production, and you probably
It sounds like we're losing Nick.
Yeah, Nick, we're having a lot of background noise. But Nick Vertucci, I think I told you about a week ago that as a big poker fan myself, I enjoy table talk, but one of the main reasons I stopped watching high rollers altogether, super high rollers, is because you have those robots that just stare at each other and they never talk. And it's like, I I can't enjoy that anymore. I'm done watching this.
Yeah, I think the background noise is from Steve Bays because I went
Yeah,
on.
Yeah. Mute me.
I've been
Yeah.
trying to, and for some reason it won't mute.
There you
Well,
go.
I'll just say,
Anyways,
can I just say something real quick and I'll get off here?
Sure.
Sure.
It is to Nick because I really look up to you and your show, but your boy, Airball, he's airing sashimi, whatever's going on other nights. He doesn't need to be talking about all that. You know what I'm
wait,
saying?
what was he? What was he, Aaron? Say it again. I didn't.
About her online losses.
Online
On who?
losses and how she got.
Sashimi.
Sashimi?
Yeah.
Yes.
Her online losses. What do you mean? Like on
Well, he just
just
The
putting
dollars.
other people's business out there on your stream that he, in my opinion, shouldn't be
you
doing.
mean the stuff that's on Tracker or the stuff that's behind the scenes?
Oh, I don't know.
No.
I don't know.
An online app. Tell me it's an online app.
Oh,
She had
got it.
been she had banked something, and then shortly after she had a big loss, and he was putting the numbers out there, and honestly it was a little cringeworthy. I'm not gonna lie. I was
Yeah,
like, ooh,
I didn't see it. Was this last Friday show?
yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I
yeah.
can't even comment on it because I didn't catch it. So I'll go back and check it out. So no way I could comment on it.
Well,
But
Nick, am I correct? Sashimi and Nick are friends, right? They're pretty friendly, though, right?
I gotta be honest with you, Eric. I don't know who's friends all the
Oh,
time. Meaning,
okay.
here's what I mean by that. Like, there's a lot of different dynamics around those tables. Like, there's a lot of stuff a lot of people don't know. Where there's people that are really close and some that aren't. Like, even with myself, I won't mention them because they're my players. But there's a few players that like I won't even talk to, right? But I'm not gonna tell you who they are. And but they're part of the show and they're good for my show. And as long as they're not doing anything unethical, then I'm fine with it. So as far as him and Sashimi, I have no idea what the relationship is,
Well,
good
and
or bad.
he did allude to the fact that they were friends. And to me, it seemed like he was a close friend of hers just from what is it, 30 seconds or 90 seconds that he was talking. But it wasn't a good look. Let's just say the conversation was not a good look.
No, it wasn't. No.
Yeah. I have no doubt. And
And Nick and Airball just talks too much. Can you quieten him down?
well, that's one that I can't help you with. That's going to be something that's going to probably live in perpetuity. I don't think Nick's ever going to shut his mouth.
That's
He's
okay.
kind of growing on me too, like Airball. Like
Can I tell you
he's
this
funny.
though?
Yeah.
And you don't have to embrace it because everyone's entitled to how they feel. Guy's a nice guy. He just rubs people wrong because of the way he acts on the felt and his persona. And a lot of it's just for him to have fun because he just enjoys being like that. And but I will tell you, he's one of those guys that like if you did get and I'm just telling you from my experience, he really is a nice guy. He's got a big heart. But and Nick and I went on my podcast and talked about it. Him and I, we had some differences about a year ago and we worked them out.
Awesome.
Yeah, I think the whole thing, when I really first started paying attention was just like the whole Berkey thing. I've you know, I've had conversations with Berkey in the past, so like I was like, what the heck? Like this guy's just, but do you
Well, I
think
think
that?
for Nick, like he
Yeah,
got what he asked for, right?
yeah,
Like look, there's no one that got more punishment about this than Nick. He took a beating online. He lost $1 million. The only thing I'll say about that is Nick went after Matt because he felt Matt came after Hustler, and he's bleeds Hustler. And so, however that started, it evolved into the heads up shit. Nick got spanked, and it just kind of is what it is. I do respect Nick for actually putting his money where his mouth is instead of backing out of that. But I don't think Nick realized how boring heads up is, and I think he regrets actually having to put in that time to do it. And then, of course, the result wasn't great, but it is what it is, right?
yeah. But I love that he was able to do that self-deprecating humor, that video that he put out of him sleeping on the
Oh, with the
with the net.
$10, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Well,
Well,
he has definitely grown on me, that's for sure. And I think there was probably nobody more upset than me when he was at the Poker Go studio and he just grabbed Matt's stack of chips and brought him to himself, and it was I was like, that's just an asshole move, right?
You,
Yeah.
you want to
And
know you want to know something, Sherry? I'll tell you, and I totally respect your opinion, and I get it, man. And a lot of people feel that way. I thought that was priceless, and not because like I like anyone being a dick or toxic, but
right,
that was just good TV. Where I thought it got out of hand personally is when he towards the end when he was really hammered and he was screaming and doing
yeah,
whatever, and I thought, oh, it's a little much. But everyone has their opinions on that type of stuff, right? Like two people could watch the same movie and have a different feeling, and
right.
that's what makes the world go
But
round, right?
I will also tell you that when he made his public apology to Matt, I thought that was an
Yeah,
awesome apology.
that was
And
good.
then we had him, in a space one night, and he was in the Uber on his way to Vegas to go play Matt. And honestly, that day he just won me back over.
Yeah, yeah.
And I think he's a big sweetheart, and I think there's a lot of layers to him that we don't know.
I agree with that. And I know him a lot better than some, and he is a good guy. And, Nick and I talk all the time. I'm like, even after this whole Matt thing and even after this last $1 million thing and whatever, and I'm like, hey, Nick, look, especially after the Matt Berkey thing, I'm like, look, man, like uh, the reason Tony G is famous is because of Tony G's antics. It had nothing to do with Tony G's poker play. It had nothing to do with his accomplishments. It had to do with he was someone that you watched because you couldn't take your eyes off those comments like get on your bike and all the stuff. And so that's why Tony G is who he is today. No other reason other than that, in my opinion, respectfully. And he did a good job branding himself. Nick, I think, is sort of doing the same thing. And I made a joke with him that in 20 years, someone will be flying him out for the $1 million game because of the shit he's doing now. But with that said, there's a certain line that has to be drawn there. And I talked to Nick about it. And I'm like, look, dude, like, I think you could lean into this, especially if you're having fun with it and you enjoy it. But there's a certain line where you can't go over and you can't say these toxic things like, one would be the Matt Berkey's a scammer because he's not,
Right, right.
and you can't make accusations like that. You can't do that, and maybe a little notch down on like the end of Poker Go. I said I think if you find the right balance, you're still going to have haters, just like they hated Tony G because whether you guys believe it or not, he's so adored and oh my God, Tony G. But back in the day when he was doing it,
He
people
was a
people
jerk.
people hated him. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, they were rooting against him just like they root against Nick. So what people understand is time kind of changes the perception of your brand and of what people think of you. And I'm just trying to, like, I don't want to say mentor, but I'm trying to help Nick like stay there but not go to a point to where nobody's rooting for him, you know what I mean? And he
Yeah.
gets that, and because he is a nice guy and he gets it, and I think he's gonna, you know I think he's just gonna keep evolving. He only is 27 and he's gonna figure it out.
That's crazy. I always forget how young he is,
Yeah,
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 I've said that, and I'll say it again. Like a lot of people do forget how young Nick is, and he has as mature as he is for his age. He does have a lot of growing up to do, I think, as well.
yeah,
And if you had a fucking camera following me around at 27 and I was in the spotlight, you'd see a lot crazier shit than we're seeing with Nick.
yeah. Yeah, but think about this too. For all the people that have the negative things to say about Nick, who's everyone actually talking about Nick? When we're doing the $1 million game, who's being interviewed? And in Veronica's words, looks like a Molly dealer, and bringing this type of excitement and pacing around like a lion the stage, trying to get in the game. He would play all the days if he could. And so all the things we could say about Nick, he's a nice guy. He's good for poker. He's going to keep making mistakes. That's what we do. We're human, and we're glad to have him. And I'll tell you, that kid is fiercely loyal to us. I'm not kidding, man. And that's the one thing that, like, I tell you, like, people can say shit, do shit, overreact, do whatever, get emotional, but when someone's character, like when they're loyal like that to you, like they have, like he has been to our show and Ryan and I, in ways that I couldn't even tell you, as far as just being bleeding HCL. That's where I find his character for me. And so that's what I lean into when I think about Nick.
Yeah, it's
Let him
about
talk to with.
authenticity. It's about authenticity, right, Nick? I mean, like, you can't be somebody that you're not. Otherwise, what you know? And I'll tell you, I'll watch Airball any day over all of that high stakes robot crap. Like,
Right.
it's just like, that is not entertaining. And I think it's one of the biggest problems in poker. And there's definitely a line, I think, of like you're, I guess you're saying it too. It's like there's a point where it goes over. I don't know. Maybe sometimes you could like pass out breathalyzers and find that right level of alcohol to give people or
Yeah,
something.
yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, there
Well,
are times where I've looked Nick dead in the eye in the middle of a game, like right in the middle where he's just riding someone's ass that's down 100K, and I just look at him and go, "That's enough." And he's like, "Okay," and he
100K, and I just look at him.
we got an echo.
Yep.
Yeah, I think that's the bottom line is like, I don't mind anybody like table talk or whatever. It's when it's not coming from a good place in their heart, like when they're really like trying to attack somebody or whatever. That's what I'm not cool with. I'm not cool with that at the poker table or
Yeah.
the Twitter
Well,
space or
well,
wherever.
that's kind of to my point, if I'm being honest, Brian. Like that's kind of to my point. It's like, hey, look, you want to come in here and you see me on Hustler or my podcast, and you want to come in here and you want to ask me something, or you want to even question me, or you want to ask me a tough question about something that maybe you're not okay with. I'm cool with that. I'm cool with doing my best to give you an honest answer, and if we could leave it at that. What I'm not cool with is coming in here, and I don't think anyone is, and have them call you names, to start making fun of your appearance, trying to say things they know nothing about, spitting things that are unfactual, and just being a true toxic hater. That's where it's just like not tolerable. Anything else I think is on the table. Like Eric says, free speech, say what you want, give your opinion. You don't have to agree with everybody. But I just think there's a line. And once that line's crossed, that's it for me.
Well, yeah,
That's right.
and if you're doing it for eyeballs, then that may be great. But what kind of environment are you creating? So
Well,
it's
I will say this, and you can tell me if I'm wrong. And it doesn't matter. I think it's okay. But even yourself, like you're one of the nicest guys I've met on here. You're fair, you're balanced, you're very respectful. But man, you sure do spend a lot of time in that other space when it's going. I know that just because, I know a lot of things, but I just
yeah.
find that really odd. But not
No,
not that,
no,
that
no,
shouldn't.
Well,
no, no.
I'm
Hang on,
gonna
hang on,
say I've
hang on,
had this conversation with him.
hang
Yeah.
on.
Go ahead.
Which
Go ahead.
which
I,
makes me a little leery, but you've always been so cool to me that I take you at face value. But it's just
oh, that other space. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't. Yeah, yeah, I
Yeah,
know
I'm
what
not
you're talking
talking
about.
about Eden.
Yeah.
Eden's just has his issues. I'm talking about the people that just flat out aren't, in my opinion, good for poker because all
Yeah,
they try to do is tear it down and people in it.
yeah, and that's true.
Yeah.
That's a justified criticism, for sure.
Yeah, but it's free country, right?
Yeah, and
Yeah.
and I think that's important. And as far as I'm getting laughs in
Yeah.
my in my
I
my.
mean, I don't think that other person that I will never mention his name if you haven't noticed, I don't think he's the only one with a burner account. How about that?
Oh, for sure, for
Yeah,
sure.
yeah. So a lot of people know what's going on in that place. So
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
yeah.
And that's the thing is like, what kind of community are you building and what are you spending your time on?
Right.
So that's
Well,
why
and you got to
that's why I'm
remember,
not trolling, Nick. That's a very, very valid point.
I don't think you're
Appreciate that.
trolling, and my gut tells me that you're actually a really good dude. So I'm taking you totally at face value, and that's the truth. And you know me. If I didn't feel that way, I would
Yeah, you
not
just say
say
it.
that.
And
Yeah.
that's the respect I have for you. Like, when you came on and I was asking you those questions, one of my key questions, because everybody was saying, oh, this, not everybody, let's just say certain people were saying, oh, this stuff with the investment stuff. And I asked you the question of, So was your thing like no money down and that kind of stuff?
Yeah, right.
And I asked that question because that to me was a dividing line, right? If you'd come back to me, yeah, absolutely, like we do no money down and you can do it, and it's like, no, that's like to me like a dividing
And
line.
I told you, no, that's bullshit.
Yeah, and that's exactly like when the moment when my respect for you went up quite a bit in saying, this guy isn't, what's being said
Dude, that
about him.
industry that I was in was scummy, and it pitched a lot of heat over the past 20 years, and I was a victim of it. And those strategies are bullshit to get people hyped up to spend money that they're never going to go get back. So
yeah, and there are legitimate. It is a legitimate business if you are the right person that is going to do that.
Let's put it this way: I got really bad training, and I spend over $70,000 and got really kind of semi-conned, if you will. But like I said before, I'm not a victim, so I never looked at it that way. But because I went through that system, and I still figured a way to figure it out, that industry changed my life. The real estate seminar training industry changed my life because I went through those classes, ate a dick for the first 2 years because I didn't get the right training, figured it out. And then once I figured it out, developed a cash flow system that I made millions and millions and millions of dollars. That's, people don't understand. I made my money investing in real estate, not running a real estate training company. I did the real estate training company as a passion project because, like, to give back. And so I don't poo-poo anything like that, even that industry, because it gave me the opportunity to change my life. Now, the guy I went through with, who brought me, who paid the money, the original 6,000, never did a real estate transaction even till this day. So that's just, it just depends who it is, who you are. And it's like anything else. Like, just because someone is not successful in something doesn't mean what they went through was a scam. It just means they didn't get it done.
I've always wanted to ask somebody, what's your take? This is kind of like a side question. What's your take on tax lien certificate purchases? Where you can go and buy tax lien certificates. Do you know anything about that?
Yeah, I mean, I had a tax lien division within my company. Tax liens are they are a legit investing strategy, but like any other strategy, there are pitfalls, and you can invest in the wrong tax liens. I mean, it's even like when you're going to auction to buy foreclosed properties, people don't understand. If they don't understand exactly what they're doing, sometimes they go there and think they're buying a property and they're actually buying a second. And so it's just the same thing like with tax liens. Yes, you can make money doing it. Not everybody does. But it is one of the more safer strategies if you do it and you do it right. But it's legit. But at the same time, you could be sold a bag of goods and not have the right, the right plan.
You mentioned that those auctions. I went to one of those one time, and those are unbelievable for any of you that haven't been to these. Like, they auction the house off on the courthouse step. Actually, a crazy thing happened when I was there. This guy comes running up and he's like, "Did you do this address?" And it was like literally his house, and he had like money orders with him because you have to bring money orders and pay on the spot. So these guys will be like, I didn't even understand what the auctioneer was saying. He's just like, blah, 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 blah. Okay, who's got 200,000? Whatever. He's like, all of a sudden this thing sells for $1 million or whatever in like 30 seconds. And I don't even know what he just sold, or like, I can't even understand.
Guys, this topic is really boring to me. All right. It's really boring. What about, me?
Here.
Can we talk about me, please? This is really,
you're out of here.
I muted him.
We have 3,000 viewers. We have 3,000 viewers here, Nick Vertucci.
I'm messing with you, Eric.
On the WSOP Day 6.
Is there 3,000 in here right now?
No, I'm just teasing.
almost 3,000.
Brian, I think Raj has been on the panel for a while and hasn't spoken. Maybe we want to get to him. Maybe he's got some questions for you or Vertucci.
You're lucky you cut me off, Eric, because I was going to go on a tangent about auctions, and honestly, I'm more bored about it than you, so thank you.
It was really boring, guys.
Thanks.
I agree.
Go ahead, Raj.
I'm back home. off the WSOP grind, but I was just checking the.
And by the way, Raj spends an awful amount of time in that same place Scott does too. Hi, Raj.
Yeah. Hey, Nick, how's it going? But I wanted to update that it looks like the 500K and the 100K bounties have been pulled. And I looked up the people that pulled it, and the guy that won the 500K bounty had about 100K of total poker earnings. So that's great for him. I think that'll be life-changing money.
Am I the only one hearing Dead Space, or is it me?
No, I can hear Raja.
I can hear Raja.
I can't hear it. Maybe I should. I can't hear anything.
I'm just going to tell you that Twitter is starting to do that little breakdown like we had yesterday.
Yeah.
So it might crash altogether, but
Yeah.
Nick, I would just recommend going out and coming back in.
You got it. I'll do that.
Thanks. Go ahead, Raj.
No problem. Yeah, and then the guy that pulled 100K bounty had about 200K in earnings. So that's what we like to see, guys like that pull these life-changing bounties. So it's good to see it's happening. So.
Awesome.
Well, I think that Matt Glantz is the favorite here, to pull the million again. He has like a strategy. Are you calling from the shower there, Black Cat?
Uh-oh.
Yeah, so I think that Matt Glantz is the favorite there to win the $1 million. He has some kind of strategy that no one else has figured out clearly. And I see Bart down here. I just want to say, Bart, great job on the streams, man.
Absolutely.
Over the years, I know you put a lot of work into it. It's cool to see yourself and Tuckman and everybody else really come along and kind of from the beginning creating that thing, and being leaders in it. So it's really cool.
Hey, Nick, send a request because it's not letting me invite you. So please send a request, Nick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Terry, sometimes if you click on the profile and then try it, it works.
I've been
but we're
doing
getting
it
some
all different ways,
some background noise.
Yeah, Black Cat.
What you got for us, Black?
I had a question for Nick when he comes back on, if he had any plans to do anything over at Lady Luck Casino. That's a casino about a mile away from Hustler that's owned by Hustler. It's actually, I believe, the original casino in LA dating back to the 50s.
Yeah, it's the Lucky Lady. And we haven't done really anything over there. It's like you said, it's just a stone's throw.
Guys, please mute Black Cat. I can't hear Nick.
Yeah, I was just gonna say it's actually the Lucky Lady, and it's not like you said. It's a stone's throw away from Hustler. They own it, but no, we haven't done anything there. We don't have any set plans to really do anything. It kind of, a lot of the players go there and play, or they run games there, but it wouldn't make any sense for us to really do anything there since we have the whole setup of the Hustler and all that. But there's been a lot of overflow into the Lucky Lady because of our show.
Yeah, a lot of history in there. I actually was a little emotional when I went in there for the first time because I've heard stories of, my uncle getting called, come home, and this is in the 50s over there at Lady Luck Casino. But the other comment I wanted to make just super quick is it's a good thing. I mean, it's a good thing that Huss did not answer Wesley's question about the name of his mom, because if he had, I think shortly thereafter there would have been some possible real fisticuffs. And Nick was being such a gracious host upstairs, I don't think he could have been down there to break it up. That's my comment. Thank you.
Yeah. God, I don't even know what to say about that other than all of that was ridiculous. Now, as producers of a show, we understand that that's probably going to be good for our show, but at the same time we keep sending down the floor man Louis to break it up because that's really what should be done. And then when we come on to the Twitter space, the same thing, it just doesn't need to go that far. And yeah, and honestly, if two players ever wanted to go fist, we're not going to be able to get there in time to stop it. So all you could do is probably get there after the fact. Hopefully that never, ever, ever happens.
Hey, Nick, no offense to Wes or Huss, but I don't think either of them are fighters. So I think they're maybe a little bit on the talking side. So I don't think you have anything to worry about. Any fists coming.
Yeah, a lot of times that is the case. And I don't know. I mean, you never know. I'll tell you this, I've never judged a book by its cover, but I would have my money on Huss over Wesley, but I wouldn't put any money on it because I would hope that would never happen. So
I did have a question for you, Nick. Obviously, the $1 Million Game was a great success, and I'm sure you guys had internal meetings about it. If you were to do another one, maybe next year, any things that you would kind of do over, improve upon that kind of are on top of that mind that you guys are like, okay, we got to change this up for next year. For example, like maybe having an off day. That seems like a good idea just by the burnout some of the players might have had.
yeah, I mean, the off day, it could be good. At the same time, you could lose players who could just take off back to their wherever they came from. Obviously that happened organically, and we made that audible. Made that call. It, it's really hard to even answer that question because I don't know if you guys really understand. Maybe you do, maybe don't. And when we put our the documentary, maybe it'll show more of it, but it is so complicated and so hard to put those games together at that level with that level of money, not only getting the money there, but getting the commitments. Then do we advertise it off a commitment, because any commitment can be broken? We see it happen with a couple players, and I don't know if we would do anything different. I think we would just, like, honestly, it was so awesome to do that I would love to do it again. At the same time, thinking about it makes me want to cry, because it's like, oh my God, I don't want to go through that again, especially right now, because it just is like so much pressure to keep the wheels on all the way to the dance. And like at that level, and I don't know, maybe you guys know this, but poker players inherently are hard. They're like herding cats in general when it comes to putting a game together. And so putting a game together at that level with that much pressure on you to perform and to, give not only the people that are expecting the names that are advertised, but, the biggest thing and tough thing for me, because, people don't understand the other end of this business, and which is okay because I'm in the background, but the business end of this with our sponsors, the pressure was immense when Eric Person pulls out, or this person's not playing now, and that person, and I got to get back on the phone and say, look, we're still going to hit millions of views. I'm telling you, relax, and this, and then, making promises later if we don't hit the numbers. So the pressure behind the scenes, even business wise, is really massive, because there are a lot of dollars that are being put behind this. And, if your game doesn't go off with the top names you've advertised, or you don't get the views that or you've projected to get, then there's a whole nother back end to this that has to be dealt with. So for me, I'm glad it's coming back in May if we do it, because I could use the break.
Well, and no matter how much planning you do, there's so much that's uncontrollable. So all you can do is lay out, control what you can control, and the rest, just pray for the best.
Yeah, and just to give you a behind the scene, Bart's in here, so he'll attest to this. And it's like, we're doing a show, and we got a certain amount of ads to run, and we do script shout outs, and we got to do this. And if, like, for example, the commentator goes to the head and an ad runs, they don't get their shout out, or this happens, or it's too busy, or there's table talk, I'm like on real time getting blasted, like by my advertisers saying this didn't happen, that didn't happen, you didn't put up the logo, and production, has all these different advertisers and all this going on. And I'm sending group text to the commentators going, fuck, like, can we please please do this, so I don't have to take and so, like, there's so much going on behind the scenes, and so much pressure with everybody. But that's the beauty of it, because it wouldn't even be as cool after you get it done if it was easy. So it's like, I wouldn't want it to change, but I was exhausted when it was over.
Sean.
Yeah, I got a question. So Nick, like, if you watch like the Pat McAfees of the world, or even like I don't know if like Barstool, Pardon My Take, a lot of those guys pre-record their ads, right? So I was just thinking out loud as you were saying that, like, what about starting the stream, like, let's say, I don't know, 30 minutes earlier, however long it takes to calculate the ads you need to plug, and just having those just going to that pre-recorded ad and not because there's been a couple times, just to be honest, where there was a hand I was interested in, and then that ad comes up, and the players are in a deep conversation, and I can't hear them. So I was just curious if you guys have given any thought to pre-recorded ads and maybe starting the stream a little bit later to offset that time, so that
that's a little, so it doesn't work that way. They are pre-recorded and they are planned at a certain time to come on. The only thing live is that the commentator, when they hear them, have to do the shout out after. So we'll run the 20-second, commercial when it's going to run. We have to plan them at that time. And yes, unfortunately, every once in a while you'll get that one hand or that one last bit of the conversation you don't hear because we got to go to the ad, but we have to go to them. We're already on delay. These are all pre-recorded anyways. The only live thing is when the commentators have to, pitch it and read out the script after to say, okay, cumulative winnings brought to you, because that's not an ad. That just comes up at cumulative winnings and you see their logos and you have to go cumulative winnings brought by Prometheus, who is your blah, 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 blah. And they're expecting it. And, these guys paid an exuberant amount to get those ads in. And so, no, we're actually doing it that way. It's never going to be a perfect widget because we're a live show, with a delay, of course.
Well, no, I think that's I know nothing about content, so I think that's good for the audience to know, right? Like, there's no way around it.
Well, you guys do that where you have this piece of pillar content, which is the full stream, and then you're breaking down clips and putting those out and putting it in so many different formats, and then now you have the documentary and stuff like that. So I think that's the thing that you guys are doing that maybe I guess a few years ago really people would just waste this pillar piece of content that they have all these hours and not break it down into these different formats that are digestible.
I mean, we have a team that puts hands out on Twitter as they happen if they're big hands. We have two channels. We have the main channel, and then we have our clip channel, which is a totally different channel, which, to your point, when we get premier hands, we will run those on the clip channel, whether they're 2 minutes to 20-minute sections, where we'll run some stuff, which we actually sell advertisement on that as well. And so that's something else we have to make sure we get right. But I do agree with you. One of the reasons why Ryan and I are partners is because I saw all the missed opportunity for revenue when I was a player at the bike. I literally was just a player in the Friday and Tuesday game. And because I was a businessman my whole life, I'm like, wow, there's so many dollars that should be you should get from this felt. I mean, you have this many people watching, I don't get it. Why don't you run ads and do commercials? And how come there's not this? And that's why Ryan and I really started talking, because he was frustrated because he needed someone to do those things. And nobody wanted to have that vision or put in the work. And then one of the other things that Ryan and I talked about way before Hustler was even Hustler an idea was, why is this behind a paywall? I mean, that was my first thing. Why is this behind a paywall?
Right.
If you get more eyes on a product, I mean, look at Facebook, look at these companies that ran, they're not running for revenue out the gate. They're just trying to get market share, and then the revenue comes later. I'm like, you got to get more eyes on this thing, man. He's like, oh, that's just another thing. I can't deal with that. So when we went into this, there was never even a consideration of putting anything behind a paywall, because I knew personally, if we got millions of eyes on this thing, we can monetize this thing big time. And that was, and I think everyone's following suit now, right? Because you see all these other streams popping up, and that's cool, man. There's room for poker. People think that I'm anti-competition. I just had a little beef with the bike in the past because of some things that were not right when we launched. But we support the lodge. We often talk with Doug to, give him ideas and cross ideas and things like that. And then we got, I think the bike's now Big Bet Poker. Is that what they're called? And, but everyone's kind of now following suit to this model, which I think is a good thing, because this model is what's bringing more poker to the poker community. Before, it was literally behind a wall everywhere.
Yeah, it's crazy. So what you're saying there, Nick, is that you're not concerned about the mutiny, Doug Polk's mutiny, streaming mutiny?
mean
over there
mutiny?
in.
Mutiny, like that's not a mutiny. He's just screaming.
I'm just teasing.
Yeah,
I'm
no,
just
no,
teasing.
I'm not opposed to competition. What I'm opposed to is competition that acts dirty and does dirty things to try to take you out. If you're just competition, like I said,
Yeah.
Doug and I and Ryan are on a text thread. We text weekly, and when he needs something, we'll help him with it. If he needs an idea or vice versa, or wants to give us some feedback, we take it. All that kind of stuff. So no, not at all. Like I hope he does great.
Yeah. My partner in the restaurant is kind of the same way. He's like, something opening up next door is great for us,
Yeah.
because it just brings more attention to the area. People think, oh, I want to go there. And the thing is, like, probably all around the world know of Hustler Casino because of the show, so.
Yeah. And don't get me wrong, though, when I say that, because I'm going to be honest with you. I'm very competitive. I will try to have more customers than you if you open up next door. I will try to have better menu, and I will try to have better everything. I don't, I'm like, oh, let's here's my secret, my gravy, my ringtone. Like, I'm not giving it to you, like all that, but I will support you, and if you run out of it, I'll bring it over to you. But I'm going to compete and try to be the best, and sometimes competition helps you do that.
Absolutely. Raj.
Nick, are you surprised? Now you've got, obviously we're talking about competition with the lodge and with Big Bet, in Vegas. I mean, LA is just a great market for you guys, right? You get the businessmen, you get the Hollywood players. I mean, there's nowhere else that has that type of clientele, players that you can kind of gather. Do you think that's going to be kind of tough for someone in Vegas, like, Big Bet, to attract players?
Well,
like Negreanu, let's say he's a good ad, but he's not going to come every week, I don't think so.
Yeah. I think it's yet to be seen. I will give an honest answer to that because that's who I am. I think if you're in LA, you have an edge because of our player base. Although like Vegas is, obviously poker players and it's a mega gambling, place in the world, whatever. But I do still think with the player base, LA has a little bit of an edge to it. I do think that Big Bet Poker will put on some pretty good games. I do think they'll have some epic games every once in a while if they get the whole lineup to come together at once. To do it at our level 5 days a week with the type of players and the stakes, that's where I think it may be a challenge. But who knows?
Raj, any more bounties pulled out there? Are you there? No.
He might be working with his child.
All right.
I just saw.
Yeah, I got called away by the kid. I'll be right back.
Oh, okay. What were you gonna say? Who was that?
Yeah, I just saw someone pulled the 500K bounty.
So let me ask you guys: does anyone know there was talks about adding an additional $1 million bounty? I mean, it's an $18 million prize pool, guys. It's unbelievable.
Yeah,
does anyone know if they added
there are
it?
2 $1 million bounties, and then 500K was the second largest bounty, and someone just pulled that one.
And then, do we already say?
Yeah, I mean, and good on
So 1,000.
And good on WSOP for doing that. I mean, that's awesome. Like, this is life-changing money for a lot of people, man. So I think it's super cool.
Hey, can I ask a Spaces question here? How do you guys raise a hand? How do you raise a hand? I don't see that.
Press on the little heart on the bottom. Press on the little heart.
Yeah, I see. Oh, the hand's on the right.
There you go.
Why? Okay, hold on now, Sherry. How in the hell did that hand all the way to the right get there? It's never been there until you just said that.
Nick, it's been there the whole time. You took too many chocolates.
Holy
thank you,
shit!
Sherry.
I'm gonna raise it just to do it. All right. Okay, I'm back to your $20 million bounty, and then ignore my hand.
The nice thing is when you unmute yourself, I think it goes down, right, guys?
It does, but we could just talk to his hand. It's okay.
Yeah, talk to the hand because the ears aren't listening. I don't know. So here's my question, and Nick and everybody else for the panel. Do you guys like the idea that it's $1 million? Would it be better if it was, somebody said, what if they had like $10,000 prizes, or even throwing in the rest, more than that, you're 15
Okay.
100.
So here's the rundown, courtesy of Kesmath. The update.
Well, I want to be the first to say I know nothing about any of that, so I'm not going to make a comment. Just because I'm so out of the loop on. I mean, I understand, of course, what you're saying, but I don't have a take, so I'm just going to go on mute and let someone that knows about that answer it.
So here's the update on the bounty distribution, courtesy of KevMath. There's two $1 million bounties left, one $250,000 bounty, two $100,000 bounties, four $50,000 bounties, 22 $25,000 bounties, 29 $5,000 bounties, 29 $2,500 bounties, and 487 1K bounties.
Wow. Wow. That's awesome. That's awesome. Now, I understand why they want $1 million bounty, going back to Brian's question. It's the hook, right? That's the hook to get to people to come play it. And it worked. 18,000 people came to play the event. And for me, now that they added a second $1 million bounty, maybe that one should have been split into 10 times 100,000, or maybe even two $500,000 bounties.
Yeah.
But for me, the rate of return, I don't care if I win that tournament as long as I get that $1 million bounty for $1,000 buy-in, right?
There you go. Donna, you got a question or comment?
Yeah, coming from the UK, we don't pay tax on our gambling winnings. So if you're an American, how much of the $1 million would you actually get, and how much actually gets taxed? And how much can you legally win without it being taxed?
Yeah, so the tax on $1 million in America is 1.5 million. Oh, I'm just kidding. Sean, do you have a comment on that or something else?
Yeah, I mean, depending upon your tax bracket, I mean, on gambling, they consider poker gambling winnings. Like even Espen, when he won, the main event last year, they held his money forever because of tax reasons and whatnot. But yeah, technically, if you live in the UK, you don't have to pay any taxes, which is unbelievable. Here, like if you win north of $1 million, you're paying probably north of 40%. So
Yeah.
say hypothetically you won $1 million, you're probably bringing home 600,000, which brings up a question because I had a buddy that won 550,000. He won a bracelet like I don't know 10 years ago, and he would sell at a markup, right? So let's say hypothetically he bought in for $500,000 worth of buy-ins and broke even. He nets 100 grand on that, which some people do because it is absurd how much they charge you, and then other countries they don't. I don't get it, but what are you gonna do? But it's an interesting topic.
I wish it was like 8 years ago. I could just sell you my asset protection, corporate structure, and taxes 3-day boot camp for $12,000. But I'm drawn dead now, so I got no class.
Can you put a link in the bio there?
Link in the bio.
I thought I'd throw that in there so someone could clip it and troll me later down the line.
That's hilarious. Thank you for that tidbit.
Nick, are you going to Vegas?
Oh,
I will actually be in Vegas on the 10th through the 16th. No reason other than my wife and 3 girls will be in Cabo, and because they're gone, I'm going to take the opportunity to go, and I'll be staying at the Bellagio, thanks to one of my good friends, and I will be there strictly to be playing poker and to do my thing, and then I probably come back for the main event.
awesome.
Okay, cool. You planning to get together a meetup game or anything?
No, I'm planning on probably hanging out with a couple of my buddies, MJ, Christian Soto, Matt Boyd, play some poker, hang out, go to some dinners. Maybe I'll jump into a tournament. I really don't have any set plans other than just shenanigans and poker. And I probably will play more cash just because, unless like and I heard you guys talking about earlier, unless like somewhere like the Win or somewhere Bellagio, they have like a small tournament, a bigger buy-in small tournament that I could grind for like a day or two, I would do something like that. But I don't see myself jumping in any of these like 600 multi-day like whatever the fuck. I mean, those just tilt me so bad. So we'll play it by ear.
I hear you.
So we won't find you on the $300 buy-in World Series event?
Not that it's beneath me. It's just because I don't enjoy. Because listen, when we had the $1 million games and we were like running games around, I will jump in a 5-10. I will jump in a 10-20. I love playing poker. There is no big timing here when it comes to that. It's just that 3 days of everyone staring at me with a bunch of electronics in their ears and faces. I don't know what to do with myself. I'm a talker, man.
I was playing a satellite the other day with this guy that was like that. I'm like, dude, come on, like, calm down. Don't take it.
I see Barry in the room. Did you have something to say, Barry? You had your hand up for a minute.
Yeah, you were talking about the bounties. The actor Kirk Acevedo pulled a $25,000 bounty on the first day. He's from Oz fame, if you know what I'm talking about. I posted it in the chat.
Oh, we'll look at it, Barry. Thank you.
Sherry and Brian, do you see Raj's hand up? I do.
Yeah.
Barry's had his hand up before Raja. Go ahead, Raja.
No problem. Nick, I was going to say, I was looking at the win schedule last night. There is a 10,000 six max event. I think it's a 1 day or 2 day event, like early July 10th or something like that. So if you're around there, you could probably play that one. And I did want to point out, I think, Brian, you asked about the bounties. I think I agree with Sherry. I think the $1 million was the hook. I don't think they needed to have $2 million bounties. I think they could have split the second million into, 4 250s, 10 100Ks, however you wanted to do it. I think that would have been much better for the prize pool, but I don't think they needed to have $2 million bounties. So that was, I thought, a little bit unnecessary.
I mean, there is a guy in the audience that probably could speak to that, as well as maybe some high roller, single day MTTs. Don't want to name any names, Sean, but yeah.
Yeah. So
if somebody would like to join the panel and speak, please hit the request button on the bottom left. Spaces is still having some issues, so it's definitely easier for us right now if you request than us send a request. So if you'd like to come chat with us, please do that. Thank you.
I'm also curious as well about is it the RTNI? What Europeans have got to fill out for the tax?
Yeah, I think they hold a certain percentage until until whatever. I don't know how it gets released, but
yeah, and I'm going to tell you, I try to stay away from that subject because I'm not a tax accountant, and I would hate for somebody to get some bad information from us because that affects their money and their bottom line. So what I would suggest is contacting the casino or somebody at the WSOP that can really give the correct information.
That's what I was wondering, where to get the information about going to get one, not about if you hold your money, whatever.
At the cage.
That's fine. Thank you, Sherry.
Yeah, sure. And there's also, I don't remember the
hang on one second.
name.
Donna, are you talking about the TBIC account or
no,
like
the tax paper? The tax paper. Donna, remind me when we get off of here, there's a gentleman that is a poker tax guru that we had on the space the other day that I can't think of his name right off the top of my head, but I will get you his name. So remind me.
Okay, no worries. Okay, thank you.
Stewart, was it?
Stewart? It might have been Stewart. It may have been
or
Stewart.
Ross. Stewart or Ross, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So remind me, Donna, and we'll get that too. But honestly, there's so many ins and outs for the taxes for the folks that are from another country that I would hate for them to get the wrong information from us.
Yeah, it's just I wanted to know where you got your RTNI number, whether the casino would help you fill out the form that you've actually got to fill in, or
yes. Yes, the
That's all I wanted to
WSOP is,
ask.
yeah, the WSOP definitely has people devoted to helping with that form and those forms for sure. But this tax accountant that I'm talking about can certainly answer any questions before somebody even goes if they wanted to, right? So we'll get that to you.
That's cool. Thank you.
You're
So
welcome.
I see this article about Alan's 100th cache, and there are only three, four, five other people that have more than 100 main event, or not main event, 100 WSOP caches.
Okay, let's see if we can name them. John Sununu. John
Nope.
Sununu. Robert Turner.
No.
Um,
I'm like, no.
let's see if we can name them. Who else?
Is it Helmuth?
Phil Hellmuth.
You would
Yep.
think, but he's not on this list either. You're going to be
Oh.
surprised at one of them for sure. I mean, friend of the show.
Josh Aria.
No.
Trying to think of some.
I'll just give it to you.
Go ahead.
Ari Engel.
Good for him. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised.
With the now 100 base event caches, he has 220 caches overall. Only, I'm sorry, I lied. These are people that have between like circuit events and whatever, so that's why Ari Engel is on here as well as Daniel Negreanu, Arkady Tisnis. I don't know that name. So anyway, a couple other people.
I'm pretty sure there's an overall list that John Sununu is the top at. I'm pretty sure.
Maybe Raj can pull that up. He's our statistician. How many people have over 100 WSOP caches? I'm sure we could find it on Hendon Mob, right?
Yeah, it is on Hendon Mob because when I was doing some research, when I was working on the radio show, we had John on, and I mean, he was light years ahead of everybody, but I'm trying to think what the category was. It might have been WSOP and WPT caches. You know what I mean? Overall caches.
I've got
propose Eric's going. His hands is waving and he's like, I think he wants to speak.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think Negreanu's the leader with 219.
Raja, what am I fucking mincemeat over here or what?
I can't hear you then. I got to get out.
No.
Were you talking?
Poker for Eric's talking. You can hear me, right, Raja?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
I can't hear it. Let me
We
leave.
might have to just take everyone off of speakership and
that
just start anew because well, the problem is that Spaces is breaking down and it may just clean out the cache and we just bring everybody back up.
Okay, Raja GM me. He can't hear me, but he's gonna restart. He'll come back. He'll be able to hear me. Yeah, no, I've been GMing like 9 of you. You guys got to check your DMs. The answer is 14. Alan Kessler is now the 14th player to have 100 or more World Series of Poker caches. That's not including circuits. That's just World Series of Poker at the Vegas in Europe. So 14 people. And I don't know what your love affair was with John Cernuto or whatever, but there's a lot better players than he is. That's all.
Well, shame on you for dissing another poker player. But as I was trying to say before I was rudely interrupted, that I was doing some research for an interview on the radio show, and it may have been his total may have been both WPT and the WSOP.
No, yeah, separate entities. Yeah, 100 WSOP. There's 14 people now that have 100 or more, and Phil Hellmuth, I believe, is like 166 around there. He's the all-time leader. He'll be caught eventually because he's probably late 50s now, but 200's within reach. There's quite a few players that get 200 next few years, especially with 90 bracelet events every year now, you know.
Well, that's a different list than what Brian was saying then, because you said Phil Hellmuth wasn't on.
Yeah, but Brian is wrong. Don't listen to him. He's just the host. Don't worry about it.
I'm just a jackal. I misread it. I think that the list that I had were people like with circuit events or something. I don't know. It was weird.
Yeah, we're in June now. It's World Series of Poker time. We no longer care about rings. It's all about the bracelets, baby. Let's go.
For sure. So Phil Hellmuth just doubled up in the 10K dealer's choice. He only has 20K though in chips. So seems like pretty low for this deep in the tournament. I don't know what the blinds are. I don't have it right here. Let me see. Yeah, I don't see the blinds, but seems pretty low. The person he doubled up against has 150K, so he's pretty low.
What event was that again?
The 10K dealer's
10K.
choice.
Oh, the 10K. Okay.
Still showing
Here's
John
the problem. Right,
Hennigan.
here's the problem. Anytime you have a 10K buy-in almost always has double starting stack. So my guess is, I'm guessing they started with 50 or 60,000 chips to start. So for him to double up to 20 means he's going to be out in the next 2 minutes. That's my prediction.
Yeah, for sure. So the leaderboard still shows John Hennigan leading with 309,000. Marco Johnson just under 300,000 in third. David Bach in fourth. Scott Seaver in fifth. And Ray Henson in seventh. And Patrick Leonard in eighth, 200,000. Rasty is in 10th with 190,000. And David Bakesbaker with 190,000. So, this list still reads like, a who's who for sure. My guy Dutch Boyd back there, but still has 190K, so he's in 29th spot.
Any news on the heads up?
No, that doesn't start till 4. So that in that event, they're obviously down to the final 4 with that. I'm pulling for Doug Polk. I don't know about the rest of you guys.
I think his matchup with Chris Brewer is going to be pretty tough. Sorry if someone else was trying to speak. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, no, and then you got Sean Winter on the other side of it. I mean, Sean's funny. You want to talk about high rollers that just sit there and quiet. Sean has such funny jokes. He's so witty. His mannerisms and the faces he makes are comical. But you got, I don't know the other gentleman. But dude, those are 3 top-notch theoretical bass players who also know how to adjust based on tendencies. So it should be very interesting. I'm excited to watch.
Well, it's such an interesting game. I think it's, you got to be, a killer to get to the end of this, honestly.
Well, and I think it's any of the 4 are very capable of winning it. Yeah, we may think Doug is a favorite, but you just can't rule out those 3 tough players. I think it's anybody's game.
Sean, what do you think about Landon Tice getting into the round of 8? That's pretty good, right?
Yeah, listen, I think Landon is an incredible player. He's extremely well studied to a fault to some degree, in my opinion, because he doesn't make reads a lot of times. Like you saw Doug Polk when he was going to make that $1 million call. He did it all theoretically based and randomized, right? And sometimes, that can hurt you in games. But yeah, he's super bright. I think he came off a little bit cocky in the beginning, but he's super young, and I think he's super talented, and I think he's going to go places.
It's funny to hear Negreanu talk about, the randomizers and stuff. He's just like, at some point you got to trust your gut, and kind of have a vision for what's going on in that specific, the solver's great, but
okay.
at some point
I got a
poker.
comment about the solver.
Yeah.
Okay, was I the only one that saw the irony the other night? The first night they broadcasted a Poker Go, or no, Poker Go live. I don't even remember what the first event of the WSOP that they televised the final table of. But did anybody else see the irony that one of the ads behind the table was for a solver? I thought it was so funny that one of their ads is for a solver, after all the big discussion going into the WSOP about the rules, about solvers.
Oh yeah.
I
Yeah,
guess I
well,
was the
what's
only one.
interesting, I don't know if you're talking about GTOX Wizard or GTOX, but I mean, those guys have 15,000 subscribers from what I've heard from reputable sources, and it's about $30 to $40 a month. So at the end of the day, like, especially these people are running a business, right? So if somebody's going to pay you a lot of money
Well, of
to promote
course,
their
and I
solver,
just,
you're probably going to do it.
I wasn't
But
going
no,
to do a
I get the I get the
I wasn't
irony.
here to do a commercial for them. I knew exactly who it was. I just saw the irony in the fact that that ad was running behind the table after, for what, a week or two, there was that big discussion about the rules and should we change them. So
And hats off to Ryan. LaPlante, like in talking with him, he's kind of trying to spearhead this, like almost like creating industry standards and that kind of thing, to say, there should be so much kind of delay put into the thing so that it prevents, that real time assistant to a certain degree. And I want to get behind people like that. I've always liked Ryan. But certainly if he's on that bandwagon of creating an ethical space within the community, like that I'll support for sure. Raj.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm glad all the solver GTO wizard talk came up, in the last couple of weeks with that situation with the Andrew kid. So as a recreational player, I've kind of just stayed away from studying, and I looked at it more of as a hobby. But I think I've kind
Somebody called my attention to something with that. I wanted to say is that, like the thing that bothered me the most about that was, his statements of saying, well, it's not against the rules. And I just want to be clear, Nevada gaming regulations already say that you can't, like, use assistants at the table, to during, uh, and that sort of thing. So, after the hand, maybe there's some kind of gray area, but, like, well, it seems like the gray area has been kind of cleared up. And it should be, like, who wants to sit there with a bunch of people, like, looking up charts and that crap. Like, do your studying before you get to the table, and pay attention to the game. And in the end, I think that Negreanu's point of, like, okay, but, like, you know you're gonna, like, make that mistake of not trusting your read versus randomizing something, or saying, oh, I got to do this way because the chart says it, versus what you're feeling in the moment. That's just I think that's a whole different type of thing. So but just not to me, it's like fairness, right? I mean, you're playing, not the computer. I'm playing against you. I'm not playing against the computer. So anyway, that's
no,
my
I agree, and I've never studied or did any research except for just keep up with news and poker world. So, but I think for the main event to prepare, I think I'm definitely gonna start doing, like, I was trying to set aside maybe an hour a day to study these solvers and GTO Wizard, more just to familiarize myself what exactly it is. What are these kids and these other people that study? What are they looking at? Just to be aware of their strategies. I think that would be helpful in tournaments rather than going blind, where I'm just kind of using, like you mentioned, Brian, as a recreational player, just read hands I have, different things I've learned over the years I've been playing. So it'll be quite interesting looking into that. So.
And Poker Pro Eric, I don't know if you said, I see now that you DM me. 14 people have 100 caches, and then Alan is number 14. Obviously, yeah, because he's got just crossed the 100 player mark. So I guess
congratulations to him.
that isn't breaking news, But anyway, 9 players left in the 1,507 card stud, with our friend Sean Deeb leading the way with 1.38 million in chips. Wasn't he trying to get some bracelet bets down? Are some people sweating now? Or no one was dumb enough to take that bet? What do you guys think?
I don't know if he was able to lock that in or not.
Actually, now that I look at it, they keep doing this. He's in seat 1. So let me do this backwards. John Minetti is in first place with 2.1 million, and then he's in second with 1.38 million in chips. Couple people around the 1.2 to 1 million mark, and then 2 short stacks with about 500,000. So just going to get that final table kicked off here pretty soon. I would
Good
think.
luck to all of those folks.
Yeah, that we were talking about that the other day. Just as you get deep, especially the main event, and by deep in the main event, I'm just saying like cashing, because like my gosh, that's what, day 3, day 4, usually towards the end of day 3, I think. Like it's a grind, and then you start looking around and they're busting up tables, and I mean you're just like, it's just a surreal experience to sit there. And I can only imagine these people that make it to the real end, where there's 2 or 3 tables left, and just the thoughts that start to roll through your mind as you're sitting there, and you've prepared and practiced, like Raj saying, training and training and training, and now you're in that moment, just praying that the cards fall your way, and the miracle happens.
Well, I hope one day I can tell you all about it.
Yes, that would be very, very special.
What will be funny is this is my 3rd World Series. I played 2 main events and I've cashed both of them. So I'm gonna actually do studying this month, and I bet you I'll probably bust day 1 or day 2. So that'll be the funny part.
Don't say that.
Just say you're not going to min cash again this year. So
no, I first year was day 5, last year was day 4. So, but I'll take any cash at the main event. That's a great accomplishment in itself. So,
hell yes.
Yeah, and I think the thing is, all you can do is play your best and have no regrets. Take your time if you're in a tough spot, and make a good decision. But other than that, what else can you do? So the 10K Dealers Choice event is down to the final 65 players. Actually, they only had 74 starts, so did that just fire off? That is weird. No, it's on day 2. It's showing 65 players left, 74 entries total, and they already have the prize pool, 311,000 for first, down to a min cash of $16,378 for 20th place. So obviously that has a ways to go. So,
and the Mystery Millions is down to 513 as an hour ago.
Yeah, this is weird. I think it looks like Phil Hellmuth might have scored another double, or I'm not sure. This is weird. They're reporting. So now I show him up to 55,000 in chips, but let me look on the chip counts to see.
I need to make a shameless announcement.
See if that's still current. Go ahead.
And I'm just going to be real vague in the fact that, because I don't want to call the person out, but you'll know who it is when you hear what I'm going to say. My daughter and her assistant coach are going to come into Vegas, so I might be able to convince them to bring their pickleball paddles. So I will let you know. And hopefully that person is really listening and didn't doze off on us. So thank you.
Yeah, next year when I'm thin, I'm going to be out there on the pickleball court with them.
What the hell is pickleball? I've heard about it.
It's a short version. It's a short version of tennis. So the court is about, just for comparison's sake, half the size of a tennis court, and you can either play singles or doubles. And it's just anybody can play it, whether you're 5 or you're 105, which is the main appeal. And for older folks, it's a great appeal because the court is smaller. So a lot of older tennis players are going to it because it's a smaller court. And of course, it's brought a lot of new players because it is a smaller court. So it's really taking off.
But to me, a pickle is something that you get in a jar. So I was thinking, pickle? But they don't have these squashed a pickle into a bowl and like
Yeah, but you
throwing
can
it
also
across.
get into a pickle, right?
Yeah.
Of
And
course you can. But I'm thinking, what the bloody hell's pickle bowl?
well, and I'm going to tell you that I've never looked up the origin of the name, so I can't answer your question. And maybe we can figure that out and let you know in the future.
So
Awesome.
Phil Hellmuth did double up again. It looks like he's back up to 55,000 in chips. So remember, he was down to like 10 and doubled to 20, and now he's up to 55,000. So definitely making some moves there. Our buddy Ari Angle has fallen off a bit, down to 84,500. He's in 39th spot right now. But again, when you look at this list, there's like almost every line has bracelet winner, you know, so tons of people in this 10K dealer's choice event, and tons of killers left for sure. So Negreanu's left. Negreanu's kind of short, 14. Actually, Negreanu's in, you know, he's the short stack with 14,000. So better spin that up, or he'll be headed to the shower pretty soon.
If
So
I was a dealer, my choice would be Snap.
you're what?
My choice would be Snap.
All right.
That's a
So
card game.
it's a card game, Snap?
Yeah, Snap.
Oh, I've never heard of it.
I haven't either.
I'll teach it you when I see you.
I love it.
Well,
I'm
you got to
always
come
down for a
out
new game.
for the ladies event. You and Sherry and help Abby navigate the field. Hopefully, she lasts longer than her mom. I put her mom into a WPT ladies event once, and they had this tent. It was at the bike, and I was staring in through the window. It was kind of like rainy and whatever, and so I see them start the tournament. They deal the cards. I see my wife putting money in there, and then she gets up and she walks out. Like very first thing. So I'm
Oh,
like, what happened? And she says, well, I picked up pocket kings. So this person had already raised, and it went around, and there were like 3 or 4 people that called, and I had kings. So I of course I called. Like,
oh, oh,
So then an
ouch.
ace came, and somehow she ended up with her entire stack in the middle of the table. So she can come to the World Series of Poker, but the only time I've let her play since was in the tag team, and I told her pocket aces or pocket kings, you go all in, and everything else just fold, and then when you're done with your round, hand it back to me. So yeah.
Oh, yeah. I'd say the women in your life need some lessons.
They do, especially Abby. She, not knowing what the word call meant was an awakening moment. But listen, I told you, did I tell you what my daughter said when she was really little when we were driving into the main event?
No.
So we're pulling into the main event one day. She's like 4 years old, and she's urgently from the back seat, "Daddy, daddy, daddy." And I'm like, "What do you want?" I'm trying to, we're literally pulling into the back of the Rio. And she's like, "Daddy." I go, "What?" She says, "Daddy, you've got to be very, very quiet. Otherwise, you wake up the donkeys." And I completely died. Like, it was just like the funniest thing. It was funny, and it was a proud father moment for sure.
That's hilarious.
100%. So the $600 no limit got started this morning at 10 a.m. So we're a few hours in. Let me see how many players registered so far. I'm looking at the total chips. You should see this number: 141,510,000 chips. there's 5. How does this there? Okay, so somehow there's 4,717 total players, but there's 5,174 players left. I don't know. That seems like it might be kind of off to me.
Yeah,
But
it's like a typo.
but somewhere around 5,000, I think, players started that event, and they're only in level 8, so plenty of ways to go. But listen, this is crazy, Sherry. Drew Gonzalez has 325,000. How is this possible? I'm on the 2023 page. Yep. Yeah. 325,000.
And they're in level 8.
Yeah.
Go, Drew.
Notable players with some chips. Greg Raymer, 61,000. Ronnie Barda has 38,000. Alan Cunningham, who, when Lex was beating up on us at the main event, or not main event, the main event feature table, Lex is like raising every pot. And so Alan decides the time he's going to push back is when Lex Valhouse has pocket kings, and he's just like, it was like the most disgusting thing ever. You're sitting there waiting all day for the guy to get caught, and he raises Alan, and Alan ships it in, and he just snaps him off and turns over kings. I'm like, that is disgusting. So Alan Kessler is somehow in this deep stack. I don't know if that's a bad sign. Did he bust the other event, Sherry?
You know what? He busted last night. What did he play?
Oh, that's right. So we were talking about his 100 cash, but right. He's already down to 23,500 in chips. What did they start with in this? 30,000?
I think it was 30.
Yeah, so he hasn't done that bad. Corey Aldemir is 26,400. How sick is this? You look at these people, it's like WSOP 1-time winner, 5 times winner, or whatever, and his is like 1 times winner. It's like main event. You're just like, but I thought didn't he win something else too though? Or am I thinking? No, I'm thinking about the right person. Didn't he win the tag?
I thought we talked about it the other day.
Yeah, somebody told me he won the tag team. Let me go see with him. This is showing me main event winners and whatever. Anyway,
wait a minute. Let me read this tweet from Alan Kessler an hour ago.
Oh no!
Because we love when he has something to complain about, right?
It's my favorite.
Of course, I have 2 drama players at my table. Every street of every hand. Not sure how to control this, but it is a terrible atmosphere for a mostly recreational table in a 600. Oh, that's hilarious. Uh-oh, did I lose you? Turn your mic up.
No, I'm here. I just
okay.
Click the mic thing. But I am a professional, Sherry.
Hey, we all are. That's why we're the queen and king of the meta system.
Oh yeah, there you go. Hey, so if does anybody have anything else? If not, we'll wrap up and we can get on with our days. Oh, here's Raj.
I'm adding him
really quick. Yeah.
Go ahead, Raj, as soon as you can, bud.
You're in, my friend Raj.
Brian, are you planning anything? Are you still in Vegas, or did you head out?
I headed back. My schedule is like, I don't know. We'll see. I'm gonna go up a few days here and there, and now I'm gonna get this guy in the background with his whatever it is, a tractor. I do live in Horsetown, USA, so sometimes you have that tractor going in the background, but I'm gonna I'm the only thing that I'm for surely playing is literally the tag team. Other than that, I've been playing like dailies, and I'm sure I'll play a couple of other events, but I just haven't planned anything else specifically. Sean?
Just a thought. if we all get out there, like I'm coming out late because I wanna go to Hooney's party. I want to play the main. But if people are out there that late, like late June, early July, we should honestly get like a game together where we all put up whatever $500, 20 people or whatever it is, and we put someone in the main, um, and then we all get a little piece of it. Just have a friendly game and just throw someone in. I think that would be super cool.
Yeah, I'm in for that. That'd be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I'm coming on like July 3rd or 4th, so I'll be in for that.
Yeah, maybe just before.
Start your list, Sean.
Yeah, I'll.
Yeah,
maybe
but
that's what
if you guys want me to really do this, you got to drop a letter on my desk in bullet points. Otherwise, I'm out.
Yeah, bullet points and all that. But I think that I mean, I know, over there at Aria or whatever that he'll help us, put something together. So I think that'd be a lot more fun than just having like a cash game or something. It'd be a lot of fun to like try to put together, like a buy-in or whatever, at least. So
And there's no question we wouldn't get at least 10 people, right? Worst case scenario, I think minimum we'd get 20.
yeah.
I think if you start advertising it now and get a date picked up and a location so people will know that it's on, I think, and you have 3 weeks or whatever to advertise it. And every time you do in a space, you say something about it. I think you'll definitely get 20.
Maybe we can get Nick Vertucci to organize a game. I'm kidding.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Or Veronica. I mean,
There we go.
right? They got way bigger platforms than me. Nobody's going to see my damn tweets.
Well, and I'm sure they would help us with that if we asked them, for sure.
Yep.
I don't know. Veronica told me the other day she ain't having it, so she might be mad at me. I don't know what's going on.
Oh,
You
that's funny.
you weren't being creepy, were you?
Y'all are so bad.
I didn't use that word, but
No, sure
I don't
didn't.
know that's her. Her perception is reality in my book, so I don't know.
Okay, so let me say this to you for tomorrow morning because I know you're trying to wrap it up, Brian.
Yeah.
I go in to get my stitches out in the morning. So as soon as I'm done with that, I'll be on, okay?
Sounds good. Maybe Sean will jump on there with me or somebody to help out. If you
Don't take
jump on there,
don't take too many painkillers tomorrow, Sherry. We need
Oh,
you.
yeah, we
thanks.
need you. We
Hope,
need you live.
hopefully they're not going to leave me in pain tomorrow, so I won't need those stupid painkillers. Hopefully this is like the end of the road for this situation.
Yeah, well, I'll be praying for you, my friend.
Thank you.
So yeah, Sean or Veronica or somebody, Raj, whoever, Donna, Poker Pro, Eric, whoever wants to jump in and help out.
100%.
Definitely want whatever help we can get, and we'll throw you off the panel if you get out of line and all of that. I don't think have we thrown somebody off yet. Like I don't think we have.
Hey, you're going to make me call you out? No,
Okay.
like
Maybe.
you didn't, okay?
Okay, maybe it was a technical issue.
It was technically,
No. Now
you
everybody's
forgot you hit
wondering.
the
Thanks,
eject button
Sherry.
that time.
Now everybody's wondering. Like, Poker Pro Eric's like, I have had a lot of problems getting up here today. I'm just kidding.
It's him. It's definitely software.
Yeah. Well, we all know who the nice person around here.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Well, have a great day, everybody. And if you're playing, like, make something happen and tweet to us. And I mean what I said earlier. Like, if there's anybody that's like struggling with whatever, like, I'm always game to listen or whatever whatever I can do to help out. We're all here for each other, and that's the way the community should be. And we're not some kind of like Jerry Springer kind of thing. So
Amen.
everybody's got their challenges, and I'm in this community to have a good time, and and that kind of stuff. And I, for a long time, has been about, surrounding yourself with like the people in the community that are positive, positive things. Except for Nick did call me out on one.
Which was
No, I'm just kidding. All right.
Actually, I thought that was a good one,
it was
honestly.
it was funny.
Yeah. I mean, that person you're talking about, they just like this. They just love the controversy. Like, they're tweeting now about this and that, and I was like, let's make a wager on it. Like, let's make a wager, and then they just continue to spew it, but they won't bet on it. Like, if you're gonna make accusations and you think X, Y, and Z is gonna happen, I'm offering you a wager. Take it or don't. Like, if you're not gonna take it, then don't talk about it with conviction. Like you're 100% right. You know.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I hear you. Well, I just want to say thank you to everybody for joining us today. It's been a fun roller coaster of hopes and dreams and questions and news.
Yeah. Have a great day, everybody. Bye bye.
Thank you.